wanna be in the zone. In the zone. I just wanna be in the zone.
Welcome to Crank Boulder 2026, brought to you by Waltopia. This is Camp5 Eco City in Kuala Lumpur, currently the largest bouldering gym in Southeast Asia, and our doors are open to you this weekend. Free entry for spectators and marketplace visitors. It's going to be pretty good. Join us and make it even better. The cameras are up, you're seeing visuals from Archibald. The route setters have been working tirelessly over the last few days to ensure a thrilling set for both competitors and spectators alike. 50 qualification routes in beautiful, brand new candy-colored holds from our incredible sponsors. Today, youth qualifications, the littlest climbers have just kicked things off. Qualification has started for youth 3 and 4, so you can see the kiddos out there. This is the 4th edition of Crank Boulder, and this comp has grown from 200 competitors in the first edition to now over 650 in both 4 adult and 4 youth categories. Look at them go. This competition could not be made possible without kind and generous sponsors such as Waltopia, a brand new title sponsor joining us for this round of the competition. "200 kids are in action today. Youth 3 and 4 boys are what you're looking at today. A little reminder of the schedule. You're looking at the kids boulder right now, the 18th route, and he gets a very tricky slab. Good job, little guy. The 4th edition of Crank Boulder, this comp has grown 200 competitors in the first edition to now over 650 in both 4 adult and 4 youth categories. 200 kids in action today, youth 3 and 4 boys, of course. And then at 11 o'clock a.m., we will have the youth So this competition follows the World Climbing's competition rules closely to give local competitors a feel for international competition in a fun, festive manner. Why don't you join us here? It is an early start for us this morning, but we have plenty of action coming up. This competition couldn't have been made possible without our generous sponsors, led by Waltopia, our title sponsor this year. All the walls here are made by Waltopia, and we are proud to rock them. AG holds, Expression holds, Lacuna Climbing, Secret holds, Stacks Climbing, Stacks Volumes joining the party, Blue Pill Climbing, Kai holds, Climb holds, Evolve Worldwide, True Blue Technologies, A-Grip, Cheetah, Respiro Air, Super, Virgin Grip, 360 holds, Climbing Gems, Flat hold, Grip Tonight, Grizzly holds, Polytalon, Snap holds, Thrill Seeker holds, and Verticale. What a mouthful. Thank you for supporting the local climbing community. And of course, it's not so local anymore. We have gone regional with a ton of competitors coming in from Singapore, Thailand, and Indonesia. Some incredible quality on show today. So come on over, grab a coffee at the KRAFT Marketplace. Lots of boutique stuff happening this weekend. Grab your spot on the floor and settle into some action. action is aplenty. 50 qualification routes up. These are the same qualification routes that the adults had yesterday. You can see over there, we have 1 hour and 55 minutes left on qualification. So in these 2 hours, the kids will climb as much as they can, and their top 20 routes will count towards their final scores. The Youth 3 and Youth 4 categories do not have a final round. Everything will be counted on points in this qualification. This qualification session is not going to be commentated. I'm just giving you an introduction today. I'm going to head out there because my kid is in the mix, one of the youngest competitors out there. And so I'm going to put on my concerned, happy, excited parent hat, and I'm going to join the crowd out there. Why don't you join me to head over to Camp5 Eco City here in Kuala Lumpur? Plenty of time to get involved in some action. And if you guys are inspired, the walls will be open. These qualification routes will be open for climbing from 4 to 8 p.m. Some of them will go away as we set up for semifinals and finals tomorrow. So maybe your last chance to check them out. Look at these kids go. They are incredibly inspiring, the little ones. That is not a small wall. Goes for the reach. There he is. All right, guys, let us know where you're watching from, who you're looking out for. We'll try to get as much coverage as possible today. Just to let you know, in Youth 4 and Youth 3, it's quite a spread of ages. So you'll see some bigger kids and some little kids. The youngest being 6 years old, 6 to 10 years old in Youth 3. That was a tricky slab, actually. He's doing so well. So I've got to get out there. Sorry, guys, my kid's in the mix. I've got to go. I will talk to you guys later and enjoy the show. Let us know where you're watching from, of course, and stay tuned. We've got an incredible day of action ahead. If you have any questions, write them into the chat. Atira, the producer, director, and technical everything person here will also try to answer, or we'll try to answer those questions for you. Wait for it to be up. Just look at them go. My goodness me, they are inspiring. The little kids out there trying their hardest. They put all their heart into it and they try. Parents, comp parents, I don't know how you do it. This is like my first comp and I'm really nervous for him. Hi, we are about 3 meltdowns in. Hello, yes. Come and join us, yes. I will come outside, yes, yeah. I'm coming. Just enough time for me to tell you about the sponsors today. We are brought to you by Waltopia, a giant in global manufacturing of walls, adventure parks, as well as all things exciting. Big thank you to the rest of the sponsors: AG Holds, Expression Holds, Lacuna Climbing, Secret Holds, Stax Climbing, Stax Volumes, Blue Pill Climbing, Kai Holds, Climb Holds, Evolve Worldwide, True Wood Technologies, A-Grip, Cheetah, Respiro Air, Super, Virgin Grip, 360 Holds, Climbing Gems, Flat Hold, Grip Tonight, Grizzly Holds, Polytalon, Snap Climbing, thrill seeker holds, and verticale. Guys, come down to Camp 5 Echo City in Kuala Lumpur. We're a train ride away from wherever you come from. Just a short reminder of what you're watching this morning. We are watching the Youth 3 qualifiers today. These are the little kids. Oh, these are actually the older kids. Ages 11. How's my math today? 11 to 14, yes. These guys are the bigger kids that you see. They're sharing their qualification with Youth 4 this morning. These are the little kids, 6 to 10 years old. The littlest out there is 6 years old, and my goodness, they can climb. I mean, the joke is that everything is a jug when you're that little, isn't it? Come and join us. We have a marketplace open for everybody this morning. And plenty of action. This morning's lineup includes all the youth qualification. Here we go. There you go, on the same routes that the adults qualified on yesterday. 50 routes to try out over a 2-hour qualification period. We are just over half an hour to go, so the guys have been climbing their wee little hearts out here. And there's some really fun, inspiring routes out there. A little bit about the scoring. They get scores for tops here. If you have a look at the routes from 1 to 15 are marked with a white, you can see them at the top of the route, a white tag. Those will score you 10 points for a top. This is a tricky, fun no-hand slab. So this is route number 8, so route number 1 to route number 15 are marked with a white tag. Those are worth 10 points. Route number 16 to route number 35. You're watching the Youth 4 and Youth 3 qualifiers. Youth 4 indicated by the number on the back of the bib. Youth 3, the 4 is the littlest of our climbers, and they are actually climbing the exact same routes that the adults used in qualification yesterday. We had an epic day of adult qualification. 450 adults were in the mix this morning, 200 or so youth participants aged 6 to 18. We follow the world climbing category ages in order to stay aligned with the World Cup format, which is what we are trying to promote here and experience in a World Cup format. So these guys are climbing on exactly the same stuff we are climbing on. So it's incredibly inspiring to watch as they keep going for the top. Now over here, number 50 is the hardest route. You can see that it's indicated by a green tag. On the right side, number 19, an orange route. Now how the scoring goes is that routes number 1 to 15 are tagged with a white, and those are worth 10 points each. The harder up we go, the scale, the more the points are worth. So the orange tag routes there are worth 20 points, and the green tags are worth 30 points. 50, the hardest route out there. There were some tops yesterday in the 50, so we have a very strong field out there. Saki Zulkifli, our head route setter and chief route setter for this competition, said their results were expected, and today we are in for a big show as they adjust things for the semi-final later at 5:30 p.m. If you're online, tell us where you're watching from, who you're looking out for, and if you're going to come and stop by Camp 5 Eco City in Kuala Lumpur. We're on the Abdullah Hukum train station. Walk on in. We're on the 4th floor. Come and find us. 50 boulder problems, 2 hours with half an hour to go. No final for the Youth 3 and Youth 4. Everything will be determined on points. In case I didn't mention it just now, there's an extra point for flashes and points counted for first attempts.
To our new arrivals of Youth 2, 3, and 4 girls. Remember, if you have not yet completed your registration, please do so at the front counter. Yeah, you can get ready for your session later on now. You can warm up as you want to, anywhere around the gym, as long as it's not on the climbing mats near the climbing walls. Right now on the walls, we have our Youth 3 and 4 boys in action. For girls, ensure that you timer board in front of our Eat Well Cafe. If anyone wants to check out the current scores, they are now live. Head over to our Instagram page or head out anywhere you are available around the gym and check out the link tree. In the link tree will be a link to our live scores. That all is currently updated live for you guys. We got 30 seconds to go, 30 seconds to go, 30 seconds to go. Remember, you have one your time for your final attempt here, but if you don't make it to the top before the timer ends, it will not count. So come on boys, pushing it all. This is KRAFT Boulder 2026 and we are coming down to the final 10 seconds. Winning now. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and time! Thank you everyone for watching our audience. Thank you for trying your very best. That was our U3 and 4 boys. Once again, so far, can you submit it here in front of the E-Well Cafe? And don't forget to give your comments as well. Thank you very much. Please share it and add to everyone here. Please submit your score as well as your comments. Next, we'll be having our
Spider webs, heat, humidity.
Welcome.
You're lucky you didn't get a spider. Yeah. Like spiders.
This is like already very, very special. And compared to Japan, it's so much different vegetation. I never see such a big, like, leaves and like big trees like this. The crag here, there is granite first part, and then second part is limestone. This like mixing rock type together like this. This is the first time too. Crazy. It's only I did one route so far. It's very technical. And I see the good quality of the rock. It's very hard. It's very special. Yeah. I started 84, and yeah, like 42 years. Yes. The climbing makes me always motivation, to do something. And I think as long as I have a goal to do some outdoor climbing, when I started, climbing culture more likely from Europe or US. Every time when I see the Asian climbers, they are climbing in indoor mainly and then compete. Yeah, it's changed so much. I think, like 35 years ago, it was only maybe few people know about free climbing and only climb indoor. But today, like so many people climb, enjoy different type of climbing style. I love climbing and I like to travel. I like to see, I like to touch the rock, and I feel like I can improve somehow, or I could see new things with climbing. And even my age, I could feel that I have a challenge in front of me. It's like always climbing show me something new.
Shit. Ada. You.
Hello, my name is Dario Stefano. I'm from IBEX Climbing Halls. I'm here in Kuala Lumpur in Asian Climbing Summit. Just finishing up my shaping clinic. We had 20 amazing people eager to learn. I was extremely happy to share everything I know and all my secrets with them. And I was actually very surprised with how they did. I'm very happy with it. Yeah, most of the people came with curiosity and wanting to learn. A few of them actually wanted to be shapers, so we had an advanced course with them. I could share more of the things and they could understand. I could see the progress, and more importantly, they could see the progress. So the thing with shaping is it takes time, it takes effort, it takes trial and error. In a way, force them to see this. And I think they saw it. Shaping and originality has stagnated. And we need more original ideas. We need more shapers, we need brave shapers, ready to do mistakes and be willing to do these mistakes. Shaping is a result of a lot of hard work. Originality comes as a result of this hard work. Shapers should be willing to give this time and effort.
So ini first time try untuk climbing. Maybe boleh try untuk hari lain datang sini.
Saya pernah try before, but only like entry level. So this time boleh nampak a different challenge lah, from the different colours and different grades.
Okay, kalau macam saya first time datang sini. Semua benda baru bagi saya. And then yang mencabar, semua mencabar lah. Sebab benda baru kan, kita first time datang, first time cuba. Dan ada team pula bagi semangat, so support. So kita orang memang happy lah datang sini.
So far sini sangat fun. Saya pernah datang dekat Putrajaya susah lagi, tapi dari segi variety sini banyak lagi variety.
I pun first time dekat sini. So game dekat sini semua fun. Tapi I rasa you guys patut kekalkan lah mini game yang ada dekat sini. Sebab best. Yeah.
Frank is also now kind of our competition baby, and we want to bring lead climbing to a larger crowd. So we try to convince all the Boulder junkies to join and take part in lead. Hi, my name is Patrick Andre. I'm one of the co-founders of Camp5. I also have a couple of different hats on. Also the director and founder of Stretch Marks Asia, which is a company, a design discipline that designs climbing walls and skate parks and all what we call vertical sports. My role here in Camp5 is I'm doing the business development, but I'm also in charge of coaching, and I'm still the director of route setting. This is the 6th Camp5. This is, of course, nearly 20 years later than the first. So we have to assume, or we hope so, that design has evolved in 20 years, and it has, because climbing has changed dramatically. The sport has evolved a lot. Bouldering has become much more acrobatic in a sense of similar to parkour. It had even influence on lead climbing as well in competition. And this kind of change in competition has had a lot of influence on recreation climbing as well. How climbing is performed, not only on competition level, also has an influence on design. Let me just take a journey with you. So for the exercise of understanding design a little bit, I just show you here a simple model of that tsunami wall. Here on the overview, so just for you to understand, each of those surfaces has different angles, and how they are arranged to each other creates how interesting climbing is and how interesting movement is. So we have these two beginner-friendly areas, and towards here it starts to get overhanging. In the center we are really already getting very steep with 38 degrees. What I want to show you here is really on the right-hand side. This here, you can see here, is a 6-degree slab. It's actually quite a strong slab for a lead route. A lot of people would say this is way too less steep, but here we had a qualification for the men's open. So I can actually build a very hard route on a qualification route on that slab. Here we have an 8-degree overhang, we have a 19-degree overhang roof coming, and of course here we have both of those, this arête and this dihedral here. They're more than 120 degrees, which means that it's not possible to actually stem, and it's not possible to hold on the other side. So you still need to create this feature, and without handhold you cannot climb it. What I wanted to show you here is similar to the black route of the competition, of the open qualification. You can add a volume. It's not the same volume that the route setter set. It's just here as an example. On the opposite can put another volume, and I want to show you this a bit clearer. So now look at the angles here. We have basically from 8 to -3. So now this surface itself is actually now a slab, and this surface is actually like an easy slab. And what you can see here, I added another handhold. So this angle is actually continuing with the volume, but I cannot hold this. So if I cannot push on this, I can add one more small chip here, which allows me to hold around the corner and have like a mini side pull. So this is how the route setter can use the angles to change the route. I have pushing movement, I have pulling movement, I have pushing up movement, I have mantle movement over this overhang. So I'm creating movement with the canvas. This is where design basically is designed in the model. This is where route setting is pre-prepared in the model. Voltopia, in my point of view, or not only my point of view, has the best solution for surface. They have been working on this and improving this over years. So we have, for example, the natural surface that you look at is a clear coating on top, which it looks like real plywood, but there's a surface on it, and it's actually a structured surface. And it also has those qualities that you don't have streaks of your shoes on it. I have been working with Voltopia for more than a decade now, and Voltopia as a company, I have to say, I'm very impressed how they work, because Voltopia was the first company that looked at climbing walls as an industry. It means that the main portion of work is done in the factory. Proper design, proper engineering, all the manufacturing is done. So when you come to the site, there is just assembly, which is a huge difference to what it used to be before. So this is definitely the key point, plus the desire for innovation. So the innovation then drives better surfaces, stronger material, lighter back construction, faster manufacturing, robotics in manufacturing. The streamlining of the whole process from design to engineering and installation is what makes Voltopia the #1 manufacturer in the world.
Some climbers come through the program competing into our inter-school climbing competition, all the way through to competing in international climbing competitions such as Asia Games and IFSC.
They are competitive, they want to win against each other, but they're also supportive. They are there to help each other, and that is very powerful in a team.
In 2018, we started a school competition for all students in Malaysia. Those students didn't actually have anywhere to train for these competitions, and we realized there was a lack of facilities and coaches who could train them.
To have a proper team, like in a team environment with same age people, was never basically offered in Malaysia. So we started and became so far quite successful. Teaching philosophy is having fun in the first place. Climbing is a school of life. We want to teach that the fight is within yourself and the goals you set for yourself. How you achieve them, like with ethically and morally, like good sportsmanship, don't cheat, focus, have discipline. It's not obedience, it's discipline. Work with your peers, respect them. These are values we want to teach as well. So we want to instill good practices, like warm-ups, for example, focus on technique, but also creating physical skill, avoid injury. So these are some of the pillars of our training.
So the children who join the youth programs can expect to either be on the base camp, the squad, or the youth team. The program is designed so you can go from an absolute novice all the way through to climbing in the international stage.
What is good now, which is different this year, is that we have many more younger kids, like 7, 8 years old. And it's great that we can start with them. Some of them, they are very talented, and so we hope that they still keep loving the sport and stay with us or in a competitive environment and a supportive environment, which is even more important, for another 10 years. Imagine if these talents are 17, 18 and have 10, 12 years climbing experience. That will be the future generation of people who will compete internationally.
Spider webs, heat, humidity.
Welcome.
You're lucky you didn't get a fat out. Yeah. You like spiders.
This is like already very, very special. And compared to Japan, it's so much different vegetation. I never see such a big, leaves and like big trees like this. The crag here, there is granite first part, and then second part is limestone. This like mixing rock type together like this. This is the first time too. Crazy. It's only I did one route so far. It's very technical, and I see the good quality of the rock. It's very hard. It's very special. Yeah. I started 84, and like 42 years. Yes. The climbing makes me always motivation, to do something. And I think as long as I have a goal to do some outdoor climbing, when I started, climbing culture more likely from Europe or US. Every time when I see the Asian climbers, they are climbing in indoor mainly and then compete. Yeah, it's changed so much. I think, like 35 years ago, it was only maybe few people know about free climbing and only climb indoor. But today, like so many people climb, enjoy different type of climbing style. I love climbing and I like to travel. I like to see, I like to touch the rock, and I feel like I can improve somehow. Or I could see new things with climbing, and even my age, I could feel that I have a challenge in front of me. It's like always climbing show me something new.
Hello, my name is Dario Stefano. I'm from IFSC Climbing Halls. I'm here in Kuala Lumpur in Asian Climbing Summit. Just finishing up my shaping clinic. We had 20 amazing people eager to learn. I was extremely happy to share everything I know and all my secrets with them. And I was actually very surprised with how they did. I'm very happy with it. Yeah, most of the people came with curiosity and wanting to learn. A few of them actually wanted to be shapers, so we had an advanced course with them. I could share more of the things and they could understand. I could see the progress, and more importantly, they could see the progress. So the thing with shaping is it takes time, it takes effort, it takes trial and error. In a way, force them to see this. And I think they saw it. Shaping and originality has stagnated. And we need more original ideas. We need more shapers, we need brave shapers, ready to do mistakes and be willing to do these mistakes. Shaping is a result of a lot of hard work. Originality comes as a result of this hard work. Shapers should be willing to give this time and effort.
So ini first time try untuk climbing. Maybe boleh try untuk hari lain datang sini.
Saya pernah try before, but only like entry level. So this time boleh nampak a different challenge lah, from the different colours and different grades.
Okay, kalau macam saya first time datang sini. Semua benda baru bagi saya. And then yang mencabar, semua mencabar lah. Sebab benda baru kan, kita first time datang, first time cuba. Dan ada team pula bagi semangat, so support. So kita orang memang happy lah datang sini.
So far sini sangat fun. Saya pernah datang dekat Putrajaya susah lagi, tapi dari segi variety sini banyak lagi variety.
I pun first time dekat sini. So game dekat sini semua fun. Tapi I rasa you guys patut kekalkan lah mini game yang ada dekat sini. Sebab best. Yeah.
Frank is also now kind of our competition baby, and we want to bring lead climbing to a larger crowd. So we try to convince all the Boulder junkies to join and take part in lead. Hi, my name is Patrick Andre. I'm one of the co-founders of Camp5. I also have a couple of different hats on. Also the director and founder of Stretch Marks Asia, which is a company that design discipline that designs climbing walls and skate parks and all what we call vertical sports. My role here in Camp5 is I'm doing the business development, but I'm also in charge of coaching, and I'm still the director of route setting. This is the sixth Camp5. This is, of course, nearly 20 years later than the first, so we have to assume, or we hope so, that design has evolved in 20 years, and it has. because climbing has changed dramatically. The sport has evolved a lot. Bouldering has become much more acrobatic in a sense of similar to parkour. It had even influence on lead climbing as well in competition. And this kind of change in competition has had a lot of influence on recreation climbing as well. How climbing is performed, not only on competition level, also has an influence on design. Let me just take a journey with you. So for the exercise of understanding design a little bit, I just show you here a simple model of that tsunami wall here on the overview. So just for you to understand, each of those surfaces has different angles, and how they are arranged to each other creates how interesting climbing is and how interesting movement is. So we have these two beginner-friendly areas, and towards here it starts to get overhanging. In the center we are really already getting very steep with 38 degrees. What I want to show you here is really on the right-hand side. This here, you can see here, is a 6-degree slab. It's actually quite a strong slab for a lead route. A lot of people would say this is way too less steep, but here we had a qualification for the men's open. So I can actually build a very hard route on a qualification route on that slab. Here we have an 8-degree overhang, we have a 19-degree overhang roof coming, and of course here we have both of those, this arete and this dihedral here. They're more than 120 degrees, which means that it's not possible to actually stem, and it's not possible to hold on the other side. So you still need to create this feature, and without handhold, you cannot climb it. What I wanted to show you here is similar to the black route of the competition, of the open qualification. You can add a volume. It's not the same volume that the route set is set. It's just here as an example. On the opposite, can put another volume. And I want to show you this a bit clearer. So now look at the angles here. We have basically from 8 to -3. So now this surface itself is actually now a slab. And this surface is actually like an easy slab. And what you can see here, I added another handhold. So this angle is actually continuing with the volume, but I cannot hold this. So if I cannot push on this, I can add one more small chip here, which allows me to hold around the corner and have like a mini side pull. So this is how the route setter can use the angles to change the route. I have pushing movement, I have pulling movement, I have pushing up movement, I have mantle movement over this overhang. So I'm creating movement with the canvas. This is where design basically is designed in the model. This is where route setting is pre-prepared in the model. Voltopia, in my point of view, or not only my point of view, has the best solution for surface. They have been working on this and improving this over years. So we have, for example, the natural surface that you look at is a clear coating on top, which it looks like real plywood, but there's a surface on it, and it's actually a structured surface. And it also has those qualities that you don't have streaks of your shoes on it. I have been working with Voltopia for more than a decade now, and Voltopia as a company, I have to say, I'm very impressed how they work, because Voltopia was the first company that looked at climbing walls as an industry. It means that the main portion of work is done in the factory. Proper design, proper engineering, all the manufacturing is done. So when you come to the site, there is just assembly, which is a huge difference to what it used to be before. So this is definitely the key point, plus the desire for innovation. So the innovation then drives better surfaces, stronger material, lighter back construction, faster manufacturing, robotics in manufacturing. The streamlining of the whole process from design to engineering and installation is what makes Voltopia the #1 manufacturer in the world.
morning. You are watching Qualification for Youth 4 girls, Youth 3 girls, and Youth 2 girls this morning at Crank Boulder Comp 2026. My name is Renai Matu. Thank you for joining me here. I am proud to be announcing these kind sponsors who have been supporting our Malaysian climbing community. Big thanks to title sponsor Worldtopia, AG Holds, Expression Holds, Lacuna Climbing, Secret Holds, Stacks Climbing, Stacks Volumes, Blue Pill Climbing, Kai Holds, Climb Holds, Evolve Worldwide, True Blue Technologies, A-Grip, Cheetah, Respiro Air, Super, Virgin Grip, 360 Holds, Climbing Gems, Flat Hold, Griptonite, Grizzly Holds, Poly Talon Holds, Nap Climbing, Thrill Seeker Holds, and Verticale. This competition could not be made possible without these kind sponsors. Guys, we are right into the action here. You're looking at the Kids Boulder, a range of ages here this morning because of the 3 categories that are being run concurrently. But the same 50 routes that the adults had in qualification. They look so much fun. My name is Renai Matu. I'm the commentator here this morning. I'm joined by Patrick Andre, Camp5 Director of Coaching and Route Setting, the co-founder of Camp5 and the designer of all of the Camp5 gyms, including this one, Camp5 Echo City, right here in Kuala Lumpur. Guys, make your way over here if you haven't already. We've got a big day of climbing, including a semi-final for the open category happening at 5:30 p.m. Patrick, how's your comp been?
Today or yesterday?
I don't know. Are you having? Well, it's a big week for you guys. It started with KL Climbing Week last Saturday. We've had an epic week of events for KL Climbing Week, including the Asian Climbing Summit, which you are heavily involved in. And now we top off the end of the week with Crank Boulder Comp. So where are you in your days, actually?
Still at a coffee, actually.
Still at the coffee. Patrick's just waking up this morning.
Really seriously recovery phase. But after this coffee, I think I will be having enough energy to go through this entire competition and give some nice or nasty comments, whatever you like. And yeah.
Always love a good banter with Patrick. Patrick, of course, our Swiss, he's got a Swiss humor about him. So Patrick, we're watching the girls today. We have a big youth team here at Camp5. What can you tell me about the youth program that you have here?
Yeah, actually a lot of the competitors here were at one point visiting our various youth programs, which we actually started from 2 years old actually, the Kata Club, which is more or less like a play group, and then from there we moved to the Chicha Club, which is for the youngest. That is kind of the start of a bit more systematic training with them, but they're learning various skills from falling to how they climb, various skills, basically. And this goes up to 18. And of course, it is divided not only by age but also by skills. And we have quite a huge number of coaches there for various groups, and we meet in 3 different gyms of our group. And the key component is in Eco City, but we also have groups in KL East and in Wanutama. And then we have the youth team as well, which is out for the really more performance-oriented, who would like to really work on their skills to join competitions and stuff.
We've seen some incredible climbing already from the Youth 3 and 4 boys. Now you can see some Youth 4 girls here. They're tiny, all the way up to Youth 2 this morning. Now, I'm going to make way
to be
for...
honest, the very small ones, the smallest of the smallest, they were struggling a bit on some of the reaches.
Yes.
And that's for sure. This is the routes are set partially for kids, but if you're really short, you have to do a lot of different beta to get to the top. So it will be hard to do big jumps and some of the really like very dynamic moves, because for them it's like doing like a Jordan basketball jump for them. So it's more difficult for them for sure. This group we are looking at now is some of them, they are actually as tall as adults, so there is not much difference in body height, and kids are learning quite early already to climb more dynamically. Because of the body shape, they will have quite different way to climb, so they're used in the gym also to with climbing quite huge movements for their size. And you can see that, like for example here, this size of her is like fully adult size, so it doesn't really make any difference. So that's it.
Yeah, some incredible climbing. Now I'm going to make way for someone who's really able to talk about the youth right now. Zoe Lim, former instructor of Camp5, now we're former Malaysian national youth team member, and now working in outdoor education over in Hong Kong. Zoe Lim, it's a pleasure to have you back. I'm sure you could say a few things or tell us a few things about Patrick as an old boss back in the day as well, but maybe we stick to the youth skills and stuff.
Thank you, Renee. Happy to be here and happy to be reunited with Patrick again.
Welcome back.
Thank you. So, Patrick, it's been many years and I've been away from the scene for a while, but being here today, watching all these kids climb, how would you comment on the progress of development in climbing in the youth today here in Asia?
I mean, the thing is that we started quite some years ago with the youth team, maybe about 7 years ago. Actually, we started earlier, before COVID, with inter-school competitions, and so that was a kind of our idea to bring the schools into more like competition climbing format, because often the school walls, they are not really designed for like modern climbing or like modern climbing movement. And then the issue, I guess, of youth climbing for a long time, except maybe Singapore, was that there was not enough access of youth to climbing. So Singapore started quite early with allowing kids from all the schools to join climbing gyms, and they had programs like that. But all over, like the funding of public schools in many places was not there. The sports ministry, for the sports ministry or the Olympic Committee, of course, climbing was not relevant because it was not an Olympic sport. And especially if I would say in Malaysia, the private schools, the international schools, they have money to actually build climbing walls, while the public sector doesn't have it. They don't even have a structured program to do extracurricular activities. So in the end, it was in the hand of the private climbing gyms to start initiative. And we started this initiative, quite some years ago, and with the idea to allow the youngest kids to come to our gyms, and not just like the 20 to 30 years old or the 20 to 40 years, but really much younger, and giving the opportunity to the really youngest to start early. And when you look at it now, we have some of our strongest climbers who are now national athletes. They started in our Chicha club, so they started like really from zero. And learned over the years and through that access. So now, of course, it's kind of an avalanche. More and more kids are involved. School sports is everywhere. It's Olympic. It's recognized. So and so there is a much more demand for the families or for the parents to see, okay, this could be something for the kids. So it's accelerating. And this is also important because without the youth program, without youth development, without grassroots development, there will be no Olympic champions. And that's for sure. You cannot just focus on the best climbers. And remember, when you were an athlete, without being calling names here, but they just wanted to find, who is the strongest today, and helping them. But you already had to get there to be the strongest, and nobody told you how to get there. So now there's much more opportunities to join as a kid. And then that's what China does, for example. They are now really, really strategically developing kids at a very, very early stage by the government. And not many initiatives. Maybe Indonesia is there because they were always successful in speed climbing to focus on athletes earlier. And that's a movement. And I think Japan, of course, is doing this as well and has been doing it, was very successful with it. So it's great to see. And we have a huge number of kids in the youth program. But we also have a huge number of kids who are just in schools, climbing in schools, and who are coming. And then we also have a huge number of kids who just want to be exposed to climbing, even though they are not joining a youth program, but they are just start with the parents, and they take them climbing. And it's good because you look at it from another perspective. Since maybe 20 years ago, we already had this idea to evolve the parents into the sport. Because when we started, maybe you remember in the early days, the parents came to Camp 5, wanted to drop the kid and wanted to go for a coffee.
Yeah. It was a very separate,
And yes, and so our mission was actually, and that's why we had this very specific strategy to allow kids to climb in here for free. So that means it will be cheaper for the parents to learn climbing and pay their entrance fee and care for the younger kids, because the younger kids are free instead of paying. So of course you have to question that from a financial point of view, but then the idea was really to encourage the parents and to make climbing a family affair instead of just dropping the kids, and activate the entire family. And I think that was partially part of the success, to engage more people into the process. And I think climbing is one of those sports that you can actually do with the whole family. There's not so many sports that you do with the whole family. And climbing is ideal. You can do this, you can see that in Europe, sometimes 3 generations or even 4 generations now climb together, go for an outing, climb outdoor and indoor. And that's amazing that you can actually climb with your grandmother even. You can, so the smallest kids are there. They may be in the 2 years old, the toddlers are somewhere hanging around there, climbing on the toddler wall, while the grandparents are also climbing. So if we can achieve that, then climbing, as I say, is a family affair, and it's beautiful sports to do together. And also as a tourist for traveling, you know how it is. You can go to Hong Kong, visiting you, but climbing as well. And there's so many places in the world where there is actually climbing, and you can kind of do a cross-culture experience, maybe climbing and surfing, and food and culture and city visit. And you can do it with the whole family. So I think that's what we try to bring to the people. And so it works.
It is an industry that has really exploded over this past decade, I would say. So many more gyms popping up, so many more competitions popping up, and lots of youth programs as well. I think what's really, really interesting and cool about this competition is the accessibility it gives to all these young climbers to experience routes that are, similar to the World Cup format. And they're, correct me if I'm wrong, they're touching holes that are also supplied at World Cup as well. some of these brands we are seeing here today that we have on these walls. How many of these brands have also been on the World Cup format walls?
Actually, it's interesting that you mentioned that because the quality of the holds that we have, for example, now you see this girl climbing. This is a Squadra. Squadra is IFSC recognized brand. Is one of the top brands in the IFSC. So these are holds that you see at the World Cup. We have Snap to the left. We have very further. You will see there is a couple of them. So here on the wall we have like some platinum, gold, and silver IFSC brands. We have the top brands. We have really the top brands. Like when I talk about Platinum, it's not our sponsors. Platinum, IFSC has Platinum partners, and they have gold partners, and they have silver partners. So the like some of the top brands of Platinum is, for example, 360, which we also see some holds here, and outside you will see some of the volumes. Then we have Platinum sponsors, other Platinums and gold sponsors. So we have basically a huge amount of top sponsors that are Olympic sponsors or Olympic partners and IFSC World Cup partners, and they're here. And so actually the variation of handholds that we have here is at par at any World Cup. So some of the outsiders came to us and said, this is actually more variety and more holds that you have at any World Cup everywhere. And this, of course, I'm very proud of that. And over the years, KRAFT has developed as a showpiece for the brands to show the latest holds. So some of the holds, you see to the right, Thrill Seeker. This is like brand new rubble feature. So we have, this is for last year, but we have others as well. So the rubble just has been expanded. So the latest rubble piece are there on the wall. So we have, if you continue here to the right, this is 360, the Ghost line, which they sponsor for this competition. To the right hand side we have Virgin Grip, which is not an IFSC sponsor, but has been actually Virgin Grip, to mention, and thanks to Thomas, the owner of Virgin Grip. They were the first one actually to came here to Malaysia and had a booth here and showed their holds. And basically that was before we had the ACS, and because Virgin Grip came here and was actually taking this leap, we thought we should use this momentum and start that was the idea of starting the ACS and bringing international brands here and creating this ACS as an exchange platform from basically brands that come from all over the world, gym owners from all over Asia, routsiders, coaches. Everybody should meet, exchange, look at the latest handholds. And of course, because we have the ACS here and we have so many of those new holds, and KRAFT is kind of an appendix or an extension, or ACS is an extension of KRAFT, whatever you call it. And KRAFT is then just that competition that is tied to. So a lot of those brands bring the latest holds. Some of them were actually world first at the ACS, and now we see these are Grizzlies. These are from last year, but we also have the new extended version of this series. Also just brought in for this competition. To the left you see the Worms from Lacuna, brand new series as well, first time ever shown, first time ever poured, first time worldwide shown, and on our competition. So there's a lot of new holds and a lot of first ever, and so it's amazing. And of course the outsiders, they're loving it because they have so many different holds. They have latest brands they never touched, and we allow them in KRAFT, we allow them to be much more creative than a World Cup, because in a World Cup the limitations are there because you have to put slab problem. You have at the finals you have to put maybe a coordination move, and then you have to put something more power and strength. So you are very limited in what you can do. And here the route setters have absolute freedom, and they're also allowed now to combine holes. Of course, here now you can see that many of the routes are used with the same series, but they don't have to. They can also combine brands. And we did that last year actually at the Crank Lead, because the routes are longer, 50 meter long. So of course, even in the World Cup now, USC and the World Cup, they also mix the brands, because you don't want to have the same handhold and the same brand for it. So we did that too. But then we, for example, did at the male final route, we used the Limelights from Snap, and we added the Terrors of Unleashed on top, and we screwed them onto it, and we created this whole new crazy hold. And everybody loved it. It looked phenomenal on the wall, and the brands are mixed, but it's still amazing because both brands are represented. And in the end, it's important because we made the best possible route. And so this is what Crank is. So you see, like this is a Bora Bora from Super, which is also a brand new line. We have a grip to the left. This left one, this is from Contact. At the very left, you see the White Boys from Simple, which is a partner brand of 360. So yeah, this like really cool holds and very interesting routes.
Yeah, and, back when I was competing myself, I cannot stress how different it is and how important it is to be able to experience these new type of holes. And like you said, the development of climbing, a lot of gyms, they don't really have the latest technology in their holes, and they are expensive to stock and keep updating. So the opportunity that these youth get to experience these features and practice these moves. And we also have some excellent volumes as well. There's a lot of creativity in the route setting. We have 50 routes today. And
Correct.
50 routes for competitors to try. And the interesting thing is that these routes for all qualifications are the same. So you would see some youth 4 boys, flashing some stuff that, even the youth 3 isn't able to do. Just today, we had a youth 3 boy who flashed a route that one of our stronger competitors in the open category could not finish, and that creates a really interesting format for the growth of these young climbers here.
Yeah, and you can actually that Crank, the word Crank, is actually coming from Camp5 ranking. And that was the original idea. And we wanted to create a ranking possibility, which then, based on the necessity that there was never really a competition format. There was never really a competition format for the national selection. So there's always like one competition that defines who is going anywhere. And of course, you have a bad day, or you're sick, or you're not in town, and then you're not qualified. So it's very, very difficult to make a selection on one competition. So the idea is to create like an overall ranking. So Crank came out of that. And what we are wanting to do, or actually initiated to do already, is that other competitions can be joined in this ranking. Not only our competition, but other competition done in other gyms. So if we have a ranking, this will be kind of replacing a national ranking. So if let's say 4 or 5 other gyms do competitions, and then we take the results, then we create that ranking based on that. And so that's much easier than also for the national team to be selected, because it's like, that's 6 competitions, you join 6 competitions and maybe 4 count, and the best 4 count, and that's the ranking. which like very similar to, let's say, any other cup, and it doesn't need to be the Malaysian Cup. It's just like a ranking, and then the PMM can use it if they want to, and I hope they will. And because it's a fair view at performance over 1 or 2 years.
Yeah, it's this format has really, I can say it's really helped develop such new climbers and really brought them forward. If you see, look now on the wall, we have young girls in the youth 4, 3, and 2 categories, and this is, anywhere from 16 years old all the way up to 11 or 12 years old. And they're doing moves that, when I was a young climber, I didn't even know those moves existed. And this is just in their DNA, in their vocabulary for their body movement now. So it's just really fantastic to watch how far the sport has gone.
I mean, we all know that the climbing has become very athletic, and more or less like a lot of the bouldering moves are now extremely parkour style, and for the kids that grow into that from the start, it's very easy. For dinosaurs like us, it's much harder to adapt, because our climbing was very static. We did still a lot of lead, and so it's different. But of course, there is, you have to look at it from various points here. This is competition, okay, and in a competition you go wild, but commercial setting has different rules, in a sense that you won't have so much space to go so lateral in it, and you cannot just always do competition setting, and competition setting is also an issue because many of the routes are hard towards the top. So the last move is maybe quite tricky. It's maybe a 50-50 move. You have to step up. What it does is it creates actually a high potential of injury. And while you do this in a competition and people go all in or all out, that's fine. But if you do commercial setting in a similar style, you just risk a high volume of injuries which are avoidable. So in commercial setting, you will need to do a different approach, and on top of that, you also have a huge amount of participants, of your customers, who they don't want to compete, they just want to climb, and their maximum level is maybe V2, V3, and they need jogs and they need good holds, and so you cannot just buy these amazing, huge, massive holds for your gym, because then there's only a couple of persons who can actually really climb on them. Mm-hmm. On top of that, they're also super expensive. And then as a gym owner, all the gym owners are sitting in the same boat. And it's not just in Malaysia, this is worldwide. We actually have a problem with our industry that our expenses are very high. Our capex initial capex is really high, but we are charging very little for entrance fees. Mm-hmm. This is just, I had this interesting discussion 2 days ago with Ivailo Penchev, who is the owner of Voltopia. And he said, look guys, everybody's too cheap. We are too cheap in our industry. No, it's true. We are like, we are people fighting with us about, your entrance fee is so much, but then they go downstairs and pay 15 ringgit for a coffee. And I say, guy, you just had a coffee that is like a couple of beans and water, and you paid 15 ringgit, that was all okay. And then you come to a climbing gym that you can be the whole entire day, which spend millions to build it and spend hundreds of thousands a year on buying new handholds, and you think, you go to a yoga studio and the guys, it's like 100 times less expenses, but you pay more for the yoga session than coming climbing. That seems all to be okay. So I think if the industry wants to survive, it has to get more professional, and essentially it will mean that the entrance fees have to go up. And otherwise, how can we justify to buy all this amazing handholds? How can we justify to build the best mats, have a clean environment, buy air filters, do all this crazy stuff for having a high quality experience, but high quality experience comes with a price.
Yeah, and it's not just, you know, the hardware and the gear, it's also paying for the experience of the coaches and the people supporting the teams that we're building as well. But yeah, climbing has really come a super long way. But what's
Yeah, I mean, can I tell you, you go for pickleball,
yeah,
and the coach charges you 280 ringgit for throwing a plastic ball over the net.
is that how much they
And-
charge?
Yeah, and it's like more than double than any climbing gym coach ever charges. And I said, why is that? Like, our education as climbing coaches in Camp 5 is definitely longer and harder, and it's much more complex to teach that than hitting a plastic ball over the net. Sorry guys, but I'm not a fan of pickleball, so sorry to everybody
Patrick
who loves
throwing
pickleball.
shade out here.
But I mean, we compare here, and then it seems to be that everything is fine. Everybody has no problem to pay for. And imagine the pickleball, the pickleball build-up is basically painting some lines on the ground and putting a net up, and we have to put up like a huge amount of infrastructure in our area. So it's very, very expensive. So we spend like 20 times more on the build-up, but then we charge half the price. So they think something is wrong here. So we are too nice. We are too nice. We are not business people. We are, and that's what Ivailo said.
the
We
thing, yeah.
are driven by passion.
Yes.
And because we are driven by passion, we actually let everybody's everybody sits on our head, and we need to get more professional. And one of the consequences of being professional is that your business actually needs to make profit. Survival is not good enough. And so, so I'm saying this here because it's a reality not only in Malaysia, it's a reality everywhere in the world.
Yeah.
Where the climbing gyms, everybody thinks, oh, these climbing gyms make so much money. But then, you know, like if you are very successful and you have like 500 people in your gym a day, which is very successful, and you make good money, but then your handholds go down so quickly, and then half a year later or 1 year later, you have to buy new handholds, and that costs you an absolute bomb. And then you have to replace everything. But in a pickleball, you still have the same line on the ground, the same court, and the same net.
Yeah.
And you have to do nothing on a yoga. On a yoga studio, you maybe need to buy new mats. But the maintenance that we have, plus also like in many countries, not in Malaysia, it's a little bit better, but in many countries, especially in the US, the insurance and the injury prevention and the reports you have to do, for example, in Australia, what you need to do if you have an accident, and then the things you need to do, the insurance premiums in the US go up to crazy. So all these kind of things have an impact on your business.
Yeah, no, it's certainly a very, very high cost, and we have a lot of youth here who, you know, are, you know, supported by their parents to be able to come and experience these gyms. Right now on the wall, just finishing this top, is Charlotte Ruth, all the way from Norway, getting her top on route number 19 over here. And I cannot stress enough, like this sport is just so technical. And I've done a lot of different sports over the years. Besides climbing, I've been, you know, doing surfing. I've run. I've a huge variation of sports. And climbing really brings the foundation of all body movement into perspective, because you are using every single part of your body. Right here on the wall, we have another competitor, and just look at the technique that she's putting up right over here. What she's doing is she's actually twisting her hip into the wall to get that center of gravity up there so that she can have enough leverage to push off that hold. And that hold, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Patrick, it's not a great hold, right?
It's okay. I mean, she needs to get now she has to push with her left hand to get her body closer to the wall, so she can push with her right hand to the left, but she needs to create tension on her left foot to be able to do that. But this is like a bit shouldery, and it's also very important how you execute the movement, that you when you do this, like what she's trying to do here, that you get this momentum have the pressure of your feet. Now she fell because she left off her right foot. Get your body into the little dihedral there, so it's close to the wall, so you actually can push from your shoulder, and as soon as you do that, then it's actually quite comfortable. So for her, as you see, now she is really short, so of course for her it's really hard. But you saw some of the really short kids, and they do incredible moves because they're used to it.
Yeah, the intelligence in technique is really skyrockets when you have so much more limitations in your height, in your strength. The thing that we find with lots of new climbers is that, the women start out surpassing the men because they have to rely on technique. They don't have the strength at the beginning to do all these hard, strong moves. So they're really, really technical in how they approach things. You can see our competitor over here, really trying her best to get to the next hold. She's shifting her weight up and really extending herself as much as possible.
Now she's using her knee, which is not the...
When you're on the wall, whatever works.
Oh, no, I mean, fair enough.
I remember throwing in a knee during a competition as a nice little Hail Mary that saved me once in a while.
So you see this, the right is, for example, expression holds, which has also brought us actually one of the route setters, Jamie, who is a route setter head route setter of Sharma Gym in Madrid, and so he came to help us here to set, and so here to the left you see some more holds of the Ghost line from 360. We actually have later on after the crank on Tuesday and Wednesday we will have a route setting workshop with Simon and Katja, who are the owners of 360.
Wow.
And I will do a 2-day route setting a workshop for advanced setters, which are we have a couple of 360 holds there, and of course this is quite helpful because then the setters can learn how to use those holds and why they were shaped that way. But we also have other shapes of handholds and other brands. So of course the objective is to learn new approaches and setting skills. So looking forward to that one.
Yeah. There's these holes are interesting because they are dual techs. You can see the shine on some of these holes. That means they're not as grippy.
No, this is the Ghost line. So the idea of the Ghost line here is, this is a purple Ghost line. So the idea of the Ghost line is that it's very hard to see where there is all of the holes. They have like a small groove somewhere, but because of that pattern of the Ghost line, it's like a ghost. You cannot see it. So you don't know really where is that groove, where is that place, where is that sweet spot that I have to find. So it's harder for your eye. So that's why they're called Ghost line. And now they also, because the IFSC, they're platinum sponsors, so the IFSC wanted them to expand their products, and they came out also with ghost pattern volumes. So the volume has a ghost pattern as well on it that looks pretty cool.
Yeah.
So this is the original idea of the Ghost line. So
it just gets spicier and spicier each year. All the different
of
holes.
course.
The moment you think you've got it, new hole, bonus comes out, and you got to figure it out all over again. And we see right over here this tiny but mighty trying out these huge volumes.
These are Stax ones from Stax.
Stax,
yeah. This is a G series from Stax. So Stax, you can see many of the volumes that you see in this competition are by Stax. So they are volume manufacturer from Australia. They produce also handholds, and they also actually build walls. And to the right, you see a combo of holds from Lapis, which is from Slovenia, which is like, so Alyosha, the owner of Lapis, was one of the first shapers, and he was a World Cup climber, and he was maybe the first and only World Cup climber at that time that was climbing on his own handholds, because so he was shaping. He has been in the industry for years, and he was a World Cup climber, and so he's part of the Climb Holds group.
Would you call that an advantage, being able to climb on your own?
Of course, because you shape the holds. You shape the, but you know, the advantage is not that big, because you always know, if you climb in competition, you know the holds, you know, because you know the holds. You know how they go and what they do. In a modern competition where you climb a lot on really big volumes or macros, many of the macros are actually not good, so they are not climbable, so they add chips to them. So of course, even if you know the macro, you have to look for the chip, because the chip is not what you actually hold on to. So this makes a little bit of difference. But in general, holds that you know how to hold them, you know whether this is a jog or not.
Yeah.
So, but some of the brands now started with handholds that they all look the same.
Yeah.
But then if you look from the front or the profile, it looks exactly the same. So even if you look from below, you don't know, is this a jog or is it a sloper?
Wow.
Because the profile is exactly the same.
Wow.
And so that's, so there's a lot of
layer.
So for example, on the blue one here is Polytalon, which is a German brand. And so this is their brand new series. It just came out. It's the extension of a series. These are just the macros. So this route is actually, this route is one of the easiest routes, number 2. But it's really, so this is what we're actually trying to achieve, and this is now a transition from competition climbing into commercial setting. So you see, these are nice holds, nice arrangement, but it's actually an easy climb.
Yeah.
But it's not easy a ladder. You have to actually know how you place.
Yeah.
But the idea is that a beginner, if you give them a bit of guidance, they're actually capable to climb this climb the first time. Not the first time, they need to work on it. But this gives you, and the idea is that they come to a gym, and it's not just going up ladders, but they also learn something. They go back with, I learned movement.
Yeah.
And so this is the exploration of climbing. This is, I think, why we all love climbing.
Yeah.
And the idea is to bring this kind of exploration to the easiest routes.
Yeah.
You know?
I remember when I did a short stint route setting at Camp5, there was a really strong focus on creating routes that really help train the climbers in these new movements and train them towards using these new holes and exploring the limitations of their body movement. And you can see here, a lot of these climbers are so young and so tiny. So they're teeny tiny hands. You know, the way that they experience these holes are different from the way that adults experience these holes. You know, a crim could be a jug for these kids, and their balance is obviously different as well. You know, their center of gravity is lower. We saw earlier a couple of girls on some routes even sitting on some of the volumes to give themselves a good rest. And just balancing in spots that would not be possible for somebody in a different shape or size.
I mean, this is an interesting like fact of youth climbing. A kid that is really strong as a kid doesn't necessarily bring this forward into the adult life, because many kids, when they're young, like 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 years old, they are tiny, and their ratio of weight to height is actually pretty good. Strength to weight. They are flexible. They do a lot of dynamic movement. But when they start growing, there's a lot of, especially women, can change their body shape, and then the advantage they have as like a tiny kid, is somehow gone, and suddenly they are not like 35 years heavy, they are 55.
Yeah.
Or guys are suddenly 70. So they cannot do the same movement patterns than they used to do as a kid. And I think that's when they kind of go through these transitions and are capable to continue hard climbing, but they also have to change the way they climb. And I think that not every kid goes through that, and not every kid that is good as very good as a like a young kid or will succeed. It's even crazy now, actually, if you look at it's in science, in sports science, that the kids that were really strong and talented and were some of the best in a sport, and they specialize only on this sport, that when it comes to adult life, they are not the successful ones. It's only a small percentage of the super talented kids that are actually making it later on and become like world class.
Yeah.
And but then the kids who actually, when they were young, were maybe doing climbing, but they also liked soccer and maybe do other stuff, and then they're doing all kind of other things. They specialize later, but because of the polysportive upbringing, they learn other kind of movement, other kind of body development, and when it comes then to adult life, those are the ones that are really succeeding. So if you are super ambitious as a parent and the kid is good in climbing, I always recommend to the parent, why don't you let the kid also likes playing soccer, also likes to do this, or likes to do other stuff.
Exactly.
Let them do it. And then they later on can decide whether it's climbing or basketball or whatever, and then it's up to them. And then maybe, they decide for climbing, but they have a larger approach or a wider approach to sport. And it's also better for the bone development, for flexibility, for core, and less abusive of very specific joints.
Yes.
And then they come back and get stronger, and then they go in adult life, and that's where they succeed.
Yeah, that is that especially like the diversity in exercising different parts of your body. With climbing, there's a lot of stress put on a lot of stress put on your wrists, a lot of stress put on your shoulders. But in different sports, there's higher focus in different parts of your body, and that creates such an important development in creating a holistic approach to creating an athlete. A lot of these girls come from all over Asia. We have competitors from China, Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand. We even have competitors from the Ukraine over here, Australia, America, and climbing really has brought these young girls traveling all over.
I mean, you have to be very careful with that, what you're saying now. It sounds amazing that we have some Canadians and Norwegians girls here, but there is a very high chance that the Canadian and the Norwegian girl is going to an international school here. And so they actually live in Malaysia.
That is fair,
so it sounds cool, but we have to be fair to the realities.
Yeah.
But having said that, if somebody is from Singapore and from Thailand, then they are really traveling in. And the truth is that we have really people coming for this competition from quite far, like China and India and of course we have a lot from Indonesia, the Philippines, Singapore, all the while, Thailand, Vietnam. But then sometimes we actually have people coming for the competition when they're traveling, but not so much on the youth. They come from further, right? I mean, like yesterday, the qualification, of course, some of the like, for example, the owner of Secret Holds, which is one of our sponsors, he was climbing in the master category as well. I'm not sure I think in master category. And then we had two guys from UK who are NICAS coaches who also climbed and joined in the master category. We had Sue from China who is a gym owner, and he came here. And many of the route setters, and that's actually interesting, many of the route setters who set routes in other gyms all over Southeast Asia, they come here as a competitor, which is great because then for they actually can feel the holds and they can see how they work, and for them it's also, oh, I like these holds, and so this is actually a good exploration to see how they function and how the setters work with them for inspiration.
Yeah. It's a big week for climbing here in Malaysia. You know, right after the Asia Climbing Summit, we have this crank competition here, and it's grown over the years. This is the 4th edition of crank, and
it's actually the 4th edition of Crank Boulder.
The 4th edition
we started,
of Crank Boulder.
yes, because we started earlier.
Mhm.
We started a year earlier with Crank Lead in Wanutama. That was our first one.
Do you remember how many competitors you had back then?
Maybe a bit more than 100.
Wow.
Yeah.
Today we have over here in the Crank Boulder competition over 600 competitors.
Yeah.
From 20 different countries. So it's really, really expanded all over the years. 450 adult competitors in the open, rookie, and intermediate and masters categories. And we have so many youth just absolutely crushing it out there. Right now on Route 22, we've got a little dyno action going.
Actually, to be honest, we would have much more competitors. We had so many kids who wanted to join, but we had limitation on how many people we could actually access. So we would have had maybe 50% more kids if all the kids who wanted in the end come. So we have to see how we can add those next year.
Mm-hmm.
And we actually changed the format from last year. Last year we honestly made a mistake because we followed like a European format that everybody climbs for 6 hours and everybody can come anytime. And we kind of thought, yeah, that's cool. You know, you come at 2 o'clock and climb for 2 hours. And we underestimated the kiasi situation. And so people came all first minute and all left last minute. So we had like so many people there, which resulted in very long queues and of course frustration. So we changed the format in two ways. So one was we had 3 sessions yesterday in the qualification instead of 1. So 3 times 4 hours. And instead of everybody climbing 50 routes, we said climb the 20 routes that you want to climb. The highest 20 routes that you climb will be counted.
Mm-hmm.
And so that meant you climb less route. You can still climb 50 if you want to.
Yeah.
But of course no, because if you want to make it to the final, maybe you are a bit smarter and only climb 20, 25 routes or whatever. And on top of that, less people in the queue, less people around, distributed, and then we limited to about 120 per session. But we realized actually we could have had 160 maybe per session, which was still distributing really well through the gym.
Mm-hmm.
So next year we will stock it up so we can actually bring maybe about 800. So next year should be 800. Yeah. Because more people. I mean, people wanted to join, and we just had to lock it off. And so it would be nicer if we can do a competition with 800, and that would be great.
Yeah.
And then of course in 2028 we go for 1,000. I don't know how to do that yet, but
gotta build a bigger gym. That's how we do that.
Yeah.
I think what's really great about this format is how accessible it is. You know, you have people who are on the national team climbing shoulder to shoulder with weekend warriors, with youth, with people who are, you know, long-time climbers, short-time climbers. It's really such an accessible format that allows climbers of all ages, all experience, all strengths to come together and work on these problems together. And again, all of the qualification problems are exactly the same for every category. So it really creates this diversity in the movement that we see on the walls. It might be the same holes, the same routes, but you can see how the youth approach it and how the masters category approach it. There is a huge difference in the technique. A lot of these climbers as well, you know, they don't necessarily always get the opportunities to compete in competitions like this with such, you know, world-class formats. And, you know, today over here we can see that the Youth 4, Youth 3, and Youth 2 girls are halfway through their set allocated time for qualifications, and they're climbing really, really hard, topping as many routes as they can. Each route is assigned a set amount of points. We have the easiest bracket of routes designated by the white wall tags you can see at the top over here, and then it moves to intermediate difficulty with the orange tags at the top, and the most difficult routes are designated to the blue tags. And each of these routes have a different value. They start from 10 and they go to 20 and then to 30. And for every route that they flash, they get an extra point for it to give them that edge on the leaderboard. Can you tell us a little bit about this route over here that we're looking at, route number 18?
Yeah, that's a route with the Lacuna worms and 2 Lacuna volumes. So, yeah, this is this one is basically, it's just a stand-up here, and you're not allowed to hold the top there.
Yeah.
So you have to basically, yeah, she's there, and now you have to walk over. Yeah, she's small, and for her it's actually quite okay. So she steps over, and then basically she has to lean over and touch both hands. Yeah, like that.
Just getting there. Just gotta inch those feet over.
She has to get her left foot on it, and her right foot has to flag. Otherwise, she will fall down. So you see, like, if she wants to bring her, it's scary, you know. It's really scary for her.
It
if you're
is.
taller, it's quite easy. So she needs to really let go of her.
She's so close. She's
now
got
she's
one.
getting it.
That's Kate over there. She's in our Youth 4. That's our youngest category, and she's coming from Singapore. Youth 4 is ages 10 and below. So kids as young as 10 and below are competing on these walls alongside climbers with years and years of experience.
Yeah, on the left-hand side, you see the number 50, which is the secret holds, while the blue one is stacks. The 3 series, and you see the number 50 is a really interesting route because it's like it requires a knee bar, and you have to turn around on the knee bar, go into 2 pinches into the roof, and actually make a kind of a helicopter back into position. So it's quite complex movement. Not many people were managing to do number 50 yesterday in the open category, because it's a really very complex route to decipher. While we had people flashing, I don't know who else, but I know for one person, like Ayman, he flashed 49.
Wow.
So the other ones, I don't think so. But I was not here anymore when I didn't look at the results actually, because so I cannot really tell which one was flashed, but I just saw when the setters were working on the route and saw what kind of movement they want to explore. So it's really interesting.
Yep. Just so those of you at home know, these routes are all numbered. The white tags start as the easiest routes, and it gets progressively harder into the orange tags, which be the intermediate routes, and the blue tags, which are the hardest. So we have 50 routes here today. So route number 50 would be rightfully one of the hardest routes
It's
out
the
there.
hardest route.
The
It's
hardest
the
route
hardest
out
route.
there. So as the numbers progress, the routes do get harder. So 49 would be slightly easier than 50, but still extremely challenging. And yesterday we had one of our youth category teams splashing this route.
I mean, not anymore used.
Oh
The guy
yes, he is. He did grow up since I last saw him.
Sorry, man.
I'm
he's-
old now.
Yeah. He's definitely not used anymore. So all the kids, like it's so interesting to see them and seeing them developing, because you still kind of like now, you have this memory of them when they were children, and sometimes you look at pictures of them 6-7 years ago and they were like really children, and then suddenly you look at them and say, oh, a young adult, or oh, not young anymore, it's already adult.
Yeah.
And then you still think, oh, this guy was in a youth team, but actually, has moved, has grown older. And
what's also really great is, on the other side, people that I used to climb with are now married and with kids who are competing in this competition. So it's like a whole new generation of climbers here.
And it's not only that, it's like it's amazing how many people actually meet in climbing gyms.
Yes.
And first like actually really climb together, start dating, having kids, and then climbing with the kids.
Yeah.
For the first year, there's not everybody's super crazy about climbing, and they maybe disappear for a year and then they come back. The others, they just bring their toddlers with them, and the toddlers hangs out somewhere on the mat.
Yeah.
And then so yeah, that's the story. So it's kind of a matchmaking environment here.
It is, yeah.
I think it's very different to the fitness gyms in a sense, because climbing is so social and people are constantly talking about the moves, and it's not like in fitness. If you go to a fitness gym, you don't really talk so much unless you're
you have
really
your headphones on.
Yeah, exactly.
You're doing your sets. You don't want to be bothered.
You don't want anybody to disturb you,
Yeah.
or you occupy actually. You actually occupy one of the let's say I don't even know how it's called. One of the machines. Let's call it a machine. It's not really a machine, but anyway, let's call it a machine. So you're actually occupying one, and that's your. So in it's very interesting. And in a fitness gym, this becomes like your territory, and you defend it.
Yeah.
You defend it with the dumbbells you build around you, and you put a towel on it, and the towel tells you that's my territory. Don't get close to me, otherwise I kill you. In climbing, many times the routes are shared, and people say, "Oh, can I join too?" And it's like, actually, you can join if you also clean and brush the routes.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you're not allowed. But then they say, okay, many people don't brush, by the way, so it's really annoying. Anyway.
Patrick airing out some personal gripes here.
No, I mean, look, if you climb and you dump tons of chalk in it, I think it's your obligation to clean the handles. And it was many years back, we had a Japanese girl climbing here in Nyamuk, and she climbed chess. And when she finished chess, she came down and she cleaned all the holes, and all the locals was like, oh wow, she's cleaning the holes. And I say, yeah, guys, that's what you do. That's what you do. And you guys don't do it, so don't be surprised. It's the same if you go to a restaurant in Europe and you are in a self-service restaurant. Who do you think is cleaning the dishes from the table? You are. You don't wait from some lackey who do it for you. And here in Malaysia, people just walk off and leave it on the table and say, oh yeah, somebody does it for me. So, and then it becomes a mentality. Somebody does it for me, but actually you need to clean the holes. If you pump so much chalk on a hole, after you leave, clean them.
I will say...
you know what I mean? Don't leave traces. That was Think Pink story of climbing.
Exactly. It is something that the sport climbing uniquely does, is that it encourages this community spirit towards this shared space, not just in indoor climbing gyms, but also outdoor climbing gyms. There's also, of course, the whole ecology aspect of it, of sharing the earth together and appreciating nature as well. But climbing has really built itself as a sport that can develop communities. And you're right, Patrick, you heard it here. You gotta delete Tinder, delete Bumble, and sign up for a climbing gym membership because
No, I mean,
that's where you meet people. You
before
talk,
I-
and also climbers are really fit as well.
They have six pack.
Yeah, they do.
The thing is that before I started ranting about chalk, what is the difference is you go and you climb, you see somebody climbing a route, you go up to them and say, can I share with you? And then they climb and you share better, you encourage each other, you climb, you finish the route, and whatever great the route is, people cheer, and you might have some pro climbers cheering for a beginner to the left. And imagine in a fitness gym, if you finish in the guy who just is doing his 10th repetition with 25 kilo needs to show to the gym that he is so strong and yells out oh, just to announce that he can push this thing, and then while in climbing you just climb the route and people cheer for you. Nobody cheers for you in the gym, and the fitness gym, I mean, and so there is a huge difference. And in that sense, going back to where we started this discussion, it's much easier to talk to everybody, to women to men, men to women, about it. And so it's a much easier way to get into a non-sleazy conversation. While in a fitness gym, often the guy comes up to the girl and tries to tell, we have these two beta sprayers, but you know, we have these two, and unwanted beta sprayers, which is quite common, but nevertheless, people are less offended by beta sprayers than by people who guys who go up to the girls and tell them how to do the sets in the gym. And there are many gyms, girls who go to climbing gym, to fitness gyms, they are seriously annoyed by these guys. And so that's a shout out for all the guys who think that's a good way to approach a girl.
It is not.
It is not.
It is not.
Yeah.
Also to beta sprayers as well. Always ask before you offer beta. Somebody might be wanting to work on it on their own, and that's
especially
okay
especially as a coach, I have to say, if we are coaching people and we are coaching our students, and then you have to yell the beta to them, it's not your job.
It is not.
It's the job of the coach to decide whether they want to give them beta or not.
Yeah.
So sometimes it's unwanted information, and not everybody likes to have beta.
And something else that's really a unique experience in climbing that you get across all levels, and this is a quote that came from Chris Sharma when he was at Camp5 many years ago when I was still here, and he shared what is unique about climbing is that regardless of what level of climbing you are at, whether you're a beginner or whether you are a pro climber working on like a 9B plus, or the feeling of achievement when you finish the route is still as rewarding, no matter how easy or hard the route is, no matter how many years you have had experience on the wall. If it's your first climb and you're working at something and you reach the top of it, that feeling is as golden as it is if it's your 50th climb and you've worked hard at something and you've reached the top of it. And that creates such a wonderful, rewarding experience in this sport that you rarely get in many other sports, where you only have that reward when you're at a high-performing environment. But with climbing, you can just be a weekend warrior and you can walk up to a wall and still feel that magic when you're at the top of the wall.
Especially if you have to fight for it, you know, like actually, I mean, you work in outdoor education, you know, there's a fine level, there's a fine line in between frustration and boredom.
Yeah.
And this fine line is actually the line that you have to achieve as a provider. And in a route setting, in gyms, it's of course a variety of routes, which because we have such a huge difference in skills in a gym. We have pros, we have total beginners, so a wide variety of routes allows everybody to have their own challenge. But the most important thing is that they can achieve to get to the top. So if you come to a climbing gym and all the routes are seriously hard and the walls are super overhanging and the routes are really difficult, you try your first time, and then it's so frustrating.
Yeah.
That you will never come back to sport.
Mhm.
And on the other hand, if it's like so easy everything, then you will be bored and say that's not for me. It's not difficult enough. So you have to create this opportunity of that you have to fight for it. You get the reward when you make it to the top, and then that's the achievement you were just talking about.
Yeah. It is really, really special to see so many kids out here developing this grit in them to keep attempting. You know, some of these competitors, we've seen them on these routes trying like 3, 4, 5 times, and each time getting up and going at it again. Each time just getting an inch closer to the next hole, or just making that small tweak in technique that they have right now on the wall at route 30 over here, which is one of our intermediary routes. Between 1 and 50, 30 is pretty high up there, and you can see her just trying and trying again, a little bit disappointed, but you know, really going at it. Right next to it on route 28, we have a young female climber doing this really cool move. What do you think her next step should be, Patrick? She needs to flip around some point.
I haven't looked at this route before, so I don't have a clue. But I mean, it, yeah, okay, so it's
all
fine.
right.
I mean,
Yeah.
I didn't think that this is such a good hold that she can get there. So
Wow. And she
yeah.
has tiny hands as well. Crimps become jugs when your hands are tiny.
See, the hold is big enough that she can stand comfortably on it. So
Yeah.
now she's in trouble because she's a bit short. If you
Oh,
now it's
there
good.
she is.
Now
She's
it's-
getting it. Oh, so close. She just needs to get.
The thing is that yeah,
wing
that's
out
the way
there,
to
yep.
go. You have to make it
And
a
then lean up.
dihedral. Yeah, now we're talking.
Fantastic finish.
So you see, the dihedral position here makes it much more easier. Without the hold to the left, she had to step up what she first tried to do. But yeah, then it's really like difficult because it's more overhanging. It looks overhanging. It's about what it looks actually. Yeah.
Yeah. And I gotta say, the amount of endurance it takes for these climbers to keep trying over and over again. They've got a total of a 2-hour climbing period. We're just reaching our last half hour of their climbing session now. You get tired. Young kids don't get pumped as much, but you still get pretty tired from going at it again and again, the same moves. And it's a lot of mental focus that it takes, and a lot of mental endurance and stamina to put yourself out there on the wall again. And this is an open competition. There are spectators who can come in at any time, and they're actively watching you, which could be great, could be worse for some people. You know, a lot of these kids here have their parents supporting them, which is fantastic. You know, they have their network of friends and family out here, but it's also open to public. So, you know, there's all sorts of people just watching you climb and really trying hard and falling and failing and going up again. So it's a tough competition out here. Accessible, but tough.
I mean, the fear is the biggest inhibitor. Mostly it's the fear of falling. And sometimes it's also the fear of disappointing your parents who are like pushing you like crazy behind. So it's always the fear that paralyzes you in a competition. If you can get rid of the fear, that's when you become a strong athlete.
Yeah.
You know, if you just don't care and you just like go for it, and then all the focus is on the next move.
Yeah.
And but if the fear is there, they say, oh, what people think.
Yeah.
Oh, if I fall, and then oh, what do people think about me?
Yeah.
Actually, to be honest, message to you: nobody cares about you. Yeah. Actually,
Getting a bit nihilistic over here.
No. I mean, it's not. This is nihilism or nihilism. It is, but it's not meant badly. It's not meant badly if I say nobody cares. It's true. Nobody cares about you. You are not significant. Nobody's significant.
It gives you the freedom then. It releases you from the expectation.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And the thing is, we are like a couple of weird animals on this tiny speck in the universe, and we are overestimating our value. So the thing is that if you talk about nihilism or existentialism, in existentialism life has no meaning. So that sounds really desperate, but it's a little bit more hope than nihilism has, because since you have come to the conclusion that life has no meaning, the only conclusion for you is to give life a meaning.
Yeah.
And so that means you're here and now and make this meaningful. And so in climbing means, focus on the route, give yourself a good time, try to be a good person in life, be nice to people. People will be nice to you. And so life becomes very pleasant.
Yeah.
Life is hard. Life is not easy.
It is hard,
but you have to make the best out of it. And so if you start to live in fear about everybody, what people think about you, your life is miserable.
It is. I gotta say, remembering from aeons ago when I used to compete, some of my best performances in competition is when I was having the most fun and really focusing on enjoying the routes instead of thinking about the pressure. And there is a lot of pressure, earlier in the youth 3 and 4 categories for the boys, we saw a lot of tears with the young boys, and it can be a lot of pressure putting yourself out there in front of everyone and climbing, and you're having your parents cheer you on, and you really, really don't want to disappoint them. But I gotta say, these girls here are all smiles. Some disappointed faces as they get off, but generally you can see right over here on the left, just smiling through the route and really enjoying themselves. And I really admire the attitude and approach. This participant here, 4G20, we've seen her attempt so many routes. I believe she's from Japan, and she just keeps trying and trying again. And that's such amazing grit and development in these young girls that's going to take them really, really far in the future in whatever they do.
Yeah, that was like Yuji Hirayama was at ACS, and he had the keynote speech, and we were basically when we were preparing for the ACS, I said, okay, what should he talk about? And Yuji was then I said, okay, why don't we do a look at the past of where Japanese climbing has started and how it has developed, and maybe trying to look at why the Japanese have become so strong climbers, and what was the mix or the miracle formula or the secret formula that made them so strong. So there was and one of the things that Yuji said, which was very interesting, is that a lot of Japanese, when they once decide to go for a pass, they go for the pass, and that means they don't deviate, and then they are putting all the focus in it. And it's not only for climbing, it's for the pass you decide to go for life, and then you put all the effort into it, and then you stick to it, and then you stick to that thing, and that will at one point make you successful. Like if you want to become a good climber over time, it's all about two main things. It's consistency. It means don't make huge breaks in between your climbing, but don't overdo it. Don't get injured. Try to avoid injury, because injury throws you back a huge bit. And be consistent over the years, and you will improve. And if you can be relaxed about that and access your goals with realism and not as we call it, smart goals. Don't create unrealistic goals in life, and but stay there, stick on it. You will get better. And success is defined by trying what you want to do best and going for it. as long you have tried super hard, you go for it. Oh, here we have we have a new view here. This looks like Tasha the way she climbed. Is it? No. Oh no, Tasha has climbed already in the. That's Eunice. Yeah. Okay. She's coming from our youth team program as well. She's daughter of one of our coaches, and she. That's also one of those families I was talking about before, like Eric, her father, and this a family of, I don't know how many kids there are, 5 or 6 kids, and they all climb. 6 kids, and they all climb. And so it's really funny to see them, because they always every 2 years another one pops up, and then it's like a super small toddler crawling somewhere on the mat, and then the older ones becoming stronger and stronger. So. You see on the left there is what we call a chimney. It's like a chimney climb. It's like this is actually a crack generator from White Boys, 2 famous English climbers who are famous for climbing off-width cracks. And so they, together with Simple, they developed like these kind of volumes that you can create all kind of cracks. So this is basically like more like a larger crack, which you can then use in a chimney technique. So it's not a very hard climb, but you have to know the technique. So for people that come from my background, climbing in the Alps, this is very standard.
Yeah.
but if you are new to climbing, it's like or modern climbing doesn't really involve a lot of dihedral and chimney and crack techniques.
It's a different movement. Climbing is people think it's a lot of pulling, but with this particular route, it's actually a lot of pushing and balancing the amount of output and strength you're putting on either side of you to make it up that wall and lock yourself in position.
I mean, so you'll have to look at from the how climbing developed. So these kind of cracks, or like chimneys, or larger cracks, or dihedral systems, are in general the weaknesses that you find to scale a high wall in the mountains. Let's say like there's a vertical huge wall, like let's say 500, 600 meter or higher, and the first routes that were climbed in these walls, I mean, first the summits were, look at history of mountaineering.
Yeah.
First, the goal was to hit the summit, find the weakest line to the summit, and then normally not always, but normally it's easier to walk up a cred than on a wall. So the first approaches will always find the easiest way to go up, find the easiest side, take the easiest cred, which is basically like the line in between 2 sides of the mountain.
Yep.
And then get to the top. And then if this one is done, then you find the other 2 or 3 sides to climb. Not sides, but actually corners. And then if this is done, then you look at the walls, and then you climb the walls. And then if you look at the wall, you find the easiest route in that wall, and this try to look for weaknesses. So when you look at climbing outdoor, it's always try to find a weakness in the bastion of a climbing wall, of a wall.
Mm-hmm.
And so the first things that were climbed traditionally in climbing were these big cracks, because they are the easiest to climb. And then the smaller cracks, and then the tiny cracks. And when all the cracks were climbed, then people went into the faces and then started to climb the faces. And of course, we're talking about outdoor climbing, so we didn't have those colorful holds there to show you the way.
Yeah.
But in the end, climbing is still the same. You try to find the easiest way up. You try to find, and here they are defined now by colorful routes, but the route is still a route, and then you follow the lines and follow the holds and try to find the best movement patterns to go to the top. And it's of course very much different from the old time when the goal was to climb the summit. And to be honest, the feeling of mountaineering to reach a summit after hours or days of hard struggle is unrivaled. It's unrivaled. You maybe 10 years trying a route and making to the top is similar, but then in sport climbing, it's more or less a relief that you finally did it.
Yeah.
But in mountaineering, reaching the summit is very emotional.
You do learn a lot about yourself along the way, and it's a full body, mind, spiritual kind of experience when you're out there for that many days, you know, in nature, completely immersed in the weather and the environment, and challenging yourself to go to this place that so few people have been before. It takes a lot of effort, mental stamina.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's really a struggle to get to the top, and but even if it's not really a struggle, even if it's just an okay walk and a bit of climbing, a bit of going up, just to stand on top of a mountain and look down, it's just an amazing experience. And you sometimes in climbing you have certain climbing areas that have freestanding towers, and it's always a difference to stand on top of a tower than stand on top of a chain and click the chain. It's different, and whatever you say, it cannot beat that feeling. And you climb in certain areas, really, like for example in Germany in Elbsandstein, or in the Czech sandstone areas, where they have thousands of towers. Just to reach the top of one of those towers is just amazing.
Yeah.
And so it's different. I did the first ascent of tower here in Ipoh.
Mm-hmm.
So there was like the Sunway, there was the Sunway Lost World of Tambun project, and they asked us to actually do something for the king of Perak.
Yeah.
And we went there, and I saw this spire, and I said, okay, we do this, but you allow me to climb this spire. And
good deal.
That was the deal. And the first thing I really wanted to do is climbing this crazy spire. But then when we reached the top, and I still remember I reached the top, and I put like an anchor around the top, exactly where there was an anthill.
Yeah. Oh wow.
And while there was Simon Carlin. This is Evie.
Yeah, this is Evie over here.
Yeah.
Evie
Okay.
from the UK. Her full stretch.
Evie is like really, she's amazing, and it's just like the whole family is climbing here.
Yeah.
The mother is in the master category. The three kids, they are climbing, all of them. Evie is like, she's a handful, but she really is very talented, and she's a kid that you cannot pressure. She needs to want it.
Yeah.
And she climbed with us outdoor actually when Yuji was here, and she climbed, and then she really and then her mom forgot her shoes, so she had to wear the shoes of her brother, which was about 5 sizes too large.
Oh wow.
And then she still tried, and then afterwards she climbed the route, and then when we all wanted to pack up and say, I want to climb that route too. And so she was very motivated, and it was really fun to see. And she's very talented, so I like to see she's a very unique character, and if she continues what she's doing, she will be very strong.
Mm-hmm. She certainly has, she has that mental fortitude to, you know, in that moment we saw her on the route earlier and she wasn't quite reaching it, and she stayed calm and she extended herself, really stretched her body as far as she could to get that top right over there.
16 minutes to go, was it?
16
16 minutes to go.
Yeah, we've got 16 minutes to go left for the first detail of the Youth 4, Youth 3, and Youth 2
Anyway,
girls.
let me finish my ant story.
Oh yes,
So,
yeah. Tell us about the ants.
Yeah, and then so I was on top of this spire. So it was 2 pitches, and then Simon, like, he was here actually while we built Camp 5. So he came, Martin Siegrist and Simon Carlin, there's 2 Swiss guys. They came from Switzerland to help us building Camp 5, the first Camp 5 21 years ago. And they were both here, and then while we were here and building the walls, actually, before we installed them, we actually came here, and then we went to Ipoh, and then Simon was belaying me, and then I went to the top. I put like a rope about the top, the top of the rock.
Yeah.
And then suddenly those ants started attacking. They actually used the rope anchor that I used to get to me, and they were biting me exactly there underneath my harness, because they came over my connection, and all those ants started attacking me and biting me everywhere around the harness. And they were hardcore red ants, like super aggressive, defending their territory.
They did not want you there.
They didn't like me there.
Yeah.
And I was yelling, "Simon, rush! Hurry, hurry!" And he was like running up. And then we said, "We have to leave here, they kill us." And then we were just like, had to do a super quick rappel, and were defeated we couldn't even really enjoy the summit there, and it was insane. So that was our experience. I was in Ipoh and the Lost World of Tambun, and then later on we came back. Actually, I think 2 years or 1 or 2 years. 2 years later, we came back with the Mammoth team, and we bolted 50 routes there. And we bolted 50 routes in Perlis as well, in Kettering, and so like the late. I know now I'm forgetting names, but so we were basically the World Cup climber team from Mammoth came, Reini Scherer, which was the coach of some of those athletes, and we bolted 100 routes in 10 days, which was crazy. Yeah,
that is pretty crazy.
Yeah, that was really crazy. David Lama, and David Lama was here. He was, I think, about 16 at this time, 16, 17. Was already like a really strong climber, and I think he just made it for a European champion or something like that. And then unfortunately he passed away in Canada or in Alaska. I think in Alaska a couple of years back already. In an avalanche, but these guys came over, and we bolted the routes, and then the whole team came over. That was really crazy, and that was one of the many developments we made in Malaysia.
It's a lot of effort has gone into, you know, building where we are today and now. You know, we have 13 minutes left on this first youth detail, but it is, like you said, it's 20 plus years that you've been in Malaysia building this community, both on the outdoor side and the indoor climbing gym side. And what an achievement it's been. You know, we have so many kids now here climbing today. Earlier we mentioned it's over 650 participants, and we could have had more, but unfortunately we had caps, and so we're hoping for next year we can add in and expand the amount of competitors that we have. So hopefully bigger gyms, Patrick?
No, we have to find another weekend with extended weekend with 3 days.
Yes.
Because it was a blessing that we had the first May weekend, which was just perfect, because then we could actually do the qualification of the adult yesterday, and to spread the competition over 3 days is just so much more relaxing. Otherwise, I don't know how we could squeeze all those competitions with the kids and the adults into one day, unless we start at 4 o'clock in the morning and end up at 2 o'clock at night. So the gym is pretty large. This is one of the biggest gyms that is around. So that would be very difficult for next year to create a larger gym. But we have to play with what it is. Next year, we don't know the dates yet, because just like the CWA just announced to us, they just told us that actually some of the CWA people are here, and they just announced to us that the next year the CWA is on the 28th of April.
Wow.
Which is later than usual, which means that our first weekend of May might be too close to them. Because a lot of the vendors of the ACS, they are coming directly from the US. So for people who are not aware what CWA actually means, is the CWA is that's one of the smaller ones.
Yeah,
as well.
this is a competitor from Japan. She has been
Nasty fault.
Yeah, she's been on this route, I think, at least 5 or 6 times. We've seen her attempt it and try it over and over again. All our climbers now are trying to get in their last couple bits of climb. We're approaching the last 5 minutes of this first detail for the U4, U3, and U2 girls category. We still have another detail of U4, U3, and U2 girls coming up. So big competitors, many competitors that we had to split it into 2 different details. Do stick around for that. But Patrick, you were telling us about the CWA, the Climbing Wall Association.
Yeah, so the CWA is Climbing Wall Association. It started in the US, and they actually have a summit yearly where it's a kind of a trade show, and also a summit of like talks. I used to go there like in maybe 15 years ago, the first time when it was really brand new and small, and it has been developed quite big as a trade show. And there is a parallel trade show of that in Germany called now the Horse and Walls, which is very much a focus on handholds. They also have talks. And the ACS, which we started now, we just finished the second time we did it here in Malaysia, is the version, a similar version here for the Asian market, and it is developing. So, of course, if we start the ACS next year, we have to make sure that we are not having a conflict with the schedules of both events. The same as if we need to really try to, like now, for example, this weekend we have a World Cup in China, same day. And we announced ours like much longer, but the IFSC always announces their competition late.
Mm-hmm.
So some of the strongest climbers of some of the Southeast Asian countries, of course, go to the World Cup.
Yeah.
Having said that, we had some very strong people here who made it to finals in the World Cup and competed in Crank. But of course, if parallelly there is a World Cup, they will go to the World Cup. So of course. And so not only that, we need to also look at having coordination of competitions throughout Southeast Asia. For example, last year on the Crank Lead, we had parallelly competition in Singapore.
Wow.
Which then was a bummer, because we took people away from them and they took people away from us, and it's just not the way it should be.
Mm-hmm.
And so coordination would be nice to plan with all the gyms and having a calendar and have a long-term planning. So we are now, after the Care Climbing Week, we will sit together and look at what is the best date, and if possible, we're looking at a date which is again allowing us to have an extended weekend for Crank, and then we build the rest around it. We haven't figured out this yet because we were just like extremely busy to get to here. And yeah, honestly, it was crazy with such a small team to organize the ACS, and also some people of the team are double roles, and we're working also on crank as well. So a lot of our staff has worked on both. So it's quite overwhelming, and the ACS has become much bigger than last year.
Yeah.
Crank has become bigger, but today I have to say crank today is, because of the 3 days and the different way we have smaller groups, so not 400 people at the same time. It's more relaxing. It's more relaxing.
Yeah. And
Renai looks at me and says, "Am I relaxed?" No, I'm not relaxed. But
it's still a big feat to pull off, you know. With
we are still have a lot of work.
Yeah.
And yesterday, I think we had a crisis because we didn't know whether the live stream will be up. Then everybody's scrambling. And all the stuff behind the scenes, you guys don't, if you're watching this, don't know.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of preparation we have to do, and so it's you know, it seems kind of natural. Oh, these guys are talking on the mic, and it's much more behind. There's a full team of people setting up cameras, making sure that the software is there. Next to me is a sound specialist. Say hi.
He's shy.
Oh, he doesn't want to say hi.
He doesn't want to say hi.
But we have Atira here to our left, who has about 20 screens in front of her. And, I don't know how she can see everything at the same time.
She's a maestro, switching between all these different streams, keeping track of our climbers.
And
now.
Behind me is now Renai flipping through pictures, and then we still have to do media content, putting it up. So it's a lot of work. And so for me, it's easy. So I just keep talking, but in the end, it's a lot of organization, and it's easy. Stuff goes well.
Yeah.
We had a big rainfall yesterday and leakage.
Yeah.
And then we have to send a cleaning team to clean it up, and so it's never ending.
It is never ending. Right now, we're seeing the last 5 minutes of this first detail for the U4, U3, and U2 girls going on. We've got a lot of climbers trying hard. Our participant right over here on Route 17, trying to make that last couple of attempts on this route. If you stick around for later, we have another detail for the U4, U3, and U2 girls. We also have the semifinals coming up for the open category. The open climbers were competing yesterday in the qualifications on these same routes that these kids are crushing at the moment. And they will be taking the top few competitors from the open categories, and they will be competing to get into the final round, where I believe only 8 participants make it to the final round. So it's a lot to trim down from over 200 participants in the open adult categories.
No, the open is smaller, remember? Open is, I wish we had 200 in the open.
We have, let me just double check our numbers here.
Yeah. It's because the adults is quite a lot of people, but we have various categories. We have the rookies, we have the intermediate, and we have the open. So the open are the pros, and normally the biggest, of course, is the rookie. It's quite hefty.
Yeah.
And the only ones who actually have semifinals are the pros. The open.
Pros, The open.
So I wish we had 200 in the open, but
maybe next year or the year after you'll
maybe
see.
2030.
Yeah.
But but we would definitely have much more in the open. I had 2 Japanese climbers, like they're from Involute. They said they want to join next year. And there will be more people from the ACS joining next year.
Yeah. We, in the open categories as well, you know, despite all of the scheduling conflicts that we have with the World Cup, we still have climbers from, you know, national teams. We have Ravianto from Indonesia. There's even Lynette Ko from Singapore. From our Malaysian side, you know, we have Giat, we have Chia Chen Yi. all these amazing athletes who have made time to be here this weekend and compete in the KRAFT Boulder competition of 2026. Last couple minutes for our Youth 4, Youth 3, and Youth 2 girls trying to find their way to the top, putting in their best efforts to get their final points in this round of competition. These girls will go on to no finals. For the U4 and U3, we'll just take the top competitors, but the U2 will get a final round. 6 girls from the U2 categories will go into the finals and compete for that podium spots. It's been excellent commenting for you guys. On behalf of Patrick and Renai, we're gonna sign off for now, and we'll be back when the next detail comes on to accompany you through this live stream. My name's Zoe, and we're so excited to be here. Thank you for tuning in. Please keep those comments coming, keep interacting with the video. If you can swing by, you are more than welcome here. It is free entry for any of the spectators. And on that note, climb hard and take it easy.
What a treat having Zoe to chat to with Patrick earlier on. Zoe, of course, a former national youth team member, and Patrick, our director of coaching. So plenty of knowledge shared between the two of them. Guys, just a reminder about what is happening today. Youth qualification. We've just seen the Youth 2, 3, and 4 girls in action. Coming up at 1:30 p.m. are the Youth 1 boys and girls and the Youth 2 boys. Now, if it seems a little odd the way that it's split, it's to get the numbers to match properly so that there's not too many people out there. Some of these details have more and less, so we want to have a minimum amount of athletes out there at the same time. So at 1:30 p.m. we'll be back with the Youth 1 boys and girls and the Youth 2 boys, and of course the big one. 5:30 p.m. the open semi-final, an incredible lineup of athletes, including many of our national stars up there in the mix alongside some World Cup competitors from Indonesia. We've got some Indonesia A-team athletes here today. Expect to be wowed. Of course, you have plenty of time to get here. We are at Camp 5 Eco City in Kuala Lumpur. So come, I guarantee it's gonna be good, all right? We're having an all right time, but when you get here, it'll be way better. 5:30 p.m. for the open semi-final. That will run till 8 p.m. and that's when our live stream will end. We'll see you back here tomorrow, of course, for more action, a final day here. This competition is supported by some amazing, generous sponsors. We are proud to rock Walltopia Walls in Camp 5 Eco City, the largest bouldering gym in Southeast Asia for now. Bigger and better ones coming up all the time. AG Holds, thank you for sponsoring us. Expression Holds, Lacuna Climbing, Secret Holds, Stacks Climbing, Stacks Volumes, Blue Pill Climbing, Kai Holds, Climb Holds, Evolve Worldwide, Tribute Technologies, A-Grip, Cheetah, Respiro Air, keeping the air clean this round. It's really made a huge difference to be able to have so many athletes in here and having all those Respiro Air units up there, keeping us breathing clean. Super, Virgin Grip, 360 Holds, Climbing Gems, Flat Hold, Grip Tonight, Powering the Counting, Grizzly Holds, Polytalons, Snap Climbing, Thrill Seeker Holds, and Verticale. All of this could not have happened without our insane sponsors getting behind our climbing community here in Malaysia. Guys, we're off for a break. Enjoy the videos that are coming up, and I'll see you back here at 1:30 p.m. Goodbye.
Frank is also now kind of our competition baby, and we want to bring lead climbing to a larger crowd. So we try to convince all the Boulder junkies to join and take part in lead. Hi, my name is Patrick Andre. I'm one of the co-founders of Camp5. I also have a couple of different hats on. Also the director and founder of Stretch Marks Asia, which is a company, that design discipline that designs climbing walls and skate parks and all what we call vertical sports. My role here in Camp5 is I'm doing the business development, but I'm also in charge of coaching, and I'm still the director of route setting. This is the 6th Camp5. This is, of course, nearly 20 years later than the first, so we have to assume, or we hope so, that design has evolved in 20 years, and it has, because climbing has changed dramatically. The sport has evolved a lot. Bouldering has become much more acrobatic in a sense of similar to parkour. It had even influence on lead climbing as well in competition. And this kind of change in competition has had a lot of influence on recreation climbing as well. How climbing is performed, not only on competition level, also has an influence on design. Let me just take a journey with you. So for the exercise of understanding design a little bit, I just show you here a simple model of that tsunami wall here on the overview. So just for you to understand, each of those surfaces has different angles, and how they are arranged to each other creates how interesting climbing is and how interesting movement is. So we have these two beginner-friendly areas, and towards here it starts to get overhanging. In the center we are really already getting very steep with 38 degrees. What I want to show you here is really on the right-hand side. This here, you can see here, is a 6-degree slab. It's actually quite a strong slab for a lead route. A lot of people would say this is way too less steep, but here we have the qualification for the men's open. So I can actually build a very hard route on a qualification route on that slab. Here we have an 8-degree overhang, we have a 19-degree overhang roof coming, and of course here we have both of those, this arete and this dihedral here, they're more than 120 degrees, which means that it's not possible to actually stem, and it's not possible to hold on the other side. So you still need to create this feature, and without handhold, you cannot climb it. What I wanted to show you here is similar to the black route of the competition, of the open qualification. You can add a volume. It's not the same volume that the route setter set. It's just here as an example. On the opposite, can put another volume. And I want to show you this a bit clearer. So now look at the angles here. We have basically from 8 to -3. So now this surface itself is actually now a slab. And this surface is actually like an easy slab. And what you can see here, I added another handhold. So this angle is actually continuing with the volume, but I cannot hold this. So if I cannot push on this, I can add one more small chip here, which allows me to hold around the corner and have like a mini side pull. So this is how the route setter can use the angles to change the route. I have pushing movement, I have pulling movement, I have pushing up movement, I have mantle movement over this overhang, so I'm creating movement with the canvas. This is where design basically is designed in the model. This is where route setting is pre-prepared in the model. Voltopia, in my point of view, or not only my point of view, has the best solution for surface. They have been working on this and improving this over years. So we have, for example, the natural surface that you look at is a clear coating on top, which it looks like real plywood, but there's a surface on it, and it's actually a structured surface. And it also has those qualities that you don't have streaks of your shoes on it. I have been working with Voltopia for more than a decade now, and Voltopia as a company, I have to say, I'm very impressed how they work, because Voltopia was the first company that looked at climbing walls as an industry. It means that the main portion of work is done in the factory. Proper design, proper engineering, all the manufacturing is done. So when you come to the site, there is just assembly, which is a huge difference to what it used to be before. So this is definitely the key point, plus the desire for innovation. So the innovation then drives better surfaces, stronger material, lighter back construction, faster manufacturing, robotics in manufacturing. The streamlining of the whole process from design to engineering and installation is what makes Voltopia the #1 manufacturer in the world.
Hi, my name is Jafar Iskandar. I'm 16 years old and I'm in the Camp5 youth team. And I love climbing. So I first got into climbing when I wanted to go hang out with my friend. Yeah, he invited me out and we decided to go to Wanatama. We had like some troubles deciding on what to do, like either watch a movie, go to the arcade, or like bowling. So we went around, walked around and found this place, Camp5. Yeah, that's how I got into climbing, I guess.
And what's your first impression of Camp5?
I was intimidated. There was like so many people when I first came here, and the walls were really high. I started watching bouldering videos on YouTube. Also like outdoor videos, like Noah Wheeler. Shout out Wheel Rock. Wheel Rock on YouTube and Hamish MacArthur. I like his videos on Mellow. The moves they do, it just makes me like really excited. Like I'm trying to imagine myself doing those moves.
So how did you get into youth team?
My dad recommended it to me because he saw like I was going a lot. I was going to gym a lot, but I wasn't really training. He saw that I really enjoyed climbing, so he signed me up for tryouts. After tryouts, I got into the squad, and after like a few months in the squad, they moved me up to the youth team. The season, I guess, they moved me up into the youth team. Yeah.
What is the best part of being in a youth team? What's it like?
Training with my teammates, yeah, that's one. And also Alex. Alex pushes us to do things. Yeah, to do like try harder and stuff like that. Yeah. First one I like first competition I remember was Crank and then ASEAN. Yeah, I was pretty shocked. Yeah, I was shocked like I'm ASEAN. Should I really be in? I was kind of like doubting myself, but at the same time I was excited. But it was kind of overshadowed by my exams. I was really nervous. I was like I had no idea where to go. Because it was like there was so many people. I didn't know where to like sit down or. I guess just climb better, learn how to train, because I'm still like figuring out ways to train. Nah, I really like researching ways to train, yeah. Hopefully like climb competitions, international competition. It's Vertex in Penang. Yeah, but rookie, because I've never done lead. I only do like auto belay and top rope, but I've never done lead. But I really want to get to experience lead. Yeah, lead is a whole different thing, like especially the endurance. I'm still working on my power endurance too. Yeah. Also, I have to balance it out with school. I have to balance out with school because I have finals next year. Don't be scared to get on the wall and continue climbing. Bye.
Hi, my name is Amir and I'm 13 years old and I've been climbing for 3 years straight and I am in Camp5 youth team.
So how did you get into climbing?
My brother suggested me to join the Camp5 tryouts and now I'm in youth team. Now I'll just go to school, then I'll come back to school. Then my mom will send me to a climbing gym, then I'll just climb. It was scary at first, but after I finished my first route, I started getting the hang of it. For youth team, every single day we have to do PT and core. And after that, Coach Alex will assign us a lot of routes. They help like what to do on the route and then how to visualize how to do the route. I can climb better and I'm not scared.
Okay, talking about competition. So what competitions have you joined so far?
The recent one, it was the Boulder Story, the GOAT. It's a slab competition and then I got second place.
How did you feel when you won that?
Happy.
Yeah? Tell me, why do you like climbing?
It's fun, I get to make new friends and that's it. I prefer Boulder and Lead. Lead is very fun when you finish the route and it's very satisfying, and for Boulder it's nice and you get to do a lot of tries with it.
So how did you get into Lead?
Monday, my mom just said we're going to do the lead course, and I thought it was the belaying course, and turns out it was just a lead course. So I did leading.
How did you feel when you first got your green tag?
Happy. The first time I got my green tag, I was happy but scared at the same time whenever I want to climb the route. Now I'm just okay with it.
Why is getting a big key an inspiration to you?
So I can do the pro wall. I can show it off. If you want to just try climbing, maybe you like it, maybe you're not. See you around or not. Bye! Am I done?
Frank is also now kind of our competition baby, and we want to bring lead climbing to a larger crowd. So we try to convince all the Boulder junkies to join and take part in lead. Hi, my name is Patrick Andre. I'm one of the co-founders of Camp5. I also have a couple of different hats on. Also the director and founder of Stretch Marks Asia, which is a company, that design discipline that designs climbing walls and skate parks and all what we call vertical sports. My role here in Camp5 is I'm doing the business development, but I'm also in charge of coaching, and I'm still the director of route setting. This is the 6th Camp5. This is, of course, nearly 20 years later than the first, so we have to assume, or we hope so, that design has evolved in 20 years, and it has, because climbing has changed dramatically. The sport has evolved a lot. Bouldering has become much more acrobatic in a sense of similar to parkour. It had even influence on lead climbing as well in competition. And this kind of change in competition has had a lot of influence on recreation climbing as well. How climbing is performed, not only on competition level, also has an influence on design. Let me just take a journey with you. So for the exercise of understanding design a little bit, I just show you here a simple model of that tsunami wall here on the overview. So just for you to understand, each of those surfaces has different angles, and how they are arranged to each other creates how interesting climbing is and how interesting movement is. So we have these two beginner-friendly areas, and towards here it starts to get overhanging. In the center we are really already getting very steep with 38 degrees. What I want to show you here is really on the right-hand side. This here, you can see here, is a 6-degree slab. It's actually quite a strong slab for a lead route. A lot of people would say this is way too less steep, but here we had a qualification for the men's open. So I can actually build a very hard route on a qualification route on that slab. Here we have an 8-degree overhang, we have a 19-degree overhang roof coming, and of course here we have both of those, this arête and this dihedral here. They're more than 120 degrees, which means that it's not possible to actually stem, and it's not possible to hold on the other side. So you still need to create this feature, and without handhold, you cannot climb it. What I wanted to show you here is similar to the black route of the competition, of the open qualification. You can add a volume. It's not the same volume that the route setter set. It's just here as an example. On the opposite, can put another volume. And I want to show you this a bit clearer. So now look at the angles here. We have basically from 8 to -3. So now this surface itself is actually now a slab. And this surface is actually like an easy slab. And what you can see here, I added another handhold. So this angle is actually continuing with the volume, but I cannot hold this. So if I cannot push on this, I can add one more small chip here, which allows me to hold around the corner and have like a mini side pull. So this is how the route setter can use the angles to change the route. I have pushing movement, I have pulling movement, I have pushing up movement, I have mantle movement over this overhang. So I'm creating movement with the canvas. This is where design basically is designed in the model. This is where route setting is pre-prepared in the model. Voltopia, in my point of view, or not only my point of view, has the best solution for surface. They have been working on this and improving this over years. So we have, for example, the natural surface that you look at is a clear coating on top, which it looks like real plywood, but there's a surface on it and it's actually a structured surface. And it also has those qualities that you don't have streaks of your shoes on it. I have been working with Voltopia for more than a decade now, and Voltopia as a company, I have to say I'm very impressed how they work, because Voltopia was the first company that looked at climbing walls as an industry. It means that the main portion of work is done in the factory. Proper design, proper engineering, all the manufacturing is done. So when you come to the site, there is just assembly, which is a huge difference to what it used to be before. So this is definitely the key point, plus the desire for innovation. So the innovation then drives better surfaces, stronger material, lighter back construction, faster manufacturing, robotics in manufacturing. The streamlining of the whole process from design to engineering and installation is what makes Voltopia the #1 manufacturer in the world.
Hi, my name is Jafar Iskandar. I'm 16 years old and I'm in the Camp5 youth team. And I love climbing. So I first got into climbing when I wanted to go hang out with my friend. Yeah, he invited me out and we decided to go to Wanatama. We had like some troubles deciding on what to do, like either watch a movie, go to the arcade, or like bowling. So we went around, walked around and found this place, Camp5. Yeah, that's how I got into climbing, I guess.
And what's your first impression of the
I was intimidated. There's like so many people when I first came here, and the walls were really high. I started watching bouldering videos on YouTube. Also like outdoor videos, like Noah Wheeler. Shout out Wheel Rock. Wheel Rock on YouTube and Hamish MacArthur. I like his videos on Mellow. The moves they do, it just makes me like really excited. Like I'm trying to imagine myself doing those moves.
So how did you get into youth team?
My dad recommended it to me because he saw like I was going a lot. I was going to gym a lot, but I wasn't really training. He saw that I really enjoyed climbing, so he signed me up for tryouts. After tryouts, I got into the squad, and after like a few months in the squad, they moved me up to the youth team. The season, I guess, they moved me up into the youth team.
What is the best part of being in the youth team? What's it like?
Training with my teammates, yeah, that's one. And also Alex. Alex pushes us to do things. Yeah, to do like try harder and stuff like that. Yeah. First one, first competition I remember was Crank, and then ASEAN. Yeah, I was pretty shocked. Yeah, I was shocked, like, I'm ASEAN. Should I really be in? I was kind of like doubting myself, but at the same time I was excited. But it was kind of overshadowed by my exams. I was really nervous. I had no idea where to go. Because it's like, there were so many people, I didn't know where to like sit down or...
What is your...
I guess just climb better, learn how to train, because I'm still like figuring out ways to train. I really like researching ways to train, yeah. Hopefully like climb competitions, international competition. It's Vertex in Penang. Yeah, but rookie, because I've never done lead. I only do like auto belay and top rope, but I've never done lead. But I really want to get to experience lead. Yeah, lead is a whole different thing, like especially the endurance. I'm still working on my power endurance too. Yeah. Also, I have to balance it out with school. Because I have finals next year. Don't be scared to get on the wall and continue climbing. Bye.
Good afternoon, welcome back. This is Crank Boulder 2026, an amazing afternoon of climbing. We're watching the youth categories get their qualification on this afternoon, and you are tuning in right now to the Youth 1 and 2 boys and Youth 1 girls. So these are the bigger teenagers and the up-and-coming stars of the Malaysian national scene, some of them here. I'm joined in the studio by Regina Ko, a Camp 5 route setter here. Regina having set for about 3 years now and has done how many cranks with us now?
Hello. Yeah, this is my third crank boulder. Yeah. Hello.
Yes, louder.
Yes, okay.
Yes, louder.
My setting experience, is 3 years, and helping out with crank boulder is the third year.
Third year in a row. What's been your experience of crank so far?
Well, I have seen the growth from the very beginning until now. It's eye-blessing to see how fast it grew within 3 years. Yeah.
Did you ever think when you started as a route setter that this is where you would go?
No, I never thought of that. I never expect of that. Yeah.
It's great to have you with us. Okay, and you're also now doing coaching with Camp5, is that correct?
Yes, youth in the youth program.
In the youth program. So you can definitely tell me a little, one or two things definitely about coaching kids and how your experience is working kids. So this afternoon today, if you would like to be reminded, guys, we are sponsored by some incredible brands here today. Co, you've been route setting with the team this whole week. And these are some incredible holes that you've worked with. I'll just read out some of our sponsors and I'll ask you what your experience was opening all those boxes. We are brought to you guys by Worldtopia, AG Holds, Expression Holds, Lacuna Climbing, Secret Holds, Stacks Climbing, Stacks Volume, Blue Pill Climbing, Kai Holds, ClimbHolds.com, Evolve Worldwide, True Blue Technologies, A-Grip, Cheetah, Respiro Air, Super Virgin, 360 Holds, Climbing Gems, Flat Hold, Grip Tonight, Grizzly Holds, Polytalent, Snap, Jurassic Holds, and Verticale. What was it like to unbox the boxes and boxes of holds that arrived actually?
It's like, to me, it's like opening, the blind box. We know what's inside, but not we see before the box arrive, we see pictures of on their website, the company's website, but not until when you actually unbox it and touch it and feel it. That's a total different experience of it. Yeah.
On the screen now we can see Wang Yusen here. He is on the 31. Strong climber who's grown up with his family, a whole climbing family here in Malaysia. Kids climbing on the mats of Camp 5 since they were 2. This route, this blue route here, Regina, what does he need to do?
If you ask me, I'll say it's just bum and another bum and a cross to the right hand and go to the top.
There's the cross to the right hand. You made that look pretty easy. Is that one of your routes?
Yes.
What was the inspiration?
Well, in fact, those stacks bar are not there, but the setters, Scotty, he said like, the wall looks a bit empty. Maybe we can go more left and just put up a lot of stacks, blocks together. I was like, yo, that's a cool idea. All right, I'll do that. Then I just stack it up and just make it look good.
It's a stack of stacks.
Yeah, stacks on stacks on stacks on stacks.
Stacks on stacks on stacks.
On the Expression Nova, yeah.
Incredible. I love this angle of the Archibald. It's our Instagrammable angle here. With some of the littler kids, when you're setting for this competition, setting 1 to 50, of course, you got to cater for adults and youth. How do you make sure that, there's something for the kids to climb?
During setting, we try not to box ourselves into like, I have to set for only adults or only kids, but for because we are expect to already have like a knowledge of how to set the move, like set the route intent for all age group. So if you ask me, I'll still feel like, yes, there's still some challenge. Harder routes for smaller box of kids. They might have a harder reach, but there's always a possibility to break the beta. And for route setter, we actually would like to see that, yeah.
We've had some amazing climbs. What is it like to see such young climbers being able to do something like that on the Blue Pill climbing here?
It's a friendly campus for the first move to start, and it's actually like playing a bit of movement, going under the roof back again, and go to the right and go like a heel hook, rock over and go up to the second last hole. It's a jog, and top is a sloper jog. So I think this route is really pops out on its own because of the movement, how strong the understanding of the movement for to make a route that is medium range and it's like for kids, adult, all doable. Yeah.
You can see our creative team over there, Razlan, trying to get some great angles. The jug there at the top. Some strength required for this sort of campus move here. But we've seen quite a number of tops here, so it's a mid-range route that you send.
I like how the blocks and blue peel are being put together to make the angle quite nice for those crimpy small holes. Yeah, it's a beautiful set.
It is pretty. Over here, the Thrill Seeker holds. Can you tell me a little bit about this route? How much effort actually goes into these 50 routes?
Well, we have a day of setting, so there's a team divide by two, a team that kept setting until all 50 routes are put up on the boulder wall. But there's also a different team that is like will start like once the first round in the morning, finish 2-3 routes set, then in the afternoon they will start the 4 running sessions. So I'll say like it's a teamwork of some setters just keep on putting up boulder, and where some setters is like, okay, we are going to start trying the routes. Yeah, that's how we divide all the hard work.
This year on the team, 2 girls, yourself and Shi Hui Tan, setting. Why is it important to have girls on the team? And what's it like actually to be a female route setter?
That's a tough question. I
Is
don't know
it?
anymore.
No?
Well, when I started route setting, I really want to be like one of the rare female setters in Malaysia, who can do hard work, who can be strong. But over the years of setting, I just my vision changed a bit. I think I have reached to a point right now that it's not a matter of gender, but how a team can work together to make to make sure all routes from easy to hard range are just nice for the what is needed to be put up on the wall and what is needed and what is required for the grade. So I would say, well, to the question of how female setter can make a change in the team, I would say we have a better empathy and a better understandings of how female would struggles. Like if female competitor or female climbers would struggles on certain move, like more struggles on physical elements, what can we do to tone down? What can we provide the options for to make sure the routes are just too manly? Yeah, I would say.
This purple route here, competitor 2807 there. It's very flashy route too. If you guys at home are watching and you can tell us what competitor bid numbers you can find, then we will endeavor to find your athlete. Who are you watching out for this weekend? That was Nadra Sophie. These squadras. Okay, we switched the holds now.
This is the Lacuna New holds, the warm.
The colors are amazing. This slab.
Yeah.
What is required?
Balance on the feet. If you see like on the top section, the wall is to the left wall is quite slab, like quite and the volume is quite higher profile compared to other volumes. So is towards the top part here is really like balancing on the feet and slabs. Yeah.
And of course, you can't touch and hold the top of the wall as part of your climb. But I suppose it would feel very much like easy to do that if you're working on it. Gleb Kostarov here from Russia.
Whoa, he's almost stepping on the dual-tack side of the hole.
The dual-tack's meaning that it's very slippery on one part of that hold.
Oh, I hope he don't slip. Wow.
What a move. Of course, with the volume under there, had he slipped off, it could have been very dangerous, I guess.
Yeah. Oh, thank God he topped it.
He made it. Good. That was a really cool move to get out of there. On this side, this is our sunset wall and a great dyno there.
It's both dyno, one on like a medium high range on the left side using Watopia hole, and the right side is Cheetah Ling and I can't remember the brand, but it's very juggy Cheetah hole.
A very juggy, the one that's on the Cheetah hole?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, let me get that. A nice top on 42 there. The black Balltopia, and on the right, 22 Cheetah yellow. Both dynamic, but the one on the right, a lot easier.
Yeah.
Much more juggy.
Left, the Watopia is more like a lâcher to land and catch. The yellow is like run on the volume to catch the undercling. Yeah.
Here we have the stacks. Green, lime green, stacks holds. When you're going through the set, are you specifically saying this is a power move, this is a, I mean, how do you cater for everything? We're talking about trying to emulate a World Cup experience for these kids when they're climbing. And what does that mean? How do you get that?
Sorry, I didn't quite.
When you're setting, you're trying to give them a World Cup feel. So what does that entail when you guys are setting?
Okay, so before we for the quali rounds of all the route, before we put anything up on the wall, our chief Taki, he actually came out with like a 3-color type of paper, like green, red, green, yellow, and red. So indicating easy, medium, hard. So and specifically indicating the brand type, brand, and the holes are going to be used on the wall and the zone. So it's way easier for all of us as a setter to know, what hole we are going to use, what routes we are going to put up over here or over there. So and also on the paper is also indicating like Cordy, power, easy. One that I remember the most is a fun tunnel. Yeah, a lot of different style is written on the paper, so we just refer to that and we try to create a route based on the style given.
And then how much collaboration, how much are you able to experiment with each one of these ideas and suggestions?
I think it's based on our experience and also what we would understand of the design of the hole, what can we make out of the hole, and we try to do that and put that up on the wall.
This athlete here, Chan Chun Ki, Youth 2 Boys, the Malaysian, struggling a little bit there on the 43. That's been a tough one. I saw some of the adult qualifiers yesterday also struggling with this one. And this blue route is yours too, Cole.
Yeah.
What was the inspiration about this one on the left, number 2?
Just wanted to do something that is very easy, especially for kids, a bit introduced to how it's like to be climbing a slab route. So yeah, I saw in the previous detail your son able to top it. I'm so proud of him.
Yeah. Yeah, he was. That actually made me cry because he went back after not being able to make it the first time. He went back and tried it again, and just being able to witness him overcoming the struggle and to get the top. I have to say, as a comp mom, I was pretty emotional. Yep. Over here on the left side, Wong Yusen. Say hi to Wong Yusen's mummy, Erin. Erin herself is a strong climber. And over here on the right side, Natasha Yo from Malaysia. Aiden Go we just saw off the side. Now Aiden is pretty special. He's got a lot of international experience already, up and coming. Singaporean star. I've got a name list here, so I was trying very hard to match the name. This is Natasha Yoswan from Malaysia here on the red slab. I saw actually Taki's notes for this. No hand slab. Is that right?
Yeah, it's supposed to be a no hand slab.
So potentially you don't need your hands for this.
If you want to make it like way harder, yes, it can be no hand slab. But I think,
would that be an example of where the route evolved from what Taki had requested?
Yes, it evolved. It does evolve quite a bit because, we would like to see more of this grizzly hole on the wall. So, and I think the setter did a good job on drawing what do I call that? Like a shapes.
Yeah, it's a very attractive route. Geometric route, is that
geometric? Yes, that's what I'm thinking of. The geometric route.
A very good looking route. So this geometric route, here we go. She's got to edge over and to. I saw a lot of shorter kids really struggle with this, including my son. And I was like, you go tell that route setter you're too short.
I have a bit no comment on this because I think the once you get through all the grizzly hole from the volume to the last hole, it's quite a reach for super tiny kids.
Yeah, I love this one here on the left. The rockets on the left, number 11, the dihedral
360 wrist white boys.
Yeah, the wide boys. That's been a lot of fun to watch. A lot of the kids just really want to try and climb that one.
Thank you. This is the one that I mentioned. The style given was Fun Tunnel. And I would proudly say this is one of my quickest set in my 3 years of experience because it's easy to put up. Like a Fun Tunnel, okay, I have this hole given. Oh, that's easy. Within 5 minutes, oh, it's up. Move on.
A 5 minute set for that one.
I would say 5 to 10 minutes. 5 minutes being a bit too ambitious, maybe.
Very, very cool. Very cool.
So the idea is actually like squeezing your body in. So it's because it's both the volume is dual tax, and however there's a micro beta on it. It's between the wall and the dual tax hole. You see a 90-degree angle where you can actually smear, and that makes the whole route way easier to squeeze your body and move up and up and up and up and pop. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, it was very fantastic. So I've seen adults do it. I've seen the kids really go for it. Very cool. Is there? And I see a small jib on the left side.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes. For the left foot, just to make it like, just trying to get them to understand like, oh, this is for the foot and start to move up your body. Yeah.
Number 33 here.
We have super new. This hole is called Bora Bora. Yeah.
That was Nixon. He's been climbing for only a year. And he found out about climbing through social media. Check that out. Okay. He's mostly bouldering earlier. So some of the kids have actually filled out a form. to let us know a little bit about themselves. On the right side here, Pegzin Kiruth from Singapore. Here on the purple, shout out to... Oh, he's gone now. I don't know what the number was. Okay. Nixon again going for a second try here. We're mostly belaying, some auto belay and top rope, and he only climbs between 1 and 3 times a week. A V4 climber, he reckons, over here. And the mostly static climber who likes to climb in overhangs. Go Nixon! Try again. Ooh, we're getting a pan here from Atira to these bright pink holes.
Blue pill. We got it last year, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah,
Blue
last
pill
year.
climbing. I see the stacks volumes. Now was masses of stacks volumes that arrived and unpacked here. That was pretty incredible. And I love this 38. Let's have a look at he sticks the dyno. A bit of a better break there. He should have grabbed the lower yellow.
No, the yellow, that's intended as a foothold.
A foothold.
So it's lashy, land both feet on the volume, and you
Yep.
see there's a small volume on the big volume. That
Yes.
is where your left feet should land and jump up to catch the last hole.
All right, let's go.
Foothold.
Lim Hua Jun from Youth 2. He learned bouldering from his brother. Ko, what are you looking forward to from the semi-final open at 5:30 today?
I'm looking forward to see how the athletes are so ready to crush the routes that the whole team put up on the wall. And I'm about to go for a meeting to discuss about the tweaks.
Yes, where are you going to be tweaking harder or softer?
I have no idea.
You don't know
That is
yet.
something to find out.
What was
it's
your
a secret?
Oh, secret, like secret hold secret? Wow. What were your what you watched the open qualifications yesterday? Were you happy with how everything turned out?
Yeah, they look so strong.
Yes. Yes, yes.
So
Any
strong.
advice for those guys going for the semi-final this afternoon?
Oh, all the best. Good luck. Enjoy. Have fun.
Yep, all the right things. All the right motivations for climbing. Thank you, Ko. All the best for the rest of the afternoon and the weekend. Thank you for
Thank
sharing
you.
with us. And thank you for these awesome routes. Can't wait to be projecting them, everyone at home. Don't be inspired. Which ones are we losing today?
The Riverside and Sunset. Tonight we will strip the Riverside and Sunset
Guys,
for the
these
finals.
routes are not going to be here anymore. I almost feel like it's so tragic.
Don't worry, the final routes will be way cooler.
Okay, that's
I
a good
promise
thing
that.
to look forward to. Thank you, Ko,
Thank
for
you.
joining us. So guys, you heard Ko. These routes on the Sunset and Riverside comp walls will be stripped tonight to make way for an epic final showdown. Now, I advise you at home, if you are so duly inspired by how beautiful they are, to come over, because from 4 till 8 p.m. and if you're a checked-in member of Camp 5 or a checked-in climber, you can climb those routes from 4 to 8 p.m. today. Just make sure that you are checked in. And then after that, they go. They go away to be re-inspired in another way. Over here, the blue pill. In the middle here on the youth category, Erin Grace, a Singaporean national climber who has garnered some attention for her incredible athleticism. She joined our league competition as a 12-year-old last year in the Youth 1 category, and here she is in the Youth 1 again. Plenty of reach for Erin Grace. Let's see if she's filled out a form and what she can tell us about her. Motivations to climb. She's very inspiring to watch. Hi Hata online. Patrick shares stories of your climbing with Yuji. Hata, if I can find Patrick, I will get him to tell you those stories. But an incredible week we've had here in Kuala Lumpur for KL Climbing Week. It started with a meet and greet with Yuji, the legend of climbing from Japan. They opened up Bukit Takun in Kuala Lumpur with special permission from the forestry department to climb to Bukit Takun and climb with the Japanese legend. Yuji Hirayama. He was here in Kuala Lumpur as an ambassador to give the keynote speech at the Asian Climbing Summit that was held on Tuesday and Wednesday. And for the whole of this week, we've had pretty much non-stop climbing related activities and things to do. Patrick himself was involved in as an organizer of the Asian Climbing Summit. The biggest brands in climbing were here, flying from the States and Europe to be part of the Asian climbing scene. What we've learned in recent years is that there's some massive growth happening here in Southeast Asia and Asia in general. And these brands from Europe and America are coming in to try and stake their claim as part of climbing. a multinational field here. This is Inayat Ahmad from India. Earlier we saw a Japanese climber as well. And also welcoming back to our commentary, Zoe Lim.
Hi. Good to be
Hello.
back. How's
your comp going, Zoe?
This comp is going really well. It's very exciting. I've been away from this specific industry for quite a few years now. When I was involved in the climbing industry, it was still really just the start of it growing before it really exploded. And it's so rewarding to just see how much it's grown, how many competitors we have, how strong all these kids are.
Does it surprise you?
Oh, no, not at all. Not at all. From the start, when Camp5 first started their youth team, we saw such a sheer amount of talent with the young kids. And it's funny, earlier Patrick was correcting me. I was naming all these kids who are like in the youth team, but now they're full-blown adults. And
making their marks overseas as well. This is the Youth 1 and Youth 2 boys, and already some of these kids have experience overseas with the national team. Last year we had the ASEAN Championships held here in Kuala Lumpur, and many of these really young climbers got called up. So in the Youth 1 and 2 categories, we've seen some Malaysian climbers already, as well. Yusin Wong, we saw him earlier. Mm-hmm. His sister going to India last year to be part of the Asian K Championship as well. So all these like early call-ups and lots of potential happening.
Yeah, and these kids, like, the sky is the limit for them, really, because they're starting so young. They have such an intimate understanding of technique in their body of such a young age. But as Patrick said, if they're able to continue with this intimate understanding of their body and keep that going as they move into adulthood, that really is the key to keeping them, performing at the level that they are performing at now. We're consistently seeing, not just here at KRAFT, but in many other climbing competitions, all these youth climbers surpassing open professional climbers. And that in World Cup, the podium winners just get younger and younger. So there is a massive amount of talent in the climbing industry for the youth. And I'm just so excited. And it's such a joy to watch all of this explode. And I'm excited to see what comes next,
I think part of it's because when you're really, really young, you don't actually have any questions about how your body moves or my body can't do this or my body can't do that. And so you try everything, you figure out how you're going to make that move. We've seen some incredible moves from these kids. I mean, I watched my kid this afternoon, like earlier today, just do stuff that I would never imagine that like you would think to do, but they just figure it out. Does this work for me or does it not? And like, so younger and younger, as long as we don't stop telling them to stop climbing.
Yeah, and there's the lack of fear as well. You're just so brave when you're young because your risk calculation isn't as conservative as you are when you're older. You have so much more confidence in your joints, and you just go out there and all you're thinking about is the climb. You're not really thinking about the consequences after, or you're not paying as much attention to, what happens if I fall? You're just thinking about what happens if I do make the moves. It's a very positive, affirming mindset that you have as a young climber. And then as you get older, you start to get a little bit more conservative. You start to, calculate risks more. And it limits you. So yeah, it's cool to see like this guy here swinging with his full might and jumping
Wong
off.
Yusin here, 15. How did you get into climbing yourself, Zoe?
How did I get into climbing? My sister started working for Camp5 when she was fresh out of high school, and she brought me climbing, and I absolutely enjoyed that. That was when I was, 14 years old. So I kept climbing on the weekends when I could afford it, and then straight out of high school, as soon as I finished, I didn't want to pay for climbing gym fees anymore. So I got a job at the climbing gym at Camp5.
That's one way to get in. But there's not a lot of time for those in management, by the way, to get their climb on.
I know, yeah. The more I worked in the climbing gym, the less time I had to climb. It really is a labor of love that everybody has put into putting this competition here together today. And it's been such a pleasure seeing everyone after so many years.
Just picking up where you left off, basically.
Yeah.
We have Athena Johnson here, one of those up and coming girls. We see her at Camp5 climbing quite regularly with her family. And she got the top.
Yeah. It's fantastic to see a lot of people, that when I left, they were, just getting together or just getting married. And now I come back and they have kids across like all the different youth categories, absolutely crushing it. So when we talk about the climbing community, it really is a community that has grown and continues to multiply and sustain. You meet people, you get married, you start lives together, and then you birth the next generation of absolute monsters. Like, look at this guy, just cruising up here.
Rintaro Izumi from Japan here. Actually, making a bit of a name for himself. Everybody recognizes him as a strong climber. Here we go on the left side. On the very left side there. On the purple, stretching for the top there. And a Singaporean girl here, Yumiko Ng, with this blue one. A lot of pulling, am I right?
She's so right now what she's trying to do is she's trying to really just shift her weight over to the left and to get enough leverage to push herself off that hole that she's on.
You might not be able to see so clearly, but there is a bit of an overhang there, is there?
There is. So it's a tough move, and that's it's got a little bit of a grip on that hole, but it's not a jug. So there is a lot of effort that's put into that route, and that's a tricky one. We've seen a lot of the youth climbers move through this route today, struggle to make this movement that this climber over here has just absolutely breezed through. You can see her carefully working it out, figuring out her footsteps, just this calm approach towards the climb.
This is Erin Grace from Singapore. She is very often competing in a category above her age. The last time we saw her, she was a 12-year-old in Youth 1 in the lead comp in Crank Lead last year.
Wow.
And also internationally, starting to compete internationally for the Singaporean youth team.
Singaporean youth team is absolutely crushing it.
Any idea why the Singaporeans can do it better than us right now? Any idea? I'm taking any...
I think what the Singaporeans have going on is they have a very, very strong culture of climbing in their colleges and in their schools.
And of course, for national service, they have to do some kind of abseiling work. And
yeah, definitely. So there is a lot of support from the government. There's a lot of support from the education sector. Each climbing team has their own coach, so you get all these junior colleges, you get all these polytechnic universities having their own climbing teams and really developing that. And then even younger, you have all these schools that have their own climbing walls, and they each have coaches that come in each session to build the youth up in that team and give them specific coaching. Another thing that Singapore really has going on for them is that they've had many, many years where they have a lot of climbing circuits for their competitions. So there's multiple competitions a year that is organized by different gyms and different climbing organizations, and that gives all these kids such excellent exposure to the competitive industry in climbing. And I would say that Malaysia has really tried to catch up to that in the past 10 years. But Singapore was just leaps ahead. You know, when I started climbing, Singapore already had multiple teams and was already starting to send lots of youth out towards the Youth World Championships. So yeah, they definitely have that head start, and it shows with the amount of competitors and strong kids that come to this side of the causeway.
Another Singaporean here. By the way, we do have quite a substantial number of Singaporeans here this weekend. So out of 650 competitors, 350 are Malaysian.
Wow.
150 are from Singapore.
Wow.
So just like you said, they branch out as soon as they can. And it's not so much about the quality of the... Because Malaysia does have some excellent infrastructure, if we don't say so ourselves.
Yes, no, we do.
And so it's not really about that, because Singaporeans, they don't have quite the big gyms that we do, do they?
They do not. Like, you know, there's, 5 branches of Camp5 now, and
6 if you count JB.
Oh, yes, 6 if you count JB. 6 branches, and each of these gyms are bigger than the average climbing gym in Singapore. They have, you know, newer walls. They get access to really, really fantastic holes. Patrick was talking about how a lot of these holes are also on the World Cup circuit itself. So infrastructure-wise, Malaysia has a lot going on for it, and we often see climbers, you know, coming across the causeway, especially to Camp5 and JB, to experience this as well. So a lot of work has been put in, but what really counts is the community aspect of it, and it's you know, all of the coaches building the young teams, encouraging and mentoring these young climbers, and of course the purchasing power of the Sing dollar, the ability to travel.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
It makes a difference. It makes a difference for these guys, and now our Malaysian competitors, you know, a lot of them have to fundraise to be able to go across the border to go to the ASEAN Youth Championships. So that's also an obstacle that needs to be considered in the aspect of it.
It's a struggle, barring the fact that we don't get very much support in terms of recognition, because we're not on the 100 gold medal goal tally for our Olympic Council. So you see that though in other countries like Indonesia, Singapore have climbing on that list, and we do see definitely more resources going into building up that community.
Yeah, for sure. I remember when I competed in my first World Youth Championships. It was actually crazy. We were sewing on Malaysian flag patches onto our uniforms the night before, like, you know, and it's quite funny because, like, we say this, and I don't say this as criticism to PMM. You know, they've done really, really great things. But the Climbing Association of a country makes a really huge difference in the programs and the development of the athletes in that sport. And during the World Youth Championships in Singapore that I was at, all the youth climbers kind of sat down together and started talking about their climbing associations and how much support they get and how much support they didn't get. And it was really enlightening to see that, you know, it's all a struggle and it's all effort, regardless of where you are. Everything comes down to the community and comes down to those brilliant individuals who make that extra step to say, I want to support the youth. I want to make sure that they have what they need. I want to champion for their rights and champion for their support. Whether it's like financially, socially, mentally, those are the guys that really make a difference in a program. And, you know, it shows in the amount of competitors we have in the World Cup who are from Japan, who are from Singapore, who are now from Malaysia, you know, breaking into the World Cup circuit a lot more regularly. So, yeah, it's all community built.
And the investment at a young age before the results show up, which is something I guess most governments, we only really look at a sport when the results are there, and that really is killing the vibe, man.
Yeah, killing the vibe is one way to say it. Yep. Yeah, you gotta.
Because you're trying to encourage these kids to get up there and do their thing, and then it's like you're also having to crowdfund. We had a couple of crowdfundings last year to support some of the kids that went for the Asian K in India. And I have to say, the community support is really there when it's needed. So very tight community.
Yeah, it really truly is. You know, and it dates back all the way from the beginning. Like even the year that I was competing, there was parents donating all these tracksuits and jackets, and
you had to have your tracksuits and jackets donated, guys.
It was a long time ago, and I have faith that PMM has grown since then. But we were the underdogs, and none of us made it to the finals, so like there wasn't a lot of faith in that. But it was great that we were out there, and the community was what raised us and supported us, and helped us get buses, get bookings for our hostel, all these little things. That's what builds and supports these young climbers. And like you said, we've got to look at it with not just who's the strongest and who's already shining, but like look at these kids with what potential they have, and not just based on what they're scoring, but also on their attitude, on their commitment. And once you start seeing that potential in these young kids, that's when you can really flourish. Oh wow, like look at those combination moves. It is such a joy to see how the kind of vocabulary of movement has progressed in the climbing industry. A lot of these moves, it didn't even exist when I was
very
climbing.
parkourish now. It's sort of evolved. Hasn't the sport really just evolved?
Yeah. There's a lot of stunt work, a lot more dynamic. A lot of what we used to do was very static, very calculated. But right now we're seeing a lot of dynamic work, a lot of coordination, jumping from one hole to another. You really have to know your body so well to make all these micro adjustments and calculations in that split second as you're moving from one hole to another. Right here on this number 43, you can see, even though it's got this small hole here, just that movement, standing up and calculating the exact moment to stop your momentum and grab onto that tiny hole, it's a lot of work and it's a lot of skill involved.
The Camp 5 brushers in overdrive this weekend, making sure that everybody is it's a bit of a tricky combination, isn't it? Because you got the dual text, which requires you to have no chalk, and then the textured part, which you are wanting to. Which
I gotta say, I'm so thankful that when I was climbing, dual text wasn't a thing, because like I would suffer so much if dual text was a thing back then. And
the holes were tiny, and like jugs were
huge, and holes were very obvious as well. A sloper was a sloper, a jug was a jug, a crimp was a crimp. But now, you look at a hole and you don't even know what it is until you touch it. So that's why the flash aspect for this competition really is something that is rewarded, because it does give you that edge to be able to look at a route, do it for the first time, and complete it until the very top. It's a lot of skill involved. It's not just about cranking through it, but it's also having that knowledge, being able to visualize what the moves are, and then actually doing those moves that you visualize on the wall.
So reading the route, which is a skill on its own, and then just going there and attempting it.
Yeah.
Very often, like the route setters will say, there's a tiny little jib in there. You've got to get your hand placement just right. So
yeah. And just right, there's just right is really what it is. Just an inch to the right or an inch to the left can make all the difference in whether you are topping that route or if you're giving yourself another attempt.
We're looking for 1G06 Atira, if you can find her. Felicia Clarabelle. Wow, that Cordy. So I like the juxtaposition of these two dynos. So 42 over there and 22 over here. So both requiring movement and coordination. The one on the left markedly harder than the one on the right. But an example of when even an easier route can show and teach movement.
Yes. We were talking a lot about this in the earlier session with Patrick about how when we set, it's not just about having fancy holes. It's not just about having, the latest stunt work moves put onto the wall in your gym. You also gotta, as a route setter, you gotta train your community. You're teaching them how to do these moves by slowly building it up. You'll get really, really nice volumes, and especially way back then when we were shifting from the old climbing holes to this new generation of climbing holes. There was a huge learning curve that all the climbers needed to go through to learn the movements and how to hold these different shapes and how to balance their body against it, how to coordinate all these big moves into one fluid movement. And a lot of it had to do with how the route setters were essentially writing curriculum for climbers to practice all of these micro movements in small bite sizes so that they can now jump on these climbs here that we're seeing today and be able to do it so intuitively. There's a lot of work that goes into building all of that vocabulary in these climbers' movements. Right over here on Route 18, we can see our climber just trying his best to balance. He's got not a great hole. It's dual text. So shiny on top and slippy and grippy at the bottom. Oh, that is an excellent save. Right now, he's just palming that wall to get that balance and standing up straight. And we've seen...
Unfortunately, would that count as him holding the top of the wall?
I don't know. I'm going to leave that up to the judges. It's hard to see from the camera over here. But
I'm not sure that would count because one of the rules we've been told is not to use the top of the wall before the end of your hate to be the downer here. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Hate to burst that bubble, but...
It's hard, especially with the amount of competitors we have. You have to kind of just be a little bit strict on these things. And we had a lot of tears this morning with our younger youth categories.
I had to witness about 4 meltdowns myself as a comp mummy.
Yeah.
To say.
It is heartbreaking to watch. They're trying so hard, and you just want them to have so much fun. But there is a lot of pressure. Especially when, they have all these other older youth climbers to look up to.
Ideal hung here.
Yep, on Route 46. So the routes get progressively harder the bigger the number is. 46 out of 50, that's one of our hardest climbs there. Top 10 hardest climbs in this competition. And that volume is just not being nice to anyone's footwork right now. You're seeing a lot of slips on this starting move.
And an incredibly chalked up
chalked up hole that they're gonna have to push against and stand up.
Whoa. Gosh. So for anyone at home who's actually inspired, these all get stripped at the end of the day. Because we're going to make way on these comp walls for a brand new set for the finals tomorrow. So if you are inspired by any of these routes, I highly recommend you get here and climb them, because we'll be opening up climbing to any checked-in member or any checked-in climber from 4 till 8 p.m. So 4 hours to try these routes here.
Yeah, I highly encourage people to come on by and try these out while they're still up. It's so special to be able to touch all of these holes that are used on an international platform. And it's open to everyone, you know. Camp5's out here trying to make climbing as accessible as possible. And a lot of these climbers don't get that opportunity, especially if they come from countries that don't have programs as developed, they don't have as much funding for these holes. Having the opportunity to experience world-class routes from world-class route setters as well.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Truly unique.
Let's shout out to the route setters. We've got an international team of route setters here this weekend, including Scotty, the head route setter of Australia, his World Climbing Level 2 route setter. We've got a World Climbing Level 3 route setter, and Max Aritan and Shihui Tan from Singapore, and all of this to give everyone a World Cup feel with the setting. Did you work with Taki when you were here earlier, when you were still with Camp5?
I did. When Taki and I actually started climbing together. We were competing together. One of the competitions we actually joined together as like a mixed team.
Wow.
And Taki is an incredible climber. He's got so much physicality, so much understanding of his body and his movement. It's absolute joy to watch, and he for sure just translates that into his route setting. It really is so cool to see. When I started route setting, it was also alongside Taki, and I would learn from him. You know, a lot of these problems on the wall is it's hard because you're imagining puzzles essentially as a route setter, and then you're trying to imagine all the possible solutions to these puzzles with different body types, and then you're trying to find a way to prevent and, you know, narrow down the possible solutions to each of these problems to force a certain movement, and that takes a lot of brain power. Working as an outdoor educator, I do 16-hour days, 7 days a week. It's a tiring job, but route setting is by far the most tiring job I have ever had. After you're done setting up all of these routes and doing the physical aspect of it, lifting these holes, drilling it in, moving ladders, thinking about it mentally, and then you're still not done. You still have to try all these routes and climb each and every one of them.
The forerun.
And by that time you're exhausted, but you still got to forerun these routes to make sure they work. So it's a big job. So really hats off to all of our route setters on this competition. 50 routes, that's a lot, and that's just the qualifying. We've got a whole bunch more in store for our semifinals and our finals that I'm so excited to see what they've cooked up.
Yeah, because I was saying how tragic it is that we're losing some of these routes, and Ko said, don't worry, the ones that are coming next are killer.
Oh yeah, I cannot wait, especially with the holes that we've gotten.
They're pretty impressive, aren't they? Like candy.
I know, we use that. That's what we call it, wall candy. Wall candy. Every time there's a new delivery of wall candy, it is so exciting for the route setters. And these colors are so nice as well.
I was saying that they need more female shapers because the colors need to be a little bit more palatable. The colors that come out of these factories are all very bright and primary and floral. And I think
you want some pastels.
I want some pastels.
Yeah.
Give me some glitter. There was a glitter series that came out from someone last year. It was pretty amazing.
I would love a glitter series. That sounds really cool. Maybe like some intergalactic, cosmic kind of type of holes.
Oh, I'll show you the Virgin Grip ones that are intergalactic. They were out at the ACS the other day. So
yeah.
they called them the Space Series.
And
And I can mention Virgin Grip because they are, of course, one of our sponsors today.
They are. Patrick was pointing to one of the routes that had some Virgin Grip holes on it. Really, really interesting shapes we've got out here.
This heel hook to a mantle, like, I mean, what are we doing here?
It's a hard start.
Look at that.
This number 36, you know, you gotta get your leg up really high, and if you're short, that's a challenge. Raising your leg up, so flexibility is paramount in a lot of these climbing routes. Look at that. His foot is at his shoulder level, and he's
gotta get up,
pulling himself up, and you really want to like tuck and pull your heel towards you, and then get your knee over and point that downwards to get that full range of motion. And then your next hole is a sloper. Not fun.
This is Muhammad Haris on the right side. This is also one of our up-and-coming stars. 2B13, yep.
Absolutely waltzed up that route.
National experience already, but in youth too, so young. Yeah, like lime green, honestly. Like
We need some more diversity in our hole shapers. That's what it is. I gotta say as well, these youth, you know, they have the extra challenge. These holes have been climbed on since yesterday, although our brushers are working really, really hard to keep it nice and fresh for our competitors. It does build up over time and it does pile up. So these holes aren't as grippy as they used to be. Comparing yesterday to now, we've got a lot more chalk on the wall. Adds an extra layer of challenge. But the Youth 1 category, both boys and girls are absolutely crushing it.
no fear. This is Archibald. Fun fact, the name of Archibald, I believe there's a story behind it that I only recently learned. And I'm going to get you to tell it, Zoe.
Well, this is way back. I don't know what year this was.
Well, it would be about like 6 years because this gym is about 6 years old.
Yeah, about 6 years ago when this gym was first opening, I was route setting for it, and we got to the honor of putting on the first holes on these walls, and they still hadn't confirmed the names of a lot of these sections. They had some, you know, suggestions that were going around, and this boulder over here, they wanted to call the arch. I think there was a few other suggestions, and I was like, come on, guys. Come on. It's so impressive. It deserves something a little bit quirkier. And it was a group effort, but yeah, Sir Archibald was what was thrown out there as a joke, and we were like, should we do it? Should we do it? It was first Sir Archibald, you know, giving it the honor of its title, but then I guess it got shortened over time. Oh no, it is still Sir Archibald.
Yep,
That's
still
great.
Sir Archibald.
Yeah, Sir Archibald.
Sir Archie or Arch.
Yeah, I think we wanted to throw the second on it, and just for, you know, grandeur, but
who was the first?
But there was no first, so we had to stick with Sir Archibald the first. So who knows? There might be Sir Archibald the second in a future climbing gym.
Yeah, he has inspired one. I can't remember the name of the gym that he has inspired the arch in. But yeah, Sir Archie, and of course he's grown. Did you know a boulder can grow?
I did not know a boulder can grow, but I have noticed he has a couple more inches than when I last saw him, much like the rest of these kids over here.
Yes, yes.
So yeah, there has been an expansion to Sir Archibald, a little bit taller. You can tell that there's an extra panel on the top, just giving these climbers that extra bit more to fight for when they reach the top.
And if it's really actually very high for these kids. They're really jumping down from quite a distance, actually.
Yeah. That whole no fear aspect of kids, it's really so true. The older I got, the more I found that I down climbed after I finished the route. You know, but as a kid, you're just like, oh, I'm at the top now. I'm just gonna drop down from here and trust the mat.
Yeah.
Trust my knees won't fail on me. But now as an adult, you're just like, ooh, I can see 6 ways this goes wrong. Using all those down climbing holes and more to make sure I am safely back on the ground.
I'm constantly asking the route setters to add more down climbing jugs, please.
Yeah. Whoa, that was an interesting one. Using the knee to try and get that tip over to that far hold on the right. You know, the knee is a really underestimated move. I know a lot of coaches are vehemently against using the knee. But I've seen so many climbers be saved by sticking their knee in the hole just as a desperate move.
The knee bar.
Good knee bar can take you a really, really long way if it's well placed.
Especially when it's sitting there and like an overhang, just hanging out and resting with your knee jammed in.
Yeah. What was cool about earlier is seeing all the tiny little climbers in comparison to all these holes that are huge, and a lot of them like finding ways to rest on it by sitting on it, by leaning towards it, and because they're so small and the holes are so big, sometimes even bigger than they are. It's really, you know, just the perfect spot for them to take a chill out, shake it out. Probably couldn't even take a nap, some of them on it, you know, they're that good.
Some big holes, some big volumes.
Yeah.
How much time are we counting down to? It's a 2.5 hour qualifier, I think. And so just a reminder, everyone, what it counts down to. The top 8 qualifiers from here will head off to tomorrow's final. Top 8 boys and top 8 girls. Every top here counts for points. Every flash counts for a point. Your number of attempts also plays a part in figuring out a spread.
It is a tough competition. And for tiebreakers, what they're doing is they're going to look at which were the harder routes for each competitor. And it does come down to that sometimes because these competitors are so physical, so strong. They're topping out routes that even the setters have themselves said that they think was too hard, but you know, they'll get a climber cruising up and they're like, oh, we miscalculated that, you know. So it's
That
really
is true. I asked Taki, I said, Taki, I need to film some better for some of these routes. And he just looked at me and said, we can't necessarily get it all in one shot.
Yeah.
So the route setters are like, how hard can we make this? And like, not necessarily can they actually do it themselves.
Oh yeah, it's true. Like, you know, on days that we're forerunning these routes, sometimes we have to break it down and like, you know, even sometimes we're hopping on a ladder and doing it section by section. Right over here, we have one of the Youth 1 boys attempting the hardest route we have, number 50. Nice bright yellow route that goes right under the arch.
If anyone saw this route being done yesterday, it is pretty insane.
It's brutal.
And it's one of those places where your knee gets used.
Oh, those holes.
And that's not even the hardest part of it, apparently.
You got to go upside down at some point in this one.
Yeah.
And those holes are not great, you know, and the angle that they're at, you're easily sliding off, especially with the amount of chalk on those first 2 starting holes. You can see how difficult it is comparing the last couple holes in this yellow route to the first couple holes. See how many attempts people have made unsuccessfully and fallen off the bottom half. You can look at the ones at the top. Those holes are still pretty fresh, hardly any chalk on them. It's just a testament to how tricky this route is.
These yellow secret holds, if you head to the secret holds IG, they have a video from yesterday that they've put up with some of the attempts on there, but it's pretty insane. Very inspiring.
These kids are all like 18 maximum. It's mad to me.
Yeah. Yeah, we're following the world climbing category, so under 19.
Under 19.
18, if you are 18, you could be in this category. Some definite stars in the making here.
Yeah. And we got 15, 16-year-olds in the U2 boys category that's on the wall right now. Amazing physicality and strength that they're all putting out here.
If you guys have any questions, let us know where you're watching from. Who are you looking forward to seeing? And if we'll try and find your climber. Did you manage to get your climber, Pranaman? IG06. Let us know where you're watching from. What are you looking out for? So climbing, of course, works your body and your mind. It's like a puzzle piece being made. Zoe was saying earlier about how part of it is to read the route nowadays and get your body to move in a way that matches it, I guess.
It's really interesting to see something fun that is part of climbing is, you know, discussing beta, which is the way that you climb up a route. And not everybody's going to have the same beta. When you're a route setter, you have an idea in mind of what the movement will look like. There are some principles that you have to follow that have some basic standard movement, but everybody's bodies are different. Everybody's strength is different. Balance and flexibility play a lot into it. So it's so fun to just discuss and see the different types of movement you can make on that same route. And what's great about this competition format is that not only is it so accessible, but you can see some climbers who are pals competing together and discussing beta as well, helping each other out, you know, making suggestions to each other when they're off the wall, cheering each other on. It really is just such a strong community sport that we have here.
And for anyone that's watching at home, you actually are so close to the athletes that you feel them and you feel them trying. Every bead of sweat that comes down, you can watch it, you can see the heart that goes into this climbing. So I encourage you, if you're at home and you're nothing to do today, to come over here. And oh my gosh, look at
my gosh, this is what we are live streaming for. Moments like this, movements like this.
That is nuts. That is nuts. Hi, Buzz. Yes, we're watching from Australia, looking for a friend, sister competing IG06.
See if we can find IG06 in here.
Toya Watabe here on the left from Japan. Really having my eyesight tested here. 1G07, we're just one number off.
So close, so close. We'll find them, we'll find them.
This is Olivia Lair from Singapore. A lot of Singaporeans coming down, just driving over for the weekend to take part in this competition. A lot of mums and dads as well competing in the other categories. That's been really cool. And you mentioned, you know, the community spirit behind it. Obviously, there wasn't a youth team, a Camp 5 youth team when you were around, but I do understand from Patrick's talking about it, it was just something about having a team, like working together in a team. Obviously, climbing is one of those things that's very individual.
Yeah.
But being able to then share that passion with other kids and other people around you.
It's a different vibe, you know, climbing with people and climbing alone. Yeah, sure, when you're on the wall, you're alone, but like, you know, once you're off the wall and you're back down on the mat, just having that other person to bounce ideas off of, having that other person who has experienced the route, you know, they've touched the holes, they've suffered through the slopers, they've gotten tricked by what looks like a jug but turns out to not be a jug. It's an intimate experience and it's a bonding experience as well. And climbing is hard. It's an emotional sport. You know, you're putting your body to its utmost limits each time you're up there. There's fear management, there's risk management. So being able to have a team that understands that makes all of the difference for these climbers. Got another attempt on number 18 over here. This route is really interesting because I've been watching it from when we had the U3 and 4 categories on it. And those were tiny, tiny kids. And they were just cruising through this route. It was a lot shorter. Their balance was a lot better. Center of gravity to their base of support. They were closer to the ground. So the beta that they had on these routes was completely different from what we're seeing on this wall right now. And that span move that this climber is doing, earlier we saw, you know, a kid half his height, unable to make that span. So I had to do some tricky balancing to get over from that one gap from the right side to the left.
You just can't rush this one, can you?
You really can't. Especially the taller you get, the harder this route gets. So height makes a big difference, not just as a benefit, but also some ways it gets in the way of how well you can climb a route. Look at him focusing, still trying, calculating his next movement. And that volume looks huge, but it is hard smearing on that volume and keeping your foot there. It's a lot of stress on the ankle. You really want to breathe through this move and calculate each and every micro movement.
We are counting down to the end of this qualifying session. You can see a lot of the other climbers outside, just from where I am, just hitting the wall to try and get those last climbs in. What do you take away from this this weekend? Zoe, back to Hong Kong.
What do I take away? I think it is just a celebration of the growth of this community, and also the longevity of it. You know, it's so many people that I know when I was climbing now have kids climbing. I just saw Beatrix walk past, Beatrix Fung, who is an absolute monster in the Singaporean climbing scene. You know, when I was competing, I do remember one of the competitions, she got so good, she competed in the men's open category and made it to the finals. What a gem. And now her son is competing here today, and he's taller than her. When he used to just be a little kid running around the climbing gym not too many years ago. So the longevity of this sport and the continuity of it in a community sense is really, really something to be celebrated. And I'm just so thankful that I get to be here and witness this after being away from it for so many years.
Beatrix is in the Masters as well.
Oh, wow.
So all those climbers that were, strong and are now 40 plus with their own kids, like you said, are actually competing in the Masters category. And we actually rolled that out because they didn't want to compete in Open, but they were still so strong and so technical, and they have the skills there, but they didn't feel it was fair to be having to compete with the Open category. At that time, we only had Open and Rookie. In the first editions, it was only Open and Rookie. So then the Intermediate was rolled out along with the Masters category, and it's kind of just a way of trying to get everyone to have their time to be involved or to experience this, whatever their level, whatever their commitment to the sport is.
Yeah. It's a crank boulder format is just so accessible for everyone. You get weekend warriors climbing on the same routes, touching the same holes as World Cup circuit competitors. It's something so special. You don't get this in any other sport at all. So what Camp5 has created here, powered by Worldtopia, endorsed by PMM, is really just an opportunity for this community to grow together and not leave anybody behind. It's so cool to see mothers and fathers competing alongside their kids across the different categories, and that's amazing that Beatrix is still on the walls. I'm honestly not surprised. She is a force to be reckoned with.
And there are people, if you're listening or at home and you're inspired by your kids watching, actually there are a lot of moms and dads that take on the sport late. And this bouldering might be a more dangerous form of it, but actually rope climbing is full body, as safe as you can get if you're aware of what you need to do to stay safe, and easy on your ankles. So over here, we are actually one of our sponsors, is True Blue. We have auto belay set up. So if you're a boulderer and you want to upgrade to auto belay, get bored of bouldering for whatever reason, or just too old to land those
big jumps.
Head over and do a 15-minute auto belay orientation and start climbing.
We also have a buddy climb going on right now, which is real fun.
Is insane. Were buddy climbs a thing back then?
No and yes. Right around the time that I was around, that's when the first buddy climb started popping up in gyms in America. And I remember us setting up our very, very first buddy climb at Camp5 Climbing Gym during the first annual Relationship Day.
Oh, Relationship Day, guys.
We used to do. Do you guys still do Relationship Day?
Yes, we do.
Yeah,
but I do remember you're a big proponent of it, a big part of the relationship history.
Yeah, it was so much fun setting that up for the first time, coinciding with World Friendship Day, because who's a better friend than somebody who literally holds your life in their hands on the other end of the rope. And yeah, we had two buddy boulders set up that really was just such a joy to watch. Two climbers having to hold on to each other to make it to the top. So many smiles, and I'm so glad that event is still going, because it's one of my favorite events at Camp5.
They do try to do a community day at each gym a month. And on those days, it's a lot of different sort of fun games, fun elements. We have had like Climbing Twister, a lot of buddy climbs, different sort of games that go up into the wall, other ways of enjoying climbing, I guess, that are a bit out of the box and not really like push yourself as hard as you could go.
Yeah.
So do keep an eye out for that. That looks to be the Malaysian climber Renee. Here for the semi-final, she's checking out over here.
Checking out the routes.
Leo Rob from Japan here.
There really is something for everyone out here in climbing. Whether you're an introvert, extrovert, whether you climb hard, just look at that.
This is Yusin having his bash at the 50 Yeth climb for qualifying. This one, the hardest round. Not everyone's been able to get it. Also features a scorpion move where you got to stop yourself from swinging back. And then that's not even the hardest move, apparently. You've got to match your hand to one of the holes before you take that upward climb on the left side. Insanity. Here we go. 1G06. We found her.
She'll give it another shot.
She'll come back.
She'll come back.
She'll look at it. She'll have a look at it. And she'll come back. 1G06. Shout out to you guys over in Australia watching.
You really have to be so creative in your problem solving with all these boulder problems. It's not just a test of your physical ability. It is such an important aspect to have a strong and calm mental fortitude while you're climbing this, to be able to calculate the different moves and not just crank yourself through it, but actually, be strategic about where you're placing your hands. The smallest adjustments make a huge difference in all of this.
What V grade is the range? Have you picked up that bit of information today?
No, I have not actually. But in a bit, we could get some route setters in here to give us the down low on what grades these climbs are.
Let me find that answer for you, Ava. Shout out to the guys online. Big bro Brian is looking out for you. And keep it up, Brian, sister. Hi, Ava, and hi, Buzz. Yes, thanks for joining us this afternoon. And we hope that Brian's sister gets back up on the wall.
We're down to our last half hour for the Youth 2 boys, Youth 1 boys, and Youth 1 girls. These are our top competitors in this category for the youth. Some of the strongest climbers we have in the gym, and it's 30 minutes, 26 minutes now left for them to finish as many routes as they can. The top 20 scores that they have will be counted towards their final score. This is what will set them aside in moving on towards the finals tomorrow.
Wow, there's some tiny little kids here, aren't there?
Yeah.
Just walking by. My gosh.
Swimming in their They're just like swimming in the t-shirts. Yeah.
Meanwhile, everybody on the Camp 5 staff is asking for the large sizes, so we've run out of all the large sizes, and then these guys have got the little tiny t-shirts on, swimming away. I think I have a general recommendation for people now. I think you need to like dye your hair, wear a hat, or something bright colored so that we can spot you in the crowd out there.
Some of the girls have like these ribbons in their hair.
Yep.
I think it's so cute. I love it when competitors show up and they just put in that extra effort, extra glam on them during a competition. It just makes it so much more fun to see.
The Mexicos out there.
Yeah. And it makes you easy to spot as well. I mean, the braid game that we have here today, on fire.
Very on point. We are counting down the last half an hour for qualification this afternoon. Just a little reminder about what happens next. We'll go on a short break. And in the meantime, the route setters will be stripping one of the walls for the qualies, the semifinals that the open category have.
The open semifinals differs a little bit from the qualifications. The climbers will be isolated, so that means they do not get to see the climbs. They do not get to see other people climb these climbs. So the very first attempt that they have, and if they are successful in their first attempt, it will actually be an on-site. That means being able to look at a route, climb it without any prior knowledge, which is a hard, difficult thing to do. You need a lot of technical skill, a lot of knowledge to be able to swing that the first time you're actually seeing these routes. So these climbers are isolated. They're not allowed to come out and watch the semifinal routes being put up. Members of the public are discouraged from showing them any of the routes. And as a reminder to everyone, you know, they're not even allowed to look at screens. So we discourage all of our attendees from, you know, showing any screens to our competitors in hopes of just keeping it really, really fair and maintaining the sanctity of that isolation process, so that when these climbers come out on their semifinal routes, this is the first time they're witnessing it, and the first time they're getting to touch these holes and experience it.
IG06 there, is it? Yes. Her second attempt on this 33 teal boulder.
She's got her foot. Let me tell you, that hold is not great. It is a sloper. Even though it's a nice flat vertical wall, it's really tight in there, getting that foot up and then moving onwards from that sloper. Slopers are really difficult. If you're not a climber, slopers are holes that are kind of roundish shape, hardly any grip on them. And how they work is through friction. Friction and gravity, that downward gravity, creating more friction on it. The more surface area you have on the hole, the better grip you have. So as you're standing up, you're losing that surface area and the hold is becoming less and less supportive for the rest of your body. It's an extremely technical hold. And right now, over on 28, we have our climber moving through these volumes. Is she gonna make it? That knee coming in for a save again. There you go. To all climbing coaches, don't diss the knee, man. The knee is an absolute save in a pinch.
That looks like Jaden Fengkai from China. Ooh,
attempting the most difficult route.
Ooh.
Spinning out of control.
What do you do in isolation?
What do you do in isolation? It's a lot of visualization. As an athlete, you know, different people have different approaches. I don't know if the scene has changed since I've been competing, but my isolation moments were a lot of listening to music, getting in the groove, stretching, warming up your muscles. Some climbers like to pass the time by, you know, hanging out, chatting with each other. Some climbers prefer to fully just, you know, focus, really embrace the isolation aspect and keep to themselves, calm their nerves, and mentally prepare for the challenge of not seeing any of these routes and being expected to perform. The difficult thing about isolation format as well is that because there's so few climbers on the wall, all eyes are on you. So every fall, every misstep, everything, you can hear the crowd react to it, and it is a challenge. Right over here, we have our competitor from China doing an excellent knee bar in route number 50 over here, and he's gonna come out of that knee bar, disengage.
That's the scorpion move where he's gonna try and stop his swing from pulling him off.
Oh yeah, and the amount of weight and momentum that carries when you disengage that knee bar, it is hard to stop that momentum.
Wow. You're gonna have like abs of steel or something.
Yeah.
And that is not the hardest move. The hardest move is the next one, according to Ignac, the secret holds ambassador and the route setter that's here, and he set this route. So
here we go.
It was
another attempt.
Look at this.
Completely upside down. Oh.
You can see why it's the hardest route on our qualification.
Do we know if anyone's flashed this route or topped it yet?
No flashes, but we've seen a couple of tops.
Wow.
And they've worked every segment of it. They've had to work their way up, and it's a lot of power that's been taken away every time they try to do this, obviously.
Oh, yeah. The endurance required to climb this many climbs. I know 2 hours doesn't seem like a lot, but when you have a gym session and you're climbing in the gym for 2 hours, most of that is spent sitting down on a mat.
Chatting.
Yeah.
Chatting
But
micro
these guys are trying. Oh, he's made it.
He's done it, and that's the match.
That is the match. Now he's got to reorientate himself, get his hands where his feet is. Oh, and this is all upside down. You are working against gravity on what essentially are pinches. So you're pinching these holes. None of them have good grips. They're nothing like monkey bars.
It's insane. But as you can see, they're like working every step of the way. They're figuring out this puzzle, like move by move.
And they must be so tired. They've been climbing for an hour and a half now. It really does take a toll on you. And every route, they are trying at their maximum. So just big hats off to these young climbers.
We can see the open category contestants sort of coming through the gym. They'll be heading into their isolation soon, and that's when they will turn the gym over. But it's going to be an epic semi-final. A lot of strong Malaysian climbers in the mix, and hopefully are still in the mix for finals tomorrow. It's a very, very strong field, including some A-team from Indonesia. You can see them walking around now. It's going to be pretty epic. So get over here, Camp5 Eco City. What else are you going to do on a Saturday afternoon?
Yeah, come around. We've got booths. We've got a marketplace. There's lots of apparel, little trinkets, some gear.
Oh, that's been the coolest thing. Shopping for like little boutique stuff, like climbing gear, like the mini keychains and the t-shirts. And
I know. And all these keychains are so cute because they're like the latest holes, but they're teeny tiny. So if you're a miniature collector, I highly recommend come and swing down Camp5 Eco City right here today.
Off Crocs has the little giblets that you go into your Crocs.
Oh, so cute. We've also got coffee, we've got food, everything you need to refuel you through this day. And the energy here is absolutely insane. You're not seeing this, but right outside our window are two participants helping massage another participant whose arms are pumped right before he jumps back on this number 50 climb. So the community aspect of this is just fantastic, seeing everybody coming out and helping each other and just getting so stoked for each other, even though they are competing against each other. And look at that
crazy.
360 scorpion spin. Absolute control. Holding on to those pinches. Moving forward.
Just switch the...
He's got to switch around.
So that foot has to go up to that tiny little gym there.
Yeah. He's got, I mean, there's two ways he can do it. He can match his feet back up on those holes that his hands were on, or there's a tiny little foothold that he can, if he has enough control, he can swing his body over and pop it on there. But then, of course, he has to reorientate his wrist because his body would be flipped around the other side by then. And it's just a lot of micro adjustments on this route on the arch that really require you to be so focused in all these awkward positions in order to complete the route. Breathing through it is really important. There's so much to calculate. These climbers, I know I keep saying it, but they are crushing it. And they're only 19 and below.
I think this part is the most Instagrammable part of Archibald, actually.
It is a very impressive overhang. And I really like that black and white, black and yellow combination of that route there. Unfortunately, not a lot of takers on Route 49 over here. Which has very interesting beta. I'm trying to work it out myself. And honestly, I gotta say, I've been away so long, I do not have the vocabulary to read these routes anymore. They've just skyrocketed into a different dimension. The amount of creativity and the movement that these kids have and how natural they look doing these things that are just impossible feats really is incredible. Here's another attempt from our competitor in China.
He's determined to get this one.
He is so determined, and you just can't help but root for them, you know?
He's like, and every time he comes back more solid on the move. That was the commentator's curse there. It's, you know, we try and say something and they do screw up there.
I believe he'll get it. He's so close. You know, a lot of climbing is actually positive thinking.
Confidence in the ability.
Confidence in that and visualizing it. A lot of it is trying not to doubt yourself, because the moment you doubt yourself, it actually translates into how much physical power you're putting out into the move. And a lot of times what we see, especially with big dynamic movements, is climbers giving up even before they've attempted the move, and that really does show. But if you just believe, the power of belief really takes you so far on a route. I know it sounds really woo-woo, but it actually makes a difference.
I'm gonna manifest this top right now.
Exactly, manifest it, girl. You got another competitor working out route number 50 here. Really tricky. That's a beautiful scorpion.
Wow.
He saves it.
What?
Oh my God.
Okay.
Look at him.
That's that match.
He's got it. He's got that match. Oh. It is difficult moving over. You've just got to maintain tension as you go under that arch. And it is so difficult to do that as the angle of your body changes, as the direction of the weight that your body carries changes as well. You're constantly recalibrating. Here he is again with the foot on, trying a different beta this time. Whoa!
I noticed that's different. Yeah.
Yes. I think he almost has it. You just have to keep being creative in your problem-solving skills. There's no one solution to any route. Every attempt has different adjustments. Every climber has different limitations. So it's just an absolute buffet of creativity we're seeing out here from the climbers.
You mentioned vocabulary of movement. Okay, now I notice your vocabulary from Patrick's poetry of movement class is still okay. It's still alive, and
I still
and
do
kicking.
remember a bit from there. Yeah, I did help Patrick teach a couple of the poetry of movement courses, and it's so interesting just understanding kind of like what's the equations that make up all of the movement that we do in everyday life. And really just unlocking that core understanding of body movement and how that translates to the wall. If any of you are looking for a climbing course to give you that one up, I highly recommend the Poetry of Movement course. It's a 8-week course, I believe, 8 weeks. And it starts with the very, very basics about why we move the way we move. It talks a lot about balance and a lot of these foundational principles that build onto this crazy movements that we see out here on competition today. It's such a wonderful course for anyone at any level. If you're a new climber, if you've been climbing for 3 years, 4 years, and you're still not getting it, that is really the course for you. Everything is explained so precisely, and it really gives you enough understanding to carry forward without a coach in certain instances and figure out movement on your own. Although having a coach in your corner is a huge one-up, as always. We've got another competitor here on the Route 23. The lime green jelly beans that are dual text. So
they do look like that.
Really slippy and slidey on the outside over here. You can see he's struggling to stay on this dual text. Right on 36 as well, which is a harder route. It's a higher number. It's a blue tag. So those are one of our harder routes up over here. I'm going to call this the banana climb because of all the bananas on it. And the movements are bananas.
Still waiting for an answer from Taki on what the grade setting is here this weekend. He's probably got his mind on the next qualification.
4 more minutes left on the clock for the Youth 2 boys, Youth 1 boys, and Youth 1 girls. This is their last chance to get in as many points as they can get. And these kids move straight into the finals. So it's really, really trying times. Oh, he's so close. I need him to get it. I want him to get it so bad.
Emotionally invested in this right now. Like, I need this person.
And that is just the vibe out here, that is the feeling out here. Everybody just wants to celebrate each other. You can't help but laugh and cry along with these competitors as they try their hardest along these routes.
You can see that the DJs are increasing the volume of the music right now because our cameras are going boom boom.
In these last 3 minutes, these last attempts, they are such a mental game. You're really scrambling, especially with the format of this qualification rounds. In other competitions, once the whistle blows, if you're still on the wall, you do get that extra opportunity to top it as long as you don't fall, and your tops are counted towards your final score. But in this crank qualification rounds, if the whistle blows and you're on the wall, your top does not count if it's done right after the whistle blows. So really all these climbers are just doing mental gymnastics now, trying to stay calm, trying to be calculative, but also finish these routes as fast as we can. We see this participant over here on Route 25 scrambling up these purple holes. And the faster you go, the more likely you are to make mistakes. So he's really, really pushing himself, getting his footwork in, and, you know, just that slight shift has costed him this top.
You're throwing it all on the wall, but do you, I guess, have to slow yourself down as well because you're not wanting to waste that one moment that you have left?
You really, really are. And I cannot stress how breathing through a movement makes such a big difference. You know, the palpitations from your heart, it transfers to your hands. You know, sometimes you get shakier and you're not as precise in your movements because you're so nervous, and that can cost you the climb. So really the mental aspect of this is so crucial alongside the physical aspect.
This 43 would be an example for me of someone that has to really just calm down while the MC is going go, 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 and like everybody's rushing for that final
You
moment.
can see our brushes desperately trying to clean this before the last climb of this competitor. Jumping on the wall. Does he have time? Will he make it? He's got this undercling sloper. Skip right past the undercling.
That was a
sliding
black
right off.
hold. A black hold blending in now, camouflage,
Yeah.
totally camouflage.
It was black and now it's white. That's how slippy it is.
8,
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's it. Off the mats. Unfortunately, no top for the iconic route number 50. But we're hoping to see all of these competitors back in the final round tomorrow. And up next, we have the open category semifinals, I believe.
Yep, at 5:30 p.m. So it's just enough time, 2 hours before, for Taki and his team to switch over the open semi-final routes. That will be held on the comp wall outside. And it's time for you guys to come over and climb everything else. So you've got plenty of time. 4 to 8 p.m. is open climbing for the public. Zoe, thanks so much for spending that last hour or so with me. I really appreciated your insight and your information from the perspective of someone that used to work from Camp5 and a coach and also as a national climber. So thank you so much for that. And hopefully we get back on tomorrow or later even.
Yeah,
if
definitely.
Patrick disappears again.
No, it's really been a joy to be back here. So thank you for having me, and great work that Camp5 is doing here, developing all these young climbers.
You can always come back,
Well, I don't know. My knees have something else to say about that.
Rope climbing. I'm telling everyone it's safer. It's fine. It's fine. All right. Thank you so much, Zoe. Just enough time for you guys for me to show you what is the schedule. If Atira can swing that over at some point. If you are in the gym, come and join the Lululemon yoga session. Zoe's off to go and facilitate that. Wearing many hats today as MC, live stream team. So here we are, Saturday, 2nd of May. We are done with the youth qualification. What a morning we've had, and this afternoon, wrapping up the youth categories. So youth 3 boys, youth 4 boys, youth 3 girls, and youth 4 girls have been decided on points. Youth 1 and youth 2 go through to the finals tomorrow. This afternoon at 5:30 p.m., the open semi-final begins. 24 competitors in the men's category, and I believe there's about 16 female competitors in this semi-final in the women's category. A full house including national stars from Indonesia, Singapore, and Malaysia in the mix this afternoon. That's going to be an incredible semi-final. And it all boils down to tomorrow if we can have Sunday's Sunday schedule as well. This is what it all boils down to. An epic final day. We'll have Youth 1 and Youth 2 kicking off the finals before an awards ceremony. Please note here that the awards ceremony will be live for Youth 1 and Youth 2, but pre-recorded for Youth 3 and Youth 4 because they had them today. The Masters, the 40-year-old plus category, will be kicking off the adult finals at 1:50 p.m. That's followed by the intermediate at 3:20. An awards ceremony for those guys. And the final for the open category, 5:50 p.m. That's tomorrow. So doors open at 8:30. Come on over, join the marketplace. Get yourself a coffee or a matcha if you are matcha inclined, and settle in for the day. Book your spot on the floor and try and just take it all in, and an epic day tomorrow planned. Thanks again to our massive sponsors. We've talked through some of those amazing holds on the wall, some that are no longer the colors that they came out of the box in because of how much climbing has been done today. Big thank you to Walltopia, our title sponsor for this year. All these walls are built by Walltopia, including the brand. And well, not brand new. They're a year old now. Comp walls at the front of the gym. Thank you again to AG Holds, Expression Holds, Lacuna, Secret Holds, Stacks, Blue Pill, High Holds, Climb Holds, Evolve Worldwide, Tribu Technologies, Virgin Grip, Super, Respiro Air, Cheetah, A Grip, Verticale, Thrill Seeker Holds, Nap, Polytalon, Grizzly Holds, Grip Tonight, Flat Hold, Climbing Jams, and 360 Holds. Guys, if you download or head to the Grip Tonight page, the open semi-final results will be live streamed via the Grip Tonight page. We're off for a short break right now. See you back here at 5:30 for the open semi-final. You can see outside there some of the booths all lined up here for our marketplace, and really awesome array of boutique climbing gear and essentials. So get geared up, look your best, as well as pick up some coffee, some cake. There's a Laksa out there. There's also some physios here in the fitness room. Currently, there's a Lululemon climb happening, a Lululemon yoga session happening. Loads of stuff for you to do. So guys, get over here. You have enough time to make it for the semi-final, which starts at 5:30 p.m. Highly recommend you do that. And I'll see you here.
ni first time try untuk climbing. Maybe boleh try untuk hari lain datang sini.
Saya pernah try before, but only like entry level. So this time boleh nampak a different challenge lah, from the different colours and different grades.
Okay, kalau macam saya first time datang sini. Semua benda baru bagi saya. And then yang mencabar, semua mencabar lah. Sebab benda baru kan, kita first time datang, first time cuba. Dan ada team pula bagi semangat, so support. So kita orang memang happy lah datang sini.
So far sini sangat fun. Saya pernah datang dekat Putrajaya lah. Susah lagi tapi dari segi variety sini banyak lagi variety.
I pun first time dekat sini. So game dekat sini semua fun. Tapi I rasa you guys patut kekalkan lah mini game yang ada dekat sini. Sebab best. Yeah.
Hello, my name is Dario Stefano. I'm from IFSC Climbing Halls. I'm here in Kuala Lumpur in Asian Climbing Summit. Just finishing up my shaping clinic. We had 20 amazing people eager to learn. I was extremely happy to share everything I know and all my secrets with them. And I was actually very surprised with how they did. I'm very happy with it. Yeah, most of the people came with curiosity and wanting to learn. A few of them actually wanted to be shapers, so we had an advanced course with them. I could share more of the things and they could understand. I could see the progress, and more importantly, they could see the progress. So the thing with shaping is it takes time, it takes effort, it takes trial and error. In a way, force them to see this. And I think they saw it. Shaping and originality has stagnated, and we need more original ideas. We need more shapers. We need brave shapers, ready to do mistakes, and be willing to do these mistakes. Shaping is a result of a lot of hard work. Originality comes as a result of this hard work. Shapers should be willing to give this time and effort.
Frank is also now kind of our competition baby, and we want to bring lead climbing to a larger crowd. So we try to convince all the Boulder junkies to join and take part in lead. Hi, my name is Patrick Andre. I'm one of the co-founders of Camp5. I also have a couple of different hats on. Also the director and founder of Stretch Marks Asia, which is a company, a design discipline that designs climbing walls and skate parks and all what we call vertical sports. My role here in Camp5 is I'm doing the business development, but I'm also in charge of coaching, and I'm still the director of route setting. This is the sixth Camp5. This is, of course, nearly 20 years later than the first, so we have to assume, or we hope so, that design has evolved in 20 years, and it has, because climbing has changed dramatically. The sport has evolved a lot. Bouldering has become much more acrobatic in a sense of similar to parkour. It had even influence on lead climbing as well in competition. And this kind of change in competition has had a lot of influence on recreation climbing as well. How climbing is performed, not only on competition level, also has an influence on design. Let me just take a journey with you. So for the exercise of understanding design a little bit, I just show you here a simple model of that tsunami wall here on the overview. So just for you to understand, each of those surfaces has different angles, and how they are arranged to each other creates how interesting climbing is and how interesting movement is. So we have these two beginner-friendly areas, and towards here it starts to get overhanging. In the center we are really already getting very steep with 38 degrees. What I want to show you here is really on the right-hand side. This here, you can see here, is a 6-degree slab. It's actually quite a strong slab for a lead route. A lot of people would say this is way too less steep, but here we had a qualification for the men's open. So I can actually build a very hard route on a qualification route on that slab. Here we have an 8-degree overhang, we have a 19-degree overhang roof coming, and of course here we have both of those, this arete and this dihedral here. They're more than 120 degrees, which means that it's not possible to actually stem, and it's not possible to hold on the other side. So you still need to create this feature, and without handhold you cannot climb it. What I wanted to show you here is similar to the black route of the competition, of the open qualification. You can add a volume. It's not the same volume that the route setter set. It's just here as an example. On the opposite can put another volume, and I want to show you this a bit clearer. So now look at the angles here. We have basically from 8 to -3. So now this surface itself is actually now a slab, and this surface is actually like an easy slab. And what you can see here, I added another handhold. So this angle is actually continuing with the volume, but I cannot hold this. So if I cannot push on this, I can add one more small chip here, which allows me to hold around the corner and have like a mini side pull. So this is how the route setter can use the angles to change the route. I have pushing movement, I have pulling movement, I have pushing up movement, I have mantle movement over this overhang. So I'm creating movement with the canvas. This is where design basically is designed in the model. This is where route setting is pre-prepared in the model. Voltopia, in my point of view, or not only my point of view, has the best solution for surface. They have been working on this and improving this over years. So we have, for example, the natural surface that you look at is a clear coating on top, which it looks like real plywood, but there's a surface on it, and it's actually a structured surface. And it also has those qualities that you don't have streaks of your shoes on it. I have been working with Voltopia for more than a decade now, and Voltopia as a company, I have to say, I'm very impressed how they work, because Voltopia was the first company that looked at climbing walls as an industry. It means that the main portion of work is done in the factory. Proper design, proper engineering, all the manufacturing is done. So when you come to the site, there is just assembly, which is a huge difference to what it used to be before. So this is definitely the key point, plus the desire for innovation. So the innovation then drives better surfaces, stronger material, lighter back construction, faster manufacturing, robotics in manufacturing. The streamlining of the whole process from design to engineering and installation is what makes Voltopia the #1 manufacturer in the world.
Some climbers come through the program competing into our inter-school climbing competition, all the way through to competing in international climbing competitions such as Asia Games and IFSC.
They are competitive, they want to win against each other, but they're also supportive. They are there to help each other, and that is very powerful in a team.
In 2018, we started a school competition for all students in Malaysia. Those students didn't actually have anywhere to train for these competitions, and we realized there was a lack of facilities and coaches who could train them.
To have a proper team, like in a team environment with same age people, was never basically offered in Malaysia. So we started and became so far quite successful. Teaching philosophy is having fun in the first place. Climbing is a school of life. We want to teach that the fight is within yourself and the goals you set for yourself, how you achieve them, like with ethically and morally, like good sportsmanship, don't cheat, focus, have discipline. It's not obedience, it's discipline. Work with your peers, respect them. These are values we want to teach as well. We want to instill good practices, like warm-ups, for example, focus on technique, but also creating physical skill, avoid injury. So these are some of the pillars of our training.
So the children who join the youth programs can expect to either be on the base camp, the squad, or the youth team. The program is designed so you can go from an absolute novice all the way through to climbing in the international stage.
What is good now, which is different this year, is that we have many more younger kids, like 7, 8 years old. And it's great that we can start with them. Some of them, they are very talented, and so we hope that they still keep loving the sport and stay with us or in a competitive environment and a supportive environment, which is even more important, for another 10 years. Imagine if these talents are 17, 18 and have 10, 12 years climbing experience. That will be the future generation of people who will compete internationally.
Spider webs, heat, humidity.
Welcome.
You're lucky you didn't get a fatter. Yeah. Like spiders.
This is like already very, very special. And compared to Japan, it's so much different vegetation. I never see such a big, like leaves and like big trees like this. The crag here, there is granite first part, and the second part is limestone. This like mixing rock type together like this. This is the first time too. Crazy. It's only I did one route so far. It's very technical, and I see the good quality of the rock. It's very hard. It's very special. Yeah. I started at 84, and yeah, like 42 years. Yes. The climbing makes me always motivation, to do something, and I think as long as I have a goal to do some outdoor climbing. When I started, climbing culture more likely from Europe or US. Every time when I see the Asian climbers, they are climbing in indoor mainly and then compete. Yeah, it's changed so much. I think, yeah, like 35 years ago, it was only maybe few people know about free climbing and only climb indoor. But today, like so many people climb, enjoy different type of climbing style. I love climbing and I like to travel. I like to see, I like to touch the rock, and I feel like I can improve somehow, or I could see new things with climbing. And even my age, I could feel that I have a challenge in front of me. It's like always climbing show me something new.
I just want to be in the zone. You know, in the zone. I just want to be in the zone.
So ini first time try untuk climbing. Maybe boleh try untuk hari lain datang sini.
Saya pernah try before, but only like entry level. So this time boleh nampak a different challenge lah from the different colours and different grades.
Okay, kalau macam saya first time datang sini. Semua benda baru bagi saya. And then yang mencabar, semua mencabar lah. Sebab benda baru kan, kita first time datang, first time cuba. Dan ada team pula bagi semangat, so support. So kita orang memang happy lah datang sini.
So far sini sangat fun. Saya pernah datang dekat Putrajaya lah. Susah lagi tapi dari segi variety sini banyak lagi variety.
I pun first time dekat sini. So game dekat sini semua fun. Tapi I rasa you guys patut kekalkanlah mini game yang ada dekat sini. Sebab best. Best. Ya. Yeah.
Hello, my name is Dario Stefano. I'm from IFSC Climbing Halls. I'm here in Kuala Lumpur in Asian Climbing Summit. Just finishing up my shaping clinic. We had 20 amazing people eager to learn. I was extremely happy to share everything I know and all my secrets with them. And I was actually very surprised with how they did. I'm very happy with it. Yeah, most of the people came with curiosity and wanting to learn. A few of them actually wanted to be shapers, so we had an advanced course with them. I could share more of the things and they could understand. I could see the progress, and more importantly, they could see the progress. So the thing with shaping is it takes time, it takes effort, it takes trial and error. In a way, force them to see this. And I think they saw it. Shaping and originality has stagnated, and we need more original ideas. We need more shapers. We need brave shapers, ready to do mistakes, and be willing to do these mistakes. Shaping is a result of a lot of hard work. Originality comes as a result of this hard work. Shapers should be willing to give this time and effort.
Frank is also now kind of our competition baby, and we want to bring lead climbing to a larger crowd. So we try to convince all the Boulder junkies to join and take part in lead. Hi, my name is Patrick Andre. I'm one of the co-founders of Camp5. I also have a couple of different hats on. Also the director and founder of Stretch Marks Asia, which is a company, a design discipline that designs climbing walls and skate parks and all what we call vertical sports. My role here in Camp5 is I'm doing the business development, but I'm also in charge of coaching, and I'm still the director of route setting. This is the 6th Camp5. This is, of course, nearly 20 years later than the first, so we have to assume, or we hope so, that design has evolved in 20 years, and it has, because climbing has changed dramatically. The sport has evolved a lot. Bouldering has become much more acrobatic in a sense of similar to parkour. It had even influence on lead climbing as well in competition. And this kind of change in competition has had a lot of influence on recreation climbing as well. How climbing is performed, not only on competition level, also has an influence on design. Let me just take a journey with you. So for the exercise of understanding design a little bit, I just show you here a simple model of that tsunami wall here on the overview. So just for you to understand, each of those surfaces has different angles, and how they are arranged to each other creates how interesting climbing is and how interesting movement is. So we have these two beginner-friendly areas, and towards here it starts to get overhanging. In the center we are really already getting very steep with 38 degrees. What I want to show you here is really on the right hand side. This here, you can see here, is a 6-degree slab. It's actually quite a strong slab for a lead route. A lot of people would say this is way too less steep, but here we had a qualification for the men's open. So I can actually build a very hard route on a qualification route on that slab. Here we have an 8-degree overhang, we have a 19-degree overhang roof coming, and of course here we have both of those, this arete and this dihedral here, they're more than 120 degrees, which means that it's not not possible to actually stem, and it's not possible to hold on the other side. So you still need to create this feature, and without handhold you cannot climb it. What I wanted to show you here is similar to the black route of the competition, of the open qualification. You can add a volume. It's not the same volume that the route setter set. It's just here as an example. On the opposite can put another volume, and I want to show you this a bit clearer. So now look at the angles here. We have basically from 8 to -3. So now this surface itself is actually now a slab, and this surface is actually like an easy slab. And what you can see here, I added another handhold. So this angle is actually continuing with the volume, but I cannot hold this. So if I cannot push on this, I can add one more small chip here, which allows me to hold around the corner and have like a mini side pull. So this is how the route setter can use the angles to change the route. I have pushing movement, I have pulling movement, I have pushing up movement, I have mantle movement over this overhang. So I'm creating movement with the canvas. This is where design basically is designed in the model. This is where route setting is pre-prepared in the model. Voltopia, in my point of view, or not only my point of view, has the best solution for surface. They have been working on this and improving this over years. So we have, for example, the natural surface that you look at is a clear coating on top, which it looks like real plywood, but there's a surface on it, and it's actually a structured surface. And it also has those qualities that you don't have streaks of your shoes on it. I have been working with Voltopia for more than a decade now, and Voltopia as a company, I have to say, I'm very impressed how they work, because Voltopia was the first company that looked at climbing walls as an industry. It means that the main portion of work is done in the factory. Proper design, proper engineering, all the manufacturing is done. So when you come to the site, there is just assembly, which is a huge difference to what it used to be before. So this is definitely the key point, plus the desire for innovation. So the innovation then drives better surfaces, stronger material, lighter back construction, faster manufacturing, robotics in manufacturing. The streamlining of the whole process from design to engineering and installation is what makes Voltopia the #1 manufacturer in the world.
Some climbers come through the program competing into our inter-school climbing competition, all the way through to competing in international climbing competitions such as Asia Games and IFSC.
They are competitive, they want to win against each other, but they're also supportive. They are there to help each other, and that is very powerful in a team.
In 2018, we started a school competition for all students in Malaysia. Those students didn't actually have anywhere to train for these competitions, and we realized there was a lack of facilities and coaches who could train them.
To have a proper team, like in a team environment with same age people, was never basically offered in Malaysia. So we started and became so far quite successful. Teaching philosophy is having fun in the first place. Climbing is a school of life. We want to teach that the fight is within yourself and the goals you set for yourself. How you achieve them, like with ethically and morally, like good sportsmanship, don't cheat, focus, have discipline. It's not obedience, it's discipline. Work with your peers, respect them. These are values we want to teach as well. We want to instill good practices, like warm-ups, for example, focus on technique, but also creating physical skill, avoid injury. So these are some of the pillars of our training.
So the children who join the youth programs can expect to either be on the base camp, the squad, or the youth team. The program is designed so you can go from an absolute novice all the way through to climbing in the international stage.
What is good now, which is different this year, is that we have many more younger kids, like 7, 8 years old. And it's great that we can start with them. Some of them, they are very talented, and so we hope that they still keep loving the sport and stay with us or in a competitive environment and a supportive environment, which is even more important, for another 10 years. Imagine if these talents are 17, 18 and have 10, 12 years climbing experience. That will be the future generation of people who will compete internationally.
Spider webs, heat, humidity.
Welcome.
You're lucky you didn't get a fatter. Yeah. Like spiders.
This is like already very special. And compared to Japan, it's so much different vegetation. I never see such a big, like leaves and like big trees like this. The crag here, there is granite first part, and then second part is limestone. This like mixing rock type together like this. This is the first time too. Crazy. It's only I did one route so far. It's very technical, and I see the good quality of the rock. It's very hard. It's very special. Yeah. I started 84, and yeah, like 42 years. Yes. The climbing makes me always motivation, to do something, and I think as long as I have a goal to do some outdoor climbing. When I started, climbing culture more likely from Europe or US. Every time when I see the Asian climbers, They are climbing in indoor mainly and then compete. Yeah, it's changed so much. I think, yeah, like 35 years ago, it was only maybe few people know about free climbing and only climb indoor. But today, like so many people climb, enjoy different type of climbing style. I love climbing and I like to travel. I like to see, I like to touch the rock, and I feel like I can improve somehow, or I could see new things with climbing. And even my age, I could feel that I have a challenge in front of me. It's like always climbing show me something new.
I just want to be in the zone. You know, in the zone. I just want to be in the zone.
So ini first time try untuk climbing. Maybe boleh try untuk hari lain datang sini.
Saya pernah try before, but only like entry level. So this time boleh nampak a different challenge lah, from the different colours and different grades.
Okay, kalau macam saya first time datang sini. Semua benda baru bagi saya. And then yang mencabar, semua mencabar lah. Sebab benda baru kan, kita first time datang, first time cuba. Dan ada team pula bagi semangat, so support. So kita orang memang happy lah datang sini.
So far sini sangat fun. Saya pernah datang dekat Putrajaya susah lagi, tapi dari segi variety sini banyak lagi variety.
I pun first time dekat sini. So game dekat sini semua fun. Tapi I rasa you guys patut kekalkan lah mini game yang ada dekat sini. Sebab best. Ya. Yeah.
Hello, my name is Dario Stefano. I'm from IFSC Climbing Halls. I'm here in Kuala Lumpur in Asian Climbing Summit. Just finishing up my shaping clinic. We had 20 amazing people eager to learn. I was extremely happy to share everything I know and all my secrets with them. And I was actually very surprised with how they did. I'm very happy with it. Yeah, most of the people came with curiosity and wanting to learn. A few of them actually wanted to be shapers, so we had an advanced course with them. I could share more of the things and they could understand. I could see the progress, and more importantly, they could see the progress. So the thing with shaping is it takes time, it takes effort, it takes trial and error. In a way, force them to see this. And I think they saw it. Shaping and originality has stagnated. And we need more original ideas. We need more shapers, we need brave shapers, ready to do mistakes and be willing to do these mistakes. Shaping is a result of a lot of hard work. Originality comes as a result of this hard work. Shapers should be willing to give this time and effort.
Frank is also now kind of our competition baby, and we want to bring lead climbing to a larger crowd. So we try to convince all the Boulder junkies to join and take part in lead. Hi, my name is Patrick Andre. I'm one of the co-founders of Camp5. I also have a couple of different hats on. Also the director and founder of Stretch Marks Asia, which is a company, a design discipline that designs climbing walls and skate parks and all what we call vertical sports. My role here in Camp5 is I'm doing the business development, but I'm also in charge of coaching, and I'm still the director of route setting. This is the 6th Camp5. This is, of course, nearly 20 years later than the first, so we have to assume, or we hope so, that design has evolved in 20 years, and it has, because climbing has changed dramatically. The sport has evolved a lot. Bouldering has become much more acrobatic in a sense of similar to parkour. It had even influence on lead climbing as well in competition. And this kind of change in competition has had a lot of influence on recreation climbing as well. How climbing is performed, not only on competition level, also has an influence on design. Let me just take a journey with you. So for the exercise of understanding design a little bit, I just show you here a simple model of that tsunami wall here on the overview. So just for you to understand, each of those surfaces has different angles, and how they are arranged to each other creates how interesting climbing is and how interesting movement is. So we have these two beginner-friendly areas, and towards here it starts to get overhanging. In the center we are really already getting very steep with 38 degrees. What I want to show you here is really on the right-hand side. This here, you can see here, is a 6-degree slab. It's actually quite a strong slab for a lead route. A lot of people would say this is way too less steep, but here we had a qualification for the men's open. So I can actually build a very hard route on a qualification route on that slab. Here we have an 8-degree overhang, we have a 19-degree overhang roof coming, and of course here we have both of those, this arete and this dihedral here. They're more than 120 degrees, which means that it's not possible to actually stem, and it's not possible to hold on the other side. So you still need to create this feature, and without handhold, you cannot climb it. What I wanted to show you here is similar to the black route of the competition, of the open qualification. You can add a volume. It's not the same volume that the route setter set. It's just here as an example. On the opposite, can put another volume. And I want to show you this a bit clearer. So now look at the angles here. We have basically from 8 to -3. So now this surface itself is actually now a slab, and this surface is actually like an easy slab. And what you can see here, I added another handhold. So this angle is actually continuing with the volume, but I cannot hold this. So if I cannot push on this, I can add one more small chip here, which allows me to hold around the corner and have like a mini side pull. So this is how the route setter can use the angles to change the route. I have pushing movement, I have pulling movement, I have pushing up movement, I have mantle movement over this overhang, so I'm creating movement with the canvas. This is where design basically is designed in the model. This is where route setting is pre-prepared in the model. Voltopia, in my point of view, or not only my point of view, has the best solution for surface. They have been working on this and improving this over years. So we have, for example, the natural surface that you look at is a clear coating on top, which it looks like real plywood, but there's a surface on it and it's actually a structured surface. And it also has those qualities that you don't have streaks of your shoes on it. I have been working with Voltopia for more than a decade now, and Voltopia as a company, I have to say, I'm very impressed how they work, because Voltopia was the first company that looked at climbing walls as an industry. It means that the main portion of work is done in the factory. Proper design, proper engineering, all the manufacturing is done. So when you come to the site, there is just assembly, which is a huge difference to what it used to be before. So this is definitely the key point.
So ini first time try untuk climbing. Maybe boleh try untuk hari lain datang sini.
Saya pernah try before, but only like entry level. So this time boleh nampak a different challenge lah, from the different colours and different grades.
Okay, kalau macam saya first time datang sini. Semua benda baru bagi saya. And then yang mencabar, semua mencabar lah. Sebab benda baru kan, kita first time datang, first time cuba. Dan ada team pula bagi semangat, so support. So kita orang memang happy lah datang sini.
So far sini sangat fun. Saya pernah datang dekat Putrajaya susah lagi, tapi dari segi variety sini banyak lagi variety.
I pun first time dekat sini. So game dekat sini semua fun. Tapi I rasa you guys patut kekalkan lah mini game yang ada dekat sini. Sebab best. Yeah.
my name is Dario Stefano. I'm from IFSC Climbing Halls. I'm here in Kuala Lumpur in Asian Climbing Summit. Just finishing up my shaping clinic. We had 20 amazing people eager to learn. I was extremely happy to share everything I know and all my secrets with them. And I was actually very surprised with how they did. I'm very happy with it. Yeah, most of the people came with curiosity and wanting to learn. A few of them actually wanted to be shapers, so we had an advanced course with them. I could share more of the things and they could understand. I could see the progress, and more importantly, they could see the progress. So the thing with shaping is it takes time, it takes effort, it takes trial and error. In a way, force them to see this. And I think they saw it. Shaping and originality has stagnated. And we need more original ideas. We need more shapers, we need brave shapers, ready to do mistakes and be willing to do these mistakes. Shaping is a result of a lot of hard work. Originality comes as a result of this hard work. Shapers should be willing to give this time and effort.
Frank is also now kind of our competition baby, and we want to bring lead climbing to a larger crowd. So we try to convince all the Boulder junkies to join and take part in lead. Hi, my name is Patrick Andre. I'm one of the co-founders of Camp5. I also have a couple of different hats on. Also the director and founder of Stretch Marks Asia, which is a company, that design discipline that designs climbing walls and skate parks and all what we call vertical sports. My role here in Camp5 is I'm doing the business development, but I'm also in charge of coaching, and I'm still the director of route setting. This is the 6th Camp5. This is, of course, nearly 20 years later than the first, so we have to assume, or we hope so, that design has evolved in 20 years, and it has, because climbing has changed dramatically. The sport has evolved a lot. Bouldering has become much more acrobatic in a sense of similar to parkour. It had even influence on lead climbing as well in competition. And this kind of change in competition has had a lot of influence on recreation climbing as well. How climbing is performed, not only on competition level, also has an influence on design. Let me just take a journey with you. So for the exercise of understanding design a little bit, I just show you here a simple model of that tsunami wall here on the overview. So just for you to understand, each of those surfaces has different angles, and how they are arranged to each other creates how interesting climbing is and how interesting movement is. So we have these two beginner-friendly areas, and towards here it starts to get overhanging. In the center we are really already getting very steep with 38 degrees. What I want to show you here is really on the right-hand side. This here, you can see here, is a 6-degree slab. It's actually quite a strong slab for a lead route. A lot of people would say this is way too less steep, but here we had a qualification for the men's open. So I can actually build a very hard route on a qualification route on that slab. Here we have an 8-degree overhang, we have a 19-degree overhang roof coming, and of course here we have both of those, this arete and this dihedral here. They're more than 120 degrees, which means that it's not not possible to actually stem, and it's not possible to hold on the other side. So you still need to create this feature, and without handhold, you cannot climb it. What I wanted to show you here is similar to the black route of the competition, of the open qualification. You can add a volume. It's not the same volume that the route setter set. It's just here as an example. On the opposite, can put another volume. And I want to show you this a bit clearer. So now look at the angles here. We have basically from 8 to -3. So now this surface itself is actually now a slab, and this surface is actually like an easy slab. And what you can see here, I added another handhold. So this angle is actually continuing with the volume, but I cannot hold this. So if I cannot push on this, I can add one more small chip here, which allows me to hold around the corner and have like a mini side pull. So this is how the route setter can use the angles to change the route. I have pushing movement, I have pulling movement, I have pushing up movement, I have mantle movement over this overhang. So I'm creating movement with the canvas. This is where design basically is designed in the model. This is where route setting is pre-prepared in the model. Voltopia, in my point of view, or not only my point of view, has the best solution for surface. They have been working on this and improving this over years. So we have, for example, the natural surface that you look at is a clear coating on top, which it looks like real plywood, but there's a surface on it and it's actually a structured surface. And it also has those qualities that you don't have streaks of your shoes on it. I have been working with Voltopia for more than a decade now, and Voltopia as a company, I have to say I'm very impressed how they work, because Voltopia was the first company that looked at climbing walls as an industry. It means that the main portion of work is done in the factory. Proper design, proper engineering, all the manufacturing is done. So when you come to the site, there is just assembly, which is a huge difference to what it used to be before. So this is definitely the key point, plus the desire for innovation. So the innovation then drives better surfaces, stronger material, lighter back construction, faster manufacturing, robotics in manufacturing. The streamlining of the whole process from design to engineering and installation is what makes Voltopia the #1 manufacturer in the world.
Some climbers come through the program competing into our inter-school climbing competition, all the way through to competing in international climbing competitions such as Asia Games and IFSC.
They are competitive, they want to win against each other, but they're also supportive. They are there to help each other, and that is very powerful in a team.
In 2018, we started a school competition for all students in Malaysia. Those students didn't actually have anywhere to train for these competitions, and we realized there was a lack of facilities and coaches who could train them.
To have a proper team, like in a team environment with same age people, was never basically offered in Malaysia. So we started and became so far quite successful. Teaching philosophy is having fun in the first place. Climbing is a school of life. We want to teach that the fight is within yourself, and the goals you set for yourself, how you achieve them, like with ethically and morally, like good sportsmanship, don't cheat, focus, have discipline, It's not obedience, it's discipline. Work with your peers, respect them. These are values we want to teach as well. We want to instill good practices, like warm-ups, for example, focus on technique, but also creating physical skill, avoid injury. So these are some of the pillars of our training.
So the children who join the youth programs can expect to either be on the base camp, the squad or the youth team. The program is designed so you can go from an absolute novice all the way through to climbing in the international stage.
What is good now, which is different this year, is that we have many more younger kids, like 7, 8 years old. And it's great that we can start with them. Some of them, they are very talented, and so we hope that they still keep loving the sport and stay with us or in a competitive environment and a supportive environment, which is even more important, for another 10 years. Imagine if these talents are 17, 18 and have 10, 12 years climbing experience. That will be the future generation of people who will compete internationally.
Spider webs, heat, humidity.
Welcome.
You're lucky you didn't get a batter. Yeah. Like spiders.
This is like already very, very special. And compared to Japan, it's so much different vegetation. I never see such a big, like leaves and like big trees like this. The crag here, there is granite first part, and the second part is limestone. This like mixing rock type together like this. This is the first time too. Crazy. It's only I did one route so far. It's very technical, and I see the good quality of the rock. It's very hard. It's very special. Yeah. I started 84, and yeah, like 42 years. Yes. The climbing makes me always motivation, to do something, and I think as long as I have a goal to do some outdoor climbing. When I started, climbing culture more likely from Europe or US. Every time when I see the Asian climbers, they are climbing in indoor mainly and then compete. Yeah, it's changed so much. I think, like 35 years ago, it was only maybe few people know about free climbing and only climb indoor. But today, like so many people climb, enjoy different type of climbing style. I love climbing and I like to travel. I like to see, I like to touch the rock, and I feel like I can improve somehow, or I could see new things with climbing. And even my age, I could feel that I have a challenge in front of me. It's like always climbing show me something new.
I just want to be in the zone. In the zone.
ni first time try untuk climbing. Maybe boleh try untuk hari lain datang sini.
Saya pernah try before, but only like entry level. So this time boleh nampak a different challenge lah from the different colours and different grades.
Okay, kalau macam saya first time datang sini. Semua benda baru bagi saya. And then yang mencabar, semua mencabar lah. Sebab benda baru kan, kita first time datang, first time cuba. Dan ada team pula bagi semangat, so support. So kita orang memang happy lah datang sini.
So far sini sangat fun. Saya pernah datang dekat Putrajaya susah lagi tapi dari segi variety sini banyak lagi variety.
I pun first time dekat sini. So game dekat sini semua fun. Tapi I rasa you guys patut kekalkan lah mini game yang ada dekat sini. Sebab best. Yeah.
Hello, my name is Dario Stefano. I'm from IFSC Climbing Halls. I'm here in Kuala Lumpur in Asian Climbing Summit. Just finishing up my shaping clinic. We had 20 amazing people eager to learn. I was extremely happy to share everything I know and all my secrets with them. And I was actually very surprised with how they did. I'm very happy with it. Yeah, most of the people came with curiosity and wanting to learn. A few of them actually wanted to be shapers, so we had an advanced course with them. I could share more of the things and they could understand. I could see the progress, and more importantly, they could see the progress. So the thing with shaping is it takes time, it takes effort, it takes trial and error. In a way, force them to see this. And I think they saw it. Shaping and originality has stagnated, and we need more original ideas. We need more shapers. We need brave shapers, ready to do mistakes and be willing to do these mistakes. Shaping is a result of a lot of hard work. Originality comes as a result of this hard work. Shapers should be willing to give this time and effort.
Frank is also now kind of our competition baby, and we want to bring lead climbing to a larger crowd. So we try to convince all the Boulder junkies to join and take part in lead. Hi, my name is Patrick Andre. I'm one of the co-founders of Camp5. I also have a couple of different hats on. Also the director and founder of Stretch Marks Asia, which is a company, a design discipline that designs climbing walls and skate parks and all what we call vertical sports. My role here in Camp5 is I'm doing the business development, but I'm also in charge of coaching, and I'm still the director of route setting. This is the 6th Camp5. This is, of course, nearly 20 years later than the first, so we have to assume, or we hope so, that design has evolved in 20 years, and it has, because climbing has changed dramatically. The sport has evolved a lot. Bouldering has become much more acrobatic in a sense of similar to parkour. It had even influence on lead climbing as well in competition. And this kind of change in competition has had a lot of influence on recreation climbing as well. How climbing is performed, not only on competition level, also has an influence on design. Let me just take a journey with you. So for the exercise of understanding design a little bit, I just show you here a simple model of that tsunami wall here on the overview. So just for you to understand, each of those surfaces has different angles, and how they are arranged to each other creates how interesting climbing is and how interesting movement is. So we have these two beginner-friendly areas, and towards here it starts to get overhanging. In the center we are really already getting very steep with 38 degrees. What I want to show you here is really on the right-hand side. This here, you can see here, is a 6-degree slab. It's actually quite a strong slab for a lead route. A lot of people would say this is way too less steep, but here we had a qualification for the men's open. So I can actually build a very hard route on a qualification route on that slab. Here we have an 8-degree overhang, we have a 19-degree overhang roof coming, and of course here we have both of those, this arête and this dihedral here, they're more than 120 degrees, which means that it's not possible to actually stem, and it's not possible to hold on the other side. So you still need to create this feature, and without handhold, you cannot climb it. What I wanted to show you here is similar to the black route of the competition, of the open qualification. You can add a volume. It's not the same volume that the route setter set. It's just here as an example. On the opposite, can put another volume, and I want to show you this a bit clearer. So now look at the angles here. We have basically from 8 to -3. So now this surface itself is actually now a slab, and this surface is actually like an easy slab. And what you can see here, I added another handhold. So this angle is actually continuing with the volume, but I cannot hold this. So if I cannot push on this, I can add one more small chip here, which allows me to hold around the corner and have like a mini side pull. So this is how the route setter can use the angles to change the route. I have pushing movement, I have pulling movement, I have pushing up movement, I have mantle movement over this overhang. So I'm creating movement with the canvas. This is where design basically is designed in the model. This is where route setting is pre-prepared in the model. Walltopia, in my point of view, or not only my point of view, has the best solution for surface. They have been working on this and improving this over years. So we have, for example, the natural surface that you look at is a clear coating on top, which it looks like real plywood, but there's a surface on it, and it's actually a structured surface. And it also has those qualities that you don't have streaks of your shoes on it. I have been working with Walltopia for more than a decade now, and Walltopia as a company, I have to say, I'm very impressed how they work, because Walltopia was the first company that looked at climbing walls as an industry. It means that the main portion of work is done in the factory. Proper design, proper engineering, all the manufacturing is done. So when you come to the site, there is just assembly, which is a huge difference to what it used to be before. So this is definitely the key point, plus the desire for innovation. So the innovation then drives better surfaces, stronger material, lighter back construction, faster manufacturing, robotics in manufacturing. The streamlining of the whole process from design to engineering and installation is what makes Walltopia the #1 manufacturer in the world.
Some climbers come through the program competing into our inter-school climbing competition, all the way through to competing in international climbing competitions such as Asia Games and IFSC.
They are competitive, they want to win against each other, but they're also supportive. They are there to help each other, and that is very powerful in a team.
In 2018, we started a school competition for all students in Malaysia. Those students didn't actually have anywhere to train for these competitions, and we realized there was a lack of facilities and coaches who could train them.
To have a proper team, like in a team environment with same age people, was never basically offered in Malaysia. So we started and became so far quite successful. Teaching philosophy is having fun in the first place. Climbing is a school of life. We want to teach that the fight is within yourself and the goals you set for yourself. How you achieve them, like with ethically and morally, like good sportsmanship, don't cheat, focus, have discipline. It's not obedience, it's discipline. Work with your peers, respect them. These are values we want to teach as well. We want to instill good practices, like warm-ups, for example, focus on technique, but also creating physical skill, avoid injury. So these are some of the pillars of our training.
So the children who join the youth programs can expect to either be on the base camp, the squad, or the youth team. The program is designed so you can go from an absolute novice all the way through to climbing in the international stage.
What is good now, which is different this year, is that we have many more younger kids, like 7, 8 years old. And it's great that we can start with them. Some of them, they are very talented, and so we hope that they still keep loving the sport and stay with us or in a competitive environment and a supportive environment, which is even more important, for another 10 years. Imagine if these talents are 17, 18 and have 10, 12 years climbing experience. That will be the future generation of people who will compete internationally.
Spider webs, heat, humidity.
Welcome.
You're lucky you didn't get a batter. Yeah. Like spiders.
This is like already very special. And compared to Japan, it's so much different vegetation. I never see such a big, like leaves and like big trees like this. The crag here, there is granite first part, and the second part is limestone. This like mixing rock type together like this. This is the first time too. Crazy. It's only I did one route so far. It's very technical, and I see the good quality of the rock. It's very hard. It's very special. Yeah. I started 84, and yeah, like 42 years. Yes. The climbing makes me always motivation, to do something. And I think as long as I have a goal to do some outdoor climbing, when I started, climbing culture more likely from Europe or US. Every time when I see the Asian climbers, they are climbing in indoor mainly and then compete. Yeah, it's changed so much. I think, yeah, like 35 years ago, it was only maybe few people know about free climbing and only climb indoor. But today, like so many people climb, enjoy different type of climbing style. I love climbing and I like to travel. I like to see, I like to touch the rock, and I feel like I can improve somehow, or I could see new things with climbing. And even my age, I could feel that I have a challenge in front of me. It's like always climbing show me something new.
I just want to be in the zone. In the zone. I just want to be in the zone.
So ini first time try untuk climbing. Maybe boleh try untuk hari lain datang sini.
Saya pernah try before, but only like entry level. So this time boleh nampak a different challenge lah, from the different colours and different grades.
Okay, kalau macam saya first time datang sini. Semua benda baru bagi saya. And then yang mencabar, semua mencabar lah. Sebab benda baru kan, kita first time datang, first time cuba. Dan ada team pula bagi semangat, so support. So kita orang memang happy lah datang sini.
So far sini sangat fun. Saya pernah datang dekat Putrajaya susah lagi, tapi dari segi variety sini banyak lagi variety.
I pun first time dekat sini. So game dekat sini semua fun. Tapi I rasa you guys patut kekalkan lah mini game yang ada dekat sini. Sebab best. Ya. Yeah.
Hello, my name is Dario Stefano. I'm from IFSC Climbing Halls. I'm here in Kuala Lumpur in Asian Climbing Summit. Just finishing up my shaping clinic. We had 20 amazing people eager to learn. I was extremely happy to share everything I know and all my secrets with them. And I was actually very surprised with how they did. I'm very happy with it. Yeah, most of the people came with curiosity and wanting to learn. A few of them actually wanted to be shapers, so we had an advanced course with them. I could share more of the things and they could understand. I could see the progress, and more importantly, they could see the progress. So the thing with shaping is it takes time, it takes effort, it takes trial and error. In a way, force them to see this. And I think they saw it. Shaping and originality has stagnated, and we need more original ideas. We need more shapers, we need brave shapers, ready to do mistakes and be willing to do these mistakes. Shaping is a result of a lot of hard work. Originality comes as a result of this hard work. Shapers should be willing to give this time and effort.
Frank is also now kind of our competition baby, and we want to bring lead climbing to a larger crowd. So we try to convince all the Boulder junkies to join and take part in lead. Hi, my name is Patrick Andre. I'm one of the co-founders of Camp5. I also have a couple of different hats on. Also the director and founder of Stretch Marks Asia, which is a company, a design discipline that designs climbing walls and skate parks and all what we call vertical sports. My role here in Camp5 is I'm doing the business development, but I'm also in charge of coaching, and I'm still the director of route setting. This is the 6th Camp5. This is, of course, nearly 20 years later than the first, so we have to assume, or we hope so, that design has evolved in 20 years, and it has, because climbing has changed dramatically. The sport has evolved a lot. Bouldering has become much more acrobatic in a sense of similar to parkour. It had even influence on lead climbing as well in competition. And this kind of change in competition has had a lot of influence on recreation climbing as well. How climbing is performed, not only on competition level, also has an influence on design. Let me just take a journey with you. So for the exercise of understanding design a little bit, I just show you here a simple model of that tsunami wall here on the overview. So just for you to understand, each of those surfaces has different angles, and how they are arranged to each other creates how interesting climbing is and how interesting movement is. So we have these two beginner-friendly areas, and towards here it starts to get overhanging. In the center we are really already getting very steep with 38 degrees. What I want to show you here is really on the right-hand side. This here, you can see here, is a 6-degree slab. It's actually quite a strong slab for a lead route. A lot of people would say this is way too less steep, but here we had a qualification for the men's open. So I can actually build a very hard route on a qualification route on that slab. Here we have an 8-degree overhang, we have a 19-degree overhang roof coming, and of course here we have both of those, this arete and this dihedral here. They're more than 120 degrees, which means that it's not not possible to actually stem, and it's not possible to hold on the other side. So you still need to create this feature, and without handhold, you cannot climb it. What I wanted to show you here is similar to the black route of the competition, of the open qualification. You can add a volume. It's not the same volume that the route setter set. It's just here as an example. On the opposite, can put another volume. And I want to show you this a bit clearer. So now look at the angles here. We have basically from 8 to -3. So now this surface itself is actually now a slab, and this surface is actually like an easy slab. And what you can see here, I added another handhold. So this angle is actually continuing with the volume, but I cannot hold this. So if I cannot push on this, I can add one more small chip here, which allows me to hold around the corner and have like a mini side pull. So this is how the route setter can use the angles to change the route. I have pushing movement, I have pulling movement, I have pushing up movement, I have mantle movement over this overhang. So I'm creating movement with the canvas. This is where design basically is designed in the model. This is where route setting is pre-prepared in the model. Voltopia, in my point of view, or not only my point of view, has the best solution for surface. They have been working on this and improving this over years. So we have, for example, the natural surface that you look at is a clear coating on top, which it looks like real plywood, but there's a surface on it, and it's actually a structured surface. And it also has those qualities that you don't have streaks of your shoes on it. I have been working with Voltopia for more than a decade now, and Voltopia as a company, I have to say I'm very impressed how they work, because Voltopia was the first company that looked at climbing walls as an industry. It means that the main portion of work is done in the factory. Proper design, proper engineering, all the manufacturing is done. So when you come to the site, there is just assembly, which is a huge difference to what it used to be before. So this is definitely the key point, plus the desire for innovation. So the innovation then drives better surfaces, stronger material, lighter back construction, faster manufacturing, robotics in manufacturing. The streamlining of the whole process from design to engineering and installation is what makes Voltopia the #1 manufacturer in the world.
This is KRAFT Boulder Comp 2026 coming to you from Camp5 Eco City in Kuala Lumpur. This competition brought to you by Voltopia. Guys, welcome back to the live stream. We are kicking off plenty of action in which is the main event for today, the Open Semi-Final. This is an amazing event that we're having here. The best athletes in the region and definitely some of our best national athletes are here today. 24 men and 16 women came through an epic qualification yesterday, and it's boiled down to these final 16 women and 24 men. Now the open semi-final format, 24 competitors for the men, rotational format, they all have 4 boulder problems and 5-minute climbing time per boulder. No observation for this, they're all gonna come out and get going. 4 minutes on, 4 minutes off. Here we go, semi-final open men, semi-final open women. Some incredible athletes to go. Want to welcome Chief Taki Zulkifli back as Chief Setter for KRAFT. It has an epic team behind him for this round. Here we go. You're opening up here right on Riverside, our comp wall here at Camp 5 Echo City. You can see the guys outside ready and waiting for the semifinals to open. The judges are in place. We had this area cordoned off while the route setters, who you saw just then, had a big go of resetting this wall. And this is it. 4 boulders each. You can see M1 there, that means male 1. M2 means male 2. 4 for the men, 4 for the women. Rotational format, 4 minutes on, and then they'll take a break for 4 minutes before they try the next route. Here we go, our semifinalists in the men. From the bottom up, Muhammad Latif from Singapore, Chin Si Ho from Singapore, Haraz Abdullah, Singapore, Ruben Chu from Singapore, Han Joseph Kwa from Singapore, Vincent Tay from Singapore, Kuk Tan from Singapore, Tristan Andrata, Indonesia. Guys, next up, Jimmy Shah, Malaysia, Musawir, Indonesia, Zuhair Alzam, the younger brother to Zulkram, Shern Hong, also from Malaysia, Kevin Eddie Fred, Malaysia, Owen Chan from Singapore. You guys, you can see we're having a bit of technical difficulty behind there. I'll keep reading out these names. Ambrose Gia, Malaysia, Rizky Atitya, Indonesia, the SEA Games climber. A lot of very strong Indonesians in this semi-final. Akif Nukman, Malaysia, Zulkram Alzam, Malaysia, Muhammad Firdaus, Indonesia, Addison Ali, Malaysia, Aiman Firas, Malaysia. And these 3 Indonesians are the athletes to beat today. Rizky Shafarafil, Mahesa Seza, and Ravianto Ramdan, all from Indonesia. These guys are World Cup athletes right here. In the women's, Ho Min Shenjul from Singapore, Lim Zi Yun from Singapore, Bel Thiam from Malaysia, Celine Ong, Malaysia, Lynette Ko, Singapore, Joanne Ala from the Philippines, Chen Xin Yi, Malaysia, Valerie Law, Malaysia, Jasmine To, Malaysia, Renee Tan, the Malaysian national climber too, Janet Go, Singapore, Esther Lee, Singapore, Asha Fan, Singapore, Joel Chia, Singapore, Ibni Balkis, Indonesia, Lena Singh from Singapore. All these women here are the best that our nation has to offer today, and they're all ready to get their game on. I'm joined by a former national climber herself in the youth category and a former Camp 5 instructor and coach. It's Zoe Lim. Zoe, it's good to see you again today for what is looking like an epic semi-final.
Hey, thank you for having me back. Yeah, I am absolutely stoked. We've got some really strong climbers on the start list here, hailing from all over Southeast Asia, and I'm really looking forward to seeing them perform on these routes. These holes are sick. Seeing the route setters put them up just now is really, really impressive. Some of the routes took several route setters to forerun it, doing it in sections, so these climbers really have their work cut out for them.
If you guys are watching online, let us know where you're watching from, who you are laying at home on the couch for, and if you're in KL, just head over. It's going to be pretty epic. The marketplace is still running, as well as an open climb until 8 p.m., so join the fun. The guys have been in isolation. I can see them walking out from the isolation zone now. They're heading to the wall. The order of the comp today, we'll see the lowest qualifier start first, and we'll work our way up to the strongest qualifier yesterday. You can hear it now in the background. The MC is going to pump up the crowd a little bit, give the athletes a little bit of a oomph as they walk in to compete. You can see Lynette Ko just walk past our window. And here we go. First Malaysian.
Our first climber out here is Nico, aka Muhammad Latif bin Idris. He is hailing from Singapore, and he started climbing in 2010.
Bear with us right now because we seem to be having a little bit of a technical difficulty. Some boulders for yourself. We're a short ride away.
Each of the contestants has a full 5 minutes to figure out your way to the very top. Once again, you are free to share any support and love. Please don't share any pizza wall. It's on the wall.
So they have 4 minutes to attempt each problem. This male one problem actually requires your 2 hands on that first big brand new set of boulders put out by the team. This one's pretty crazy. So he's got to get up there and then he's got to figure out a way to get to the other side. The zone is here, the 10. And I'm wondering if he's figured it out. He's actually got to jump up, hold his breath, steady himself, and he's got to flip around. According to the beta that was set.
What we're seeing here is a classic coordination route that involves momentum and control in your momentum, being able to launch yourself and stop yourself at the exact precise moment. Whoa. Nico's smiling through it all, trying to work out the beta for this route.
If you are in the audience, you're not actually supposed to yell out any better. Is it? Yeah, they can get disqualified, no?
Yeah. Audience members are encouraged to support the climbers, but not share any beta with them. Also, nobody likes a beta sprayer, especially during a climbing competition.
This is probably going to feel really quick for the climbers. It's 4 minutes on, 4 minutes break, 4 minutes on, and that's it.
Yep, 4 minutes on, 4 minutes break, and 4 minutes back on. Each attempt that they make minuses 0.1 points from their final score. Climbers who manage to reach the zone holes, that would be the 10 over there, will get 10 points. They need to securely reach that, and then climbers who manage to reach the top zone, this is all on first attempt, will get 25 points. Every subsequent attempt would get them less points by 0.1 value.
It's
Coming up
purple.
next.
Kai pie holes are exactly the ones that you would see in a World Cup.
Yep. Right now on the wall, we have Ho Jin Si, or also known as Jin Si. Jin Si has told us that his secret superpower is coordination. So this route might be just up his alley. He's joining us all the way from Singapore at a height of 178 centimeters. So he's got a bit of a height advantage over the other climbers in this category. But still, height counts for nothing if you cannot balance and control your movement on these super precise coordination routes.
You guys saw the QR code that just popped up on your screen on the right. We have live scoring happening right now at Grip tonight. You can just click onto that QR code and it should head you to the leaderboard. I'm going to try that myself. Let's go. Grip tonight is one of our sponsors for this event. So here we are on the page. His most recent competition was Crank. He got second. He's been climbing since mid-2019. It seems almost unfair to have to really slow yourself down and do a problem like this straight off the bat when you're amped up in competition mode.
This is a classic competitive format in the finals, having the first route being a technical balancing route, getting climbers into really focus in on this first route and hone in on their technical skills.
And it's exactly that they're trying to do with the Crank set here, to give a World Cup feel to all of the athletes that are coming out today, not just in how they have to express themselves, feeling the holds and sitting in isolation. That's 4 minutes up. If you've joined us here, you can also join us in the crowd here at Camp 5 Echo City. We're pretty central to everywhere in Kuala Lumpur, so just get on over. Grab a coffee from our marketplace or a matcha and join the crowd. As I can observe, there's plenty of space out there. There's the crowd filling up, filling in. Some of the youth athletes from this morning, some supporters. There's a few gaps there for you to slot in. Some of the cameramen. As you can see over here on the second men's route, the M2 here.
We have Muhammad Latif bin Idris, also known as Nico, working hard. Nico qualified in 24th place for the Open Men's semifinals. He hails from Singapore. And he has expressed a love for pinch holes. Let's see if this brings him any luck on the M2 route today in the Open Men's semifinal. Right over on the M1 route, you can see Muhammad Haras bin Abdullah from Singapore, also known as Raz. Raz is also a big lover of crimps. He has been climbing since 2011 at a height of 164 centimeters. He is going to need to reach as far as he can to get to that zone hole and secure those precious 10 points.
Here we go.
Nico managed to secure the zone hole on route number 2. Climbing his way up slowly. Is he going to make the top? Ah, so close. Right on the men's semifinal route number 1, you can see Raz struggling to get that zone. Just as we have Nico over here on route 2, working his way up.
You see the second climber there, Jewel, just having his rest. He's got to keep his head not looking back.
Again, we are running an isolation format for the semifinal competition. This means that climbers are not allowed to observe or try out the routes beforehand. These climbers actually did not get any observation time for these routes. So this is the first time they're seeing, touching, trying, smelling these routes, and it is a challenge getting up there, not knowing what holes you have on the wall, performing right under pressure. Those of you who aren't here with us, these competitors are right there amongst the crowds. The crowds are right up against the wall. It is a lot of pressure performing in these circumstances. We got it. Great performance from Nico, choosing to conserve his energy and rest. There are precious, precious seconds of rest before they move on to their next route. Right now, up next on men's number 1, we have Chu Rubin, also known as Rubs, hailing from Singapore at 172 centimeters tall. He's definitely got a height advantage. On route 2, we have Ho Jin Si from Singapore attempting the men's semifinal route 2.
Spoke to Ignacy earlier. The secret holds setter set this route. Slow and steady all the way, he said. Plenty of crimps. That large one a bit more of a sloper. And trust your feet. Patrick Andre is back. He's here to walk us through what he's learned from the setters over the course of the week for here, the semifinals. What have you been observing outside, Patrick?
Did you see that right now? He didn't get the zone. Okay, this slab is actually a slab, but it's very powerful because you really have to hold very hard to move upwards. It's not just stepping. So, yeah, just had a chat with the setter team about the different routes. So this is an interesting step up, no hand, and you can see now we got the zone. All right. So as you can see, this wall doesn't have T-nuts. So this is based on the idea that a lot of modern setting involves volumes and big macros. And of course, it's forbidden in competitions to have the fingers in the T-nuts overall anyhow, but also in commercial setting, it's cool that there is no T-nuts so that people cannot cheat. It's like the true slabs situation. So now he got this one wired, but okay, let's look at him. Oh, we can see both at the same time because maybe go to the the purple route, please. Okay, like this shot, you can see both. Okay, so right hand side, this like it's really like those holds. You need to really put a lot of grip power on those. The left hand side, I don't know whether anybody has climbed it yet.
We've only got a zone for the left-hand side.
All right.
And a zone for the right-hand side.
You know, the idea of the setting is actually that he was stepping there, and then you actually turn around, you face the crowd. That's the concept here. But you need to get it.
Ooh.
You need to turn on your toe, and you need to turn around and actually look at the crowd. That's the cool, crazy stuff. So I was debating whether you can do it without, but the real easier one is actually when you turn. Okay.
Right now we're cycling through a new round of climbers entering on Route 1. Hailing from Singapore is Joseph Kwa, also known as Han, at 173 centimeters. tall. He is attempting route number 1.
Yeah, this is a good shot. We can see both at the same time. Just let's enjoy this first portion of the competition where we can see everybody. Later on it gets a bit more tricky. So I see he tries to hold the volume, which is allowed.
We've got Raz on route 2.
Yeah, so they all try to go directly to the handhold, but actually the trick is to turn and turn around, so to get to face the crowd. So it's a little bit an unlogical way to do it. I think somebody will figure it. So here this is like slab, but it's very, very crimpy, and the crimps are kind of sloper crimps, so you need to, it's basically a lot of body tension in each hold. So when you go for this one, actually it's very sequency here, but at the same time very, very powerful actually, or strength driven. While the left slab there is like it's just slab. It's not anything to do with strength. It's just real pure technique. So the left hand side is actually a 5-degree slab, while the right hand side is a 3-degree slab. So it's 2 degrees difference, but it's
makes a big difference,
yeah,
doesn't
it? It does.
Right over here on male route 3, we have Nico attempting the yellow male semifinal route number 3.
This is a pogo here, from the start into a pogo, and maybe some surprising moves. Let's see how the guys are figuring it out. We have 24 competitors in the semi-final, so it's like basically like a World Cup format. So naturally, the people that have the least amount of points from qualification, they start first. So which means the strongest climbers of this whole competition will come towards the end. So in that sense, you would expect that not everybody here will be able to top it, because if they do, everybody will top it.
Gotta thin out the crowd somehow, you know?
Yeah, and now of course this is an odd job, because most of those problems are really some of the hardest problems like compared to the qualification. These routes are even harder.
Yeah. Nico just trying to figure out the start over here for men's route number 3. It's quite daunting to be the first competitor out on the mat in the semi-final rounds.
I mean, theoretically the other guys are sitting there and not supposed to watch the other guys climbing, but yeah, sometimes they get a glance of it.
Sometimes watching the crowd, because they're facing the other way, watching the crowd is even worse. You're seeing all these reactions, and you're wondering, oh no, what's coming up for me on this next route? Here, switching back to men's semifinal route 1, we have Han on route 1 and Raz on route 2. Look at him just making it past that zone, figuring out that coordination move. As we cycle through now, we're welcoming Vincent Tay to the mat. He is from Singapore. At 158 centimeters, he says that his secret weapon is his height.
That's true in a sense. I mean, you know, there's always this eternal debate about what body height helps you. And in this kind of situation, let's say slabby situation, it's normally an advantage to be taller. But when it gets steep, a person below 160 is definitely an advantage. It's like a bird, you know.
Yeah.
Like a small bird doesn't have the biggest wings. The big bird needs to have huge wings to actually fly. And the biggest birds cannot even fly.
Vincent definitely has his work cut out for him on these first two routes here with how slabby it is. We've also got Robs back on the wall on route number 2, working his way up this technical crimpy slab. Right on route number 3, we should be seeing Ho Jinsi, attempting that route number 3 with big moves. But right now our camera is on Vincent on route number 1 with the purple holes, and Rob's on route number 2 with the teal holes.
What is the difference between teal and mint?
Ooh, I feel like teal's a little bit deeper than mint.
I don't know. You tell me. It's not my language.
I would say these holes are mint as well.
So they're mint or teal?
Potato, potato.
In the end, you still have to hold them.
Oh, yeah. They're mint in the sense that they are freshly minted. A lot of these holes that we are using are fresh off the market, especially brought in for this climbing competition alongside the recent Asian Climbing Summit that just happened here a few days ago. Right now we're looking at route number 3. We've got Ho Jin Si attempting to get the zone. Oh, that is a nasty crimp to jump to.
Yeah, the crimp is actually not too bad, but it's really, you need the precision because there's a blocker on top.
Oh yeah, that block is just mean.
Yeah, if there was no blocker, it's actually quite okay. But the blocker makes it extremely, because you see, he needs to pogo it to get the momentum.
Yeah.
And then you need to be very precise in your projection, like your whole, like say, flight direction and movement of the hand. So you need to be extremely precise to hold the crimp exactly slot in. So it's not easy. And the right crimp is okay, but it's very powerful.
Mm-hmm. Jinsi attempting another shot on this big move on route 3 over here.
But the nasty thing, yes, here we go. Nice.
That's excellent technique, swinging his legs to get that
comes
momentum.
the crazy one, and now you see.
Oh! If you can hear the crowd, they are absolutely going crazy at these moves.
Yeah, it's there. I mean, the thing is, in this one is actually crazy. The left one is quite slopey, and you have to get your feet on the left-hand side wall. The white one is 7 degrees overhanging, so you have to be able to press your feet onto this wall to actually hold the sloper, and then from there you again have to launch for the last hold. So it's yeah, it's really serious business.
We've got our climbers moving on now to the next cycle of routes. Nico opening up route 4 for the men's open semifinals rounds. On Route 1, we are welcoming Ko Kai Tan, or also known as KC from Singapore. KC has a 15 plus ape index. That's certainly going to help him up on this reachy first route. And right now we're looking at Nico on route number 4.
Route number 4 is relatively straightforward. It's just like a jump, campus, push, step up, but it's very powerful.
Tell us a little bit about that hole that he's going for on that right hand side.
Yeah, that's a snap. That's snap series. So the whole route. So this is the donut series from Snap, and they come in various positive feature. These ones, I can promise you, they're not positive. They're good. They're okay, but you have jump on them, and you have a by jumping to them, you have projection outward. So you need to be precise, and best is to go with both hands at the same time. And then if you have them, you still have to basically campus to get to the next donut. That's the zone, and then you need to put your feet high and put a rock over, and that one is very powerful.
The dual text on those holes as well prove
So
challenge for precision.
When you look at the projection, you jump outwards. Yes, that was close. You jump outwards, so you have projection outward, but you have to put your hands into the donuts, and then you have to be able to hold the swing. So that's
Right over here on route number 1, we have KC trying to secure that zone point.
We have we haven't seen anybody getting over the zone or much after the zone.
KC has previously attended the vertical men's competition in Singapore, and he got first place in that competition, the open men category. Look at him securing the zone. Now comes the tricky coordination move. Will he make it? Footholds on Route 1 being extremely unforgiving to our climbers over here.
You see our brushes going very busybody, like there's cleaning fishes. You know them when they go around the shark.
Trying their best to help out where they can. Casey's got that first big movement down. Can he continue the calm? On the right, you can see.
Yeah, here we go.
Over here.
That's it. But that's like a really high step up. You have to push really high through. Everything is done well, but then now from here it's really far.
Yeah. And this is
that's the way to go.
4th climb that they're on, so they're pumped. 4 minutes is not a lot of rest.
The first one is straightforward, but it's maybe the most powerful, but the most least complex. Most probably the most top on that one, but still. Yeah, here we go.
Nico securing that zone hole. Is he gonna make it? It's a rough one. Trying to get up there in that left-hand donut.
I mean, he got himself the zone, which is good.
Right now on Route 1, On this next round, we're welcoming Tristan Andrata from Indonesia. He was number 1 in his national climbing competition and has been climbing since 9 years old.
So how old is he? That's a big question. How many years of climbing?
Right on route number 2, we have Vincent Tay from Singapore. Let's see if his secret weapon of his height of 158 cm helps him out in this section. On route 4, you can see Ho Jin Si trying his best. And on route 3, we have Robs back on the wall.
And remember, this is the semi-final. It's not a final yet. And this is something you need to see. The difficulty levels is going up every year, and it's kind of necessary because the climb is getting stronger year by year. But if you compare the semi-final routes or final routes of the first crank we had compared to now, the difficulty level has risen considerably.
It really is a step up. You know, if you're observing from route 40 till 50 in the qualifying rounds, the difference in technicality right here now in the semi-final rounds is a huge jump.
I mean, you basically 49 and 50 would be comparable to what you see here. Everything below that was really much easier. You ask whether these get progressively harder. Let's say on this one, it's different because from here you have a mix of techniques. So while you have to do pogo and afterwards you have to do compression, and so it's changed. Like here, for example, you have to do a dyno and hold the dyno. Then you have to do like basically. I'm not sure whether you can call this a rock over, but really high step and press through. So it's a total different. It's a total different movement pattern, and in that sense, maybe the last move here is maybe the hardest. But in for example, route number 1, the crux is actually just right after the zone, and the last move itself is questionable because it's again a one where you have to go and put pressure on basically just the wall. But so it really depends. Like difficulty is very much dependent on your skills. So it's hard to talk lots about progression because it's kind of for example for this route, like the M2, I think the hardest moves are, from what I see, further down. But it's not that it gets easier on top. So the top, because it's a slab, and the top might be similar to below, but because you already done a couple of very dicey moves. For example, stepping an M2, you see where the M2 is on that volume.
Mm-hmm.
You have to step on that volume. That's actually pretty difficult. And it depends a little bit whether your focus is more on how strong you can hold or how you step. So if you're more comfortable and really, really holding hard, like with a lot of contact strength, or how is your technique, depending on your skills, that might be the crux. So
I would say our route setters have really...
Yeah, I mean, the idea is that after the zone, there should always be another separation. But and you can see that for example, here number 10, you get number one, you get 10, and then the crux comes after. Whether the last move is.
Right now, we've got our first female climber on the wall.
All right.
Coming in at number 16, we have Jewel Ho Min Jun.
Now we have a party because we have more and more people on the wall. So
We do.
yeah, now it's getting a bit harder for Chira to put the camera into the right position because everything is something happening.
Yeah, on the men's route number 1 from Indonesia, we have Musawe attempting his shot on men's number 1. And then on route number 1 for the women, we have Jewel. Route number 2 for the men, we have Tristan back on the wall. Route number 3, we have Vincent. And route number 4, we have Robs making his final showdown on this men's semi-final competition. Jewel comes from Singapore at a height of 161 cm. She got second in crank last year. She's only been climbing since 2019.
Yeah, that's also 7 years. It's not that only.
You gotta stop calling me out on my age over here. You know?
Well, the thing is that it's interesting now, especially with the acrobatic climbing, that you can see people progressing really quickly.
Yeah.
From pure beginner in a very, very fast time. So if somebody climbs for 3-4 years and suddenly climbs in that short period of time really goes up the ranking and gets really strong, it's not a surprise. So this looks promising.
Yeah.
And the last, actually, here she has to go and press the thumb.
Oh,
and this
strong
one is
start.
pressure and get your right foot on the volume. She needs to get the right foot on the volume to create the pressure to go. Yeah, so that's not easy, and
yeah.
So she has to put a lot of pressure on the left hand and the volume to get her foot up, and then actually if she has the foot up, she should be able to go to the top. I think it looks good. Next try.
It's a really, really good first attempt. She's secured her zone for route number 1.
I mean, she was 16th in the qualification. So Adorata is asking, was this too easy? You know, because like if everybody flashes this afterwards, then it will be hard to have separation.
Yep. Just an update. Rob, our competitor, has topped the male 3 semifinal route. This is our first top.
We have to blame our editor not to see it. So Atira, be attentive. Watch with 12 eyes, or a spider with 8 eyes.
It's a real challenge here in the tech room, keeping track of all these climbers performing so well. Back on route number 1, we have Jewel attempting her top. Final 50 seconds for this round. On route number 1 for the men's, we have Musawe from Indonesia securing the zone, but my apologies. Jimmy Shah from Malaysia securing the zone, but unable to continue to the top.
So this is our last attempt, so it's take it or leave it here. She looks good, but it's to bring her, yeah, this looks all solid, and now this one. No.
Down to our last seconds with Jewel over here. Close one, but no cigar. Starting up on Route 1 for the women's is Lim Ziyun from Singapore. And on men's Route 1 is Zuhair Azam.
Oh, that was wild.
Zuhair Azam is from Malaysia at 172 centimeters. Lim Ziyun from Singapore on Route 1 for the women's at 153 centimeters. Giving it her best shot on these banana holes.
Oh, these banana holes for you.
She wants to give a shout out to Space Rock Chalk for supporting her through this competition. Team, please stick with us while we go through some technical difficulties. Our team is on it now.
So we have a nice green screen. Green is relaxing.
What color is this? Is this mint or teal?
Oh, I think it's too dark for mint.
Yeah, this is a teal.
No, I'm not sure. What color would this be? Sorry guys, we have to restart the system. Just bear with us for a while, so we try to come back ASP. Here we go. Oh, look at that. Oh, that's normally should not work like that.
We've seen a lot of women attempting a dynamic movement on the last last move of Route 1.
Not only that, you see a lot of actually classic statical move. These days, climbers try to solve with jumps or dynamically, and in this situation, it's physically impossible to hold. Because if you don't have a pressure from below and your foot is in the air, you cannot create pressure above. So it's just physically not possible. So of course it's the last seconds and you try everything, but actually I just saw Kevin always smiling. Let's see how he'll do his job.
The technicalities of all these routes is truly a testament to the precision and professionality and experience of our route setters here today. Really challenging these climbers, not just in strength, technique, but also in their route reading, in understanding movement. And all of this they're doing under the time pressure of 4 minutes each round. Right now on female 2 route, the first attempt, Jewel making great progress on this purple route.
Yeah, this is is pretty cool because AG couple of weeks ago they said, okay, we are working on some very interesting volumes we want to bring, and we want to show it in crank. So you see those 3 volumes at the bottom here. These are,
they're so pretty.
They're pretty, and they're also kind of nasty.
Yeah, they are nasty.
They only have one surface, which is kind of where she's stepping on it now. These 2, and then see the other one, she steps on the foothold. It's hard to see.
Yeah.
And she did a nice coordination move here, so that's fine. But now comes here compression. Yeah. This one you need to press really hard with your right foot down.
Yeah.
And go kind of slow.
You can.
You need to have the pressure on your foot there to be able to stick it when you get your hand on.
Yeah.
So, but the bottom, she managed to do really nicely.
She's got that first coordination really down.
That's right. The kids like to jump.
The kids
like to do this stuff. This is easy for them. So I would maybe take a year to do this move, but then the top move I do first try.
Yeah.
So it's just different style, you know. So I missed the point. I'm too old for that stuff. So, but then the old style stuff I can do.
Yeah, your knees aren't built for this new style stuff anymore, Patrick.
My spine is not built for this.
Right on route number 1 for the women's, we also are introducing Belle Thian Chia Min, who qualified in 14th place for the Open Women's semifinals. Belle hails from Malaysia at 159 centimeters. She got into the Southeast Asian League semifinal. And she started climbing 3 years ago at Rockwell in Johor Bahru. Right now we're looking at route number 4.
a top. I think he has a top and the zone. So I think he's currently in the lead.
On route 2 right now, we have Lim Zi-yun attempting this purple paradox.
Why is it a paradox?
I don't know, the colors are are inspiring and confusing all at once. Going for the big move here, trying to get the zone.
Nice.
Excellent catch.
Yeah, here we go.
Here we go. Will she
That's
make
nice.
that last move?
Nice.
Secure.
It's not
She
done
needs
yet. It's not done
two
yet.
hands on it.
Bring a heel. Bring the heel. Yes, here we go.
That's it. Come on,
And
Ziyun.
Pressure. Come on. Ah, nice.
Come on, Ziyun.
What are you doing?
Is she gonna make it? Figuring out how she can just stick this last move. Oh. Right on Boulder number 4 for men's, we have Tristan Andrata from Indonesia. On route number 3 for men's, we have Vincente, and route number 2, my bad, sorry. Route number 4, we have Tristan Andrata. And on route number 3, we have Musawe from Indonesia. Route number 2, we have Shern Hong. Shern hails from Malaysia, stating coordination as his favorite secret power that he's bringing to this competition. On route number 3, we have Musawe attempting these yellow holes, and on
Now she's back.
women's route number 2, again looking for that top, we have Lim Zi-yun.
No. These holes are big, but they have quite a big surface to hold on, but surface is not friendly. So it's not a steep, it's not really a steep wall, it's 7 degrees. But
When it comes to, you know,
last try, come on.
surface holes and grip, it's all about the angles. The moment you change the angle, you change the amount of grip you have on it, and it increases the difficulty. Last couple attempts. Lim Zi-yun trying to get that top again in this last.
Oh no, she's tired.
And then right next to her on route number 2,
Yeah,
we've got
that's
Shern.
it. Look at that.
Will Shern be the first top? Unfortunately, no. Right now on route number 3, Musawe. Right now, we're welcoming to the mat Lynette Ko on women's route number 1. Along with that, we have Owen Chan on route 1.
Isn't that Kevin? That's Kevin.
That's Kevin. My bad. Sorry. That's Kevin Eddy on route number 1.
Kevin was, he said he was doing badly for the qualification, but he said, okay, he's going all out on the semi-final to make it to the final.
He's securing that zone over there, and right there on the right-hand side, you can see Lynette securing the zone on her first route. Lynette is a legendary climber in the Singaporean climbing circuit. She is one of the toughest competitors I've seen.
That's an interesting approach. If she can dynamically put her foot up, she is in a very good position. But that is you need to have your foot up there. Well, now Kevin tries something totally different, which not so sure if this works.
Kevin trying to break this route. We've got our first look on women's route number 3 on the green holes. We have Jewel. On route number 4 now on the red holes, we have Casey doing his final climb in the men's semi-final open category, trying to make his way up on these nasty donuts.
Yes, here we go.
We have our first top from the Open Women's Semifinal. Lynette securing that final hole on route number 1.
And you see how easy it goes if your foot is up there. It's like actually quite relaxing.
Yeah. Right now on route number 3, Jewel attempting to get that zone. On route number 1, Kevin trying to move past that zone area. For each attempt these climbers make, they lose 0.1 of their final points. So each attempt really, really counts. And then it's also the strategy game of are you going to keep trying with the full 4 minutes you have, or are you going to save your energy for the future routes?
Oh, I mean, you even if you're only losing, let's say you have 5 tries, you're actually only losing 0.5 points. So even if you have 10 use 1, but you make the zone, you have 10. And you get to the top, you have 15 points more, so you can try thousands of times. I mean, you don't have the time.
That's true. You also don't have the stamina as well. You got to save it, you know.
No, I mean, like for you don't have the. Let's say you don't have you don't have the recovery to, let's say, climb something really powerful, and you do not have the time to climb something like a slab that takes time. You have maybe 2 or 3 attempts for long slabs. And so then it's and if it's really powerful, you need to rest in between. So sometimes you see the climbers, they figure out the moves, and then when they have figured it out, they take a long rest.
Yeah.
And then they just the last 30 seconds they go for it, and so it's about tactics. But of course you have to be able to figure out the climb as fast as possible. And of course, if you are dominating the problem, you flash it.
Right now, we are welcoming onto the mat Owen Chan on Route 1 and Joanne on Route 1 for women's.
So we actually we're actually facing the Archibald Boulder here from our studio, and we're seeing people still warming up. So the people who were highest in qualification have not stepped into the arena yet. So let's see. Hopefully we see every route having a top. That would be desired, though.
We're definitely saving the best for last in this competition. We've got 16 women total who qualified for the semifinals in the open women and 24 men in this semifinal zone.
Yeah, she got the zone. Come on.
Right over here, Lim Zi-yoon on women's route number 3. Securing the zone, trying to move up to that next teeny tiny hold.
This will be a Gaston crimp, and it's not the biggest crimp on this planet. Yeah, and
also, the angle of that foot is not doing her any favors right now. Really, really challenging these climbers in their balance and control. We're looking at Shern Hong on route number 2. And on route number 3, we have Celine Ong. Celine Ong comes from Malaysia. She's at 158 centimeters. She was the Vertex 2023 Open Women second place finalist. She's also the Southeast Asian Boulder League 2026 Open semi-finalist. She started climbing in 2019. Right on route number 3. Ziyun trying to make that attempt. She secures the Gaston crimp. Can she
really
get it?
Shouldery move, very shouldery.
Oh, the amount of power to stay in that position. Switching up her feet. Oh.
Just smiling.
Right over here on route 1, Joanne Rosoldes Ala. For the women's, and on route 1 for the men's, we have Owen Chan. On route 4, we have Tristan Andrata doing his final route. Owen making good progress. Oh, good attempt from Musawir on route number 3. Trying to get that final hold. Right now, stepping onto the mat, a home crowd favorite, Ambrose Gyak, hailing from Malaysia, and Chen Shin Yi. Both of these climbers have been on the Malaysian national climbing team. Gyak getting that zone hole along with Shinyi also getting that zone hole. Shinyi looking at a super strong, solid start on Route 1. Shinyi got first place in Crank Lead last year, 2025, and 7th place in SEA Games 2025. She gives a shout out to her home gym, Mad Monkeys. Right over here on route number 1, Gyak trying to secure his position. We've got Lynette Ko on women's route number 2. And right on women's route number 3, upside down right now, is Belle attempting that heel hook. Is she excellent? Oh, come on, Belle. Hold on. And she secures the zone. Is she going to make the Gaston crimp? Come on, Belle. Excellent technique. Trying to secure it with that knee bar, but just pumping out. We've got Jimmy Shah on his final route, attempting that dyno for men's route 4. We've also seen our first participant on women's route number 4, Jewel. And we haven't seen any climber attempt women's route number 4 yet. Let's see what Jewel has in store for us. Right next to her on the red is Jimmy Shah securing that first dyno move, campusing up to the zone area. Oh, look at that heel hook or toe hook getting in there. And on the right, Jewel trying to make progress in that dihedral. We've just seen Zuhair top route number 3 for the men's semifinal. Excellent work out there. We've got 8 climbers on the wall right now, all attempting, trying their best. Our technical team is trying their best to keep up with them. They are climbing and securing their zones as we speak right now. Jimmy Shah trying to attempt that route number 4, unfortunately falling off. Right now on women's route number 4, we have Lim Zi-yun. On women's route number 3, we have Celine Ong. Women's route number 2, Joanne Rosaldes Ala. And welcoming onto the mat, women's route number 1, Valerie Law. Welcoming onto the mat for men's route number 1, we have Rizki Aditya. Rizki Aditya is from Indonesia at 169 centimeters tall.
Now we see route number 4, the women. You have to basically, now it's just a shot frozen. Yeah, so you have to be in this, dihedral and re-step and go to the crimp, re-step, 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 please.
Oh, spinning around. Lim Zi-yun really doing these micro adjustments, trying to get in the best position, lifting her leg up.
Now it's a difficult one like this because I don't know why because now
so close on men's route number 4.
Now she put herself in a really terrible position.
Yeah.
Position, but
we just saw Musawir from Indonesia on a really, really good attempt on men's route number 4. Managed to get one hand on that final hold, but did not secure the top by matching. Right now, we've got Lim Zi-yun on the right-hand side on this black women's 4 route, hopping over into the dihedral, trying to figure out what her next move is. Musawir on another attempt.
That's the way to go now. This is what she needs to do. Yeah, here we go.
That is a super great catch from Lim Zi-yun.
And again, the same one, like boom, boom. And yes.
Boom! The amount of power and strength to do those
coordination,
moves.
actually. So this one, yeah, come on, now you have to launch. Yes.
That's it.
Awesome.
Come on, Zi-yun, give us that top. Excellent work. What a way to finish her Open Women's semifinals. Excellent work, Lim Zi-yun. Round of applause for her.
So that was, second try, reading the route properly. So yeah, that's the way it was set. So she solved it. Not so sure how, I would say whether shorter people have an advantage there in the dihedral. We'll see if a taller girl goes there, but I think it should be possible for all body heights. Sorry for the hiccups again. We have some connection problems. Trying to solve it as soon as possible. In the meantime, so if you need to get a coffee or water, that's the time.
I'm all loaded up over here. Now, Patrick, in all your years of coaching and your experience with competitive climbing, how do you feel our semifinalists are doing against these routes here today?
Watching the competition, we know that the strongest climbers of the qualification are still coming up now. The expectation is that we will have.
Celine really twisting on that one.
There will be. I would say we will see most probably every single route top. The first one, man, is an interesting one if you get it, if you know what to do.
Yeah.
But when the setters were doing it, I just talked to Scotty just before, and he said Shihui, who was in the charge of the setting team for that particular route, was the only one who actually could do it. So for this one, we have to see.
Yeah.
The other ones, I'm very much sure that we see tops.
Right
And that
now.
will be a perfect separation.
Right now, we're looking at Lynette Ko on women's route number 3. And Kevin on men's route number 3. I would say this route is right up Lynette's alley. She's such a powerful climber. Look at her just campusing across, getting that zone. Easy securing that next hold.
That's the crux move here. But
Can-
she's good on that.
She
Yeah, come on.
is good. Lynette once broke her arm and then came back 3 months later and won the first competition.
Awesome.
Excellent top from Lynette Ko. First attempt. She's getting that full 25 points on that route. We are moving up into our top climbers now. Right now we have Jasmine To on route number 1 and Akif Nukman on route number 1 for the men's. Both of these competitors qualified at number 8 for the semifinals. So we're really starting to see the progression of technique and experience come in play on here. Will we get our first top for men's route 1?
So eight people move to the finals. So these are the 8 strongest. So let's see how they perform. I think looking at the set, and I think it's pretty much spot on. I think the setters might be happy. Okay, that's good to have the foot up there first. You still need to get your left foot left up.
Jasmine just calmly taking her time, working out the beta on this route. Balancing
That's
with
good if you
just
can
her
move.
thumb on that hold. Not even her thumb, she's got it on her feet. Trying to go straight for that last hold.
No.
So close.
But interesting approach.
Alongside Jasmine, we have Chen Xinyi on the wall on route number 2. Lynette Ko has secured route number 3. And on route number 4, we have Belle giving her last shot in this semis round. This is our last chance to secure points that go forward that could hopefully bring her towards the finals. Right on route number 2, Xin Yi working out. She's got her hand on that final hole. Can she match it? That finishing move is a really tricky balancing act over there. You've got opposing forces.
If for her height, she has to do basically a double heel. If you're taller, you kept your foot below and just heel hard on your left. So, yeah. Kevin is smiling. I think he's asking himself.
Right now, Kevin on route number 3.
I would have thought that he does this relatively okay. Very close.
In these kind of routes, you really see how important control is. It's not just power, but do you have control in your dynamic movements to be able to start and stop where you want to? Route setters really challenging on climbing here is by putting up block holes. Right now, we are welcoming to the mat Renee Tan and Zukram Alzam Muhammad Zamri, who both qualified at 7th place for the semifinals. Renee Tan comes from Malaysia at 163 centimeters. She loves a good drop knee. She was the National Championship Boulder champion, also participated in the SEA Games, and came in 5th place. She is a Red Bull athlete and started out at Bump Climbing Gym. Zukram Alzam also comes from Malaysia at 177 centimeters tall. He was the first place in crank lead.
Last year, actually.
He's been climbing for 3 years.
Yeah, talking about how many years. Are you sure he only climbs for 3 years? I don't think so, because his father has been climbing forever. And maybe it's 13 years.
Come over here, giving a shout out to Psych Chalk, Peak All-Star Team, and Hyper Holes and Project Rock. We're looking at Renee Tan right now on route number 1 for the women's. She's got her zone secured. Can she make her top?
You need to get your foot up. Come on. That looks okay. A bit higher, please. Yes, here we go. That's it. Match that hand. Yes, that's that's
She's
a top.
getting it.
Awesome.
Nice. Excellent top by Renee Tan. And with good time as well. I am still yet to see anyone complete route 1 on the men's doing that stunt work spin. Really looking forward to it, hoping that our competitors, as we get down closer to our top qualifying men's, will be able to work out that route. What a treat it will be for our viewers to see that move. Right now on route number 2, we have Rizki Aditya. And on route number 2, for the women's, we have Valerie Law. We're looking at route number 4 now with Celine Ong.
Yeah, if you get tricked by being reversed in the dihedral, it's very difficult to do your next move. So she really needs to be frontal. I mean, like facing the wall before she goes left.
Right now, upside down on women's route number 3. Joanne Rosaldes Ala trying to get secure on that zone hold. Rizki on route number 2. Owen on route number 3, and Shern Hong on route number 4 for the men's. For the women's, we've got Renee Tan on route number 1. They're moving on to the second round. We're going to be welcoming Janet Goh onto the mat, a longtime competitor from Singapore. Really, really strong boulderer. And for the men's, we are welcoming Muhammad Firdaus, attempting his first route here. This also places Akif Nukman on route number 2 Ambrose Gyak on route number 3, and Kevin on his final route in the semis. For the women's, we have Jasmine To on route number 2, Chen Xin Yi on route number 3, and Lynette Ko on her final route for this round. Strong start from Fidaus over here, securing his zone. Still not quite working out that last section of this climb. Lynette Ko in the dihedral corner, amping herself up for this power combination move.
That's the first top. Oh, I'm not sure whether she got the 3 second.
Strong attempt by Jasmine. That looked like a pretty hefty fall. Right now, Gyak on route number 3.
You have to pogo this here.
Kevin on route number 4, taking brushing into his own hands. On route number 3 right now, we have Chen Xin Yi. We're seeing this toe hook, popular move for this route. This route was previously taught by Lynette Ko, who just campused up this whole section. But right now, Xin Yi's attempting. She's got it. She's got her zone secured. Can she take it the whole way up to the finish route?
Oh,
look at that. We got our first top on men's route number 1 from Firdaus.
Now we didn't see whether he turned or went straight.
Unfortunately, we missed that.
That brings him in a very, very solid position because he's the only one who topped that so far.
Yeah. We're really seeing the skill level go up here now that we're getting close to our top qualifiers for this semi-round. Only 8 climbers will make it to the finals tomorrow. On number 4 right now, we have Kevin working his way up this red dyno. Lynette doing her final climb on this powerful black route. And Xin Yi on route number 3, going upside down and around, trying to get this bat hang and heel in. Right next to her, we have Gyak attempting route number 3. Xin Yi's got her hand on the zone hole.
Okay. Kevin,
Excellent work from Kevin.
He needs to do it here.
Oh.
No. That
Sometimes, you know, that last jump, you
yeah, that could have been a ticket to the final.
you just want to believe that you can do it. Lynette getting her zone, but not quite progressing past it.
Not enough rest for him. But, good try here.
That is excellent attempts. Great work from Lynette and Kevin on their final routes for this semifinal. On the mat now in route 1 for the male, we have Addison Ali. Route 2, we have Zukram Al-Zam Muhammad Zamri. Route 3, we have Rizki Aditya. And route 4 on his final route, we have Owen Chan for the ladies, we've welcoming in 5th place qualifying Esther Lee. On route 2, we have Renee Tan. Route 3, we have Valerie Law. And route 4, we have Joanne Rosoldes Ala.
So route number 2 male, I haven't noticed any top yet.
No.
So this one is, let's see how it goes.
These slabs are tricky.
It's more or less like you see at a lot of people have problems to actually hold the zone hold and move from it. Here we go. Look at
Valerie on route number 3 trying to make that top. Here we go on women's route number 1. Esther off to a strong start.
That's all that it needs.
Excellent, smooth, secure, locked in her first route. She's getting that top added to her final score. Esther Lee hails from Singapore at 165 centimeters tall. She loves her crimps, probably what helps her through this last route over here. And she started climbing in 2023 at Ground Up Climbing Center. Right now we're looking at men's route number 4.
That looks good. Wow.
We've got Rizky attempting that final hole. He has got it.
And here, that's most probably also top here, yes.
Yeah, really nice and secure on women's route number 4. Right there on female 4, we had Joanne Rosoldes Ala from Indonesia topping out on her final route. We've got some commotion going on women's route number 2. That's Renee Tan trying to secure that top. I don't think we've had any women complete route number 2, have we?
It was a close call. I'm not sure. I think she was there with the heel, but I think she didn't have it for 3 seconds. We need to look at the scoreboard, but I don't think that the judges gave it. So if you want to check the scoreboard, you actually have on the screen a QR code, which by Kryptonite, so you can actually see the live scoring and check what's going on. So I'm illiterate about that, so I don't know how to do it, but then you guys can do it from home.
That's the thing about being a outdoorsman. You get technically challenged.
My grandpa.
Yeah. Really showing your age now, Patrick, with this technology. Back on route number 2 for the women's. Renee Tan giving her best attempt.
She really needs to get the heel up. She has to go slower because the last hole is actually really not good.
Valerie, unfortunately, topping off on her last attempt. Unable to secure.
On the open hand here.
In number 9, Rizky. Ooh. We're moving on now, welcoming our next climbers. Route number 1 for women's qualifying 4th, we have Asha Fan. And on route number 1, qualifying 4th for the men's is Muhammad Aiman bin Firas. Aiman has been in the competition circuit for many years now. He came out strong on the youth team and has graduated to the open category. Still super duper strong climber.
When he started in Wanutama in the Cheetah Club.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah,
I do
so,
remember
yeah,
him.
yeah.
I believe I actually was there when Ayman first started in the Cheetah Club. It's really crazy to see him now doing all these technical routes. Asha on Route 1 hails from Singapore. She says she's about 160 centimeters. When we asked her what her secret weapon is, she said, I can sleep anywhere, which I gotta say is a secret weapon. She has participated in the World Youth Championships. And she started training at 9 years old in climbing at Ground Up in Singapore. Right now, on route number 4, we have Chen Xinyi giving her last attempt. Ambrose Gyat securing that dyno on route number 4. Is he going to make that top hold?
Ooh,
Close but no cigar. That was a nasty fall.
Oh, here we got a higher one. Look at that.
On route 2.
We had some guys getting there.
Firdaus.
So the next one here, stepping left, and he did well. He did the first route. So this one, yeah, nice. I think he can do this. Yes, nice.
Is that our first top?
Yeah, it is.
For
it
route
is.
2.
So,
Excellent work by Muhammad Firdaus.
so he's already qualified for the final. Actually, he can go for coffee now.
Just forego the other 2 routes, you know. Who needs those?
I mean, he doesn't know. He doesn't know that he's already qualified. But having the 2, he's the only one who topped both of them. Actually, either of them is. So I wouldn't be surprised if he does. I mean, most probably he does numbers 4 for sure. I think he should. I wouldn't be surprised he tops all of them.
Right now we're looking at Xinyi on route number 4. Xinyi is on the national Malaysian climbing team. She's been on the SEA Games circuit.
So this one you need to understand that you really cannot turn.
On route number 1, Ayman struggling to move past that zone area.
Yeah, that's one thing. The original idea is to spin around, but when I looked at the problem, I think you can do it without spinning. It's a bit a body height problem. But the problem is how the foothold is placed there. When you move over to the left, then because the hold is quite slippery, there's a chip. There's a chip on the foothold, and that is non-texture, so it's very slippery. So when you move your foot to the left, it's very high chance that you slip. So when you turn around, you can be more frontal in the turn. So yes, here we go.
Here we go. Ayman doing it static.
Impatience. This is not for jumping, Ayman.
That's Ayman's. Patrick used to coach Ayman when he was up and coming on the youth team. You can hear the frustration in his voice. He's literally got his hand on his head now. Ayman, what are you doing?
It was so beautiful. And then just patience, man, patience.
Welcoming onto the mat, we have our top 3 qualifiers for the first time on the mat. On the men's route, we have Rizki Shah Rafli
So you can see
And
that
Joelle Chia on the women's route.
what I just mentioned before, it was solved the way I thought it's solvable if you have a certain body height. So I think this is the way it will be solved by most of the men, and the spinning most probably will be neglected.
Joanne making quick work of this route number 1.
Oh, yeah,
Super smooth
just
finish.
cruise it. Just cruise it.
Joelle, sorry, my bad. On the left, we have Rizki Shah Rafli attempting to make progress on route number 1. Let's go over to our other competitors on route 2, 3, and 4 and see how they're doing over there. So we've got a question on YouTube on the purple volumes on women's route number 2. Patrick, you told us that you've touched every hole in this competition. You picked it yourself. Can you tell us a little bit more about these volumes? What texture are we looking at here for route 2?
Actually, these are dual texture volumes, and it's hard to see. So you can see a little bit like ground off areas where the wood looks out through, but even though they are a little bit easy to step, they are still dual texture. So, but if you notice, like on the first volume to the right, the top section is structured. The top section is actually has a slight rough surface, while on the one that you see at the bottom has also the top surface, the structure, while the third one to the left up, is the bottom line is the only one that is textured. So the top is a non-texture, so it's dual texture. So that you can see at the left one, there is a foothold which he steps on. You see, so basically it's a dual texture volume, which is now very common in a lot of the competition volumes now have dual texture, and it's like when Kevin from it's one of the shapers of AG. We were on WhatsApp like I don't know a month ago or 2 months ago.
We got Akif on route number
What are you doing?
Route number 4 over there.
Oh, we missed it.
On an attempt. Right there
We
seems
have
to
a
be
top.
some commotion, some top going on men's route number 3.
Like, sorry, Atira is like moving around. Like,
That was Zukram Alzam Muhammad Zamri topping out on route number 3.
Great. Anyway, going back to the volume, so Kevin texted me and said, I have these crazy volumes we are testing, how it looks like, and so he said he wants to have them at the crank, and then I said, okay, this looks beautiful, and then yeah, the idea is that when you climb those volumes, it's a very competition style. I feel actually for commercial gym, it would be better that the volume is fully textured everywhere.
Risky attempting a finish. Ooh, another nasty fall. On the right,
but
we have Valerie attempting route 4.
So anyway, but going back to the volume, so they have. Come on. So they have different textures, and when you come to the gym next time and you see them, so like when I brought them for the route setters, because they came for the ACS and we had to bring them to the route setters, so I unpacked them, and then all the route setters went, ooh, I have to touch everything.
Yeah.
So it's like,
It's like candy, you know?
it's like
every day
candy.
is Christmas, every time the holes come through.
No, especially those ones, because you look at them and say, oh, is this rough? Is this not rough? Oh, this is rough. So it's confusing. So it's a bit a similar approach like the ghost line of 360, where you have this pattern where it's really hard for you to detect where is the groove and where not.
Yeah.
And in this one also it confuses you while even though on the rough texture, on the dual texture, there's certain areas of the texture which is less smooth than the other one. So
Yeah.
so it's nuances. So if you have this, for example, on a slab, you could theoretically step on the dual on the non-texture and still stick a bit. So it's a very nice of various nuances of very small differences of texture.
Yeah.
Which makes these volumes very interesting.
Really giving our climbers that extra layer of challenge. Right now on the wall, we have welcome our second place qualifiers. We're looking at on route number 3, Janet Go, making quick work into that zone area. Easy crimp on that Gaston. Will she make the top? Oh,
that's the
a
hardest one.
good save by Janet.
Ali.
On route 1, we have Ibni Balkis Larasati Wardhana, hailing from Indonesia for the women's route number 1. Men's route number 1, we have Mahesa Caesar. On route number 2 now, we are looking at Ayman attempting route number 2.
Looking good here.
Slow and steady.
Take your time. Take your time.
Patrick still holding on to that coaching. Oh, Ayman, excellent finish on route number 2. We've seen this problem prove really tricky for all our male participants. Securing this route number 2 really puts Ayman ahead. You can say he secured his spot in the final if he keeps up
Not
with
yet.
this.
There are other people who have tops, but to have a top like this, it's definitely. I mean, there's the second top only so far.
Yeah. Earlier we had Firdaus waltzing up it. And now Ayman just casually cruising up route number 2. On the right over here, on route number 2, we have Asha Fan making an attempt on these purple dual texture volumes, as Patrick explained to us. Route number 4, Jasmine To, making her final climb. Oh, look at that spin. But she's got herself in a tricky position now. Janet on women's route number 3. Attempting to move past that zone area. Jasmine on route number 4, moving past the zone, securing the next hold. Is she going to top it?
Yeah, that looks good.
She looks solid, and she gets it. What an excellent finish for Jasmine To, her last route on the semifinal rounds. Great job and great effort out there. Women's route number 2, we're looking at Asha Fan over here, making that attempt. Ale Asha. Just not quite securing those 2 holes. Moving over to men's route number 3. Firdaus, who previously topped the elusive route number 2, trying to make progress here on number 3. We've got the bell signaling the end of this round. We are bringing up our number 1, our top qualifiers for the Open men and women semifinalists. On men's route number 1, we have Ravianto Ramadan. And on women's route 1, we have Lena Claire Singh. Ravianto Ramadan hails from Indonesia. an extremely strong competitor in this climbing circuit. Lena just cruising up this route. Can she make that second last hole?
Yeah, I saw her in the qualifying, and I just thought, wow, she's like
easy.
No, this was a mistake where, yeah.
Ravianto switching hands on that zone hold. Just moving past. Can he make that loss?
Yeah, you have to. Yeah, that's.
Come on, Ravianto. Easy, safe, controlled, showing us why he qualified #1 in this category.
Now I think she will be a bit more relaxed on this because I think she knows what she has to do. I saw her climbing. I was like, wow, I was really impressed in the qualifying. I saw her climbing one of the harder routes and she cruised it so easily.
Yeah. Lena started climbing at 8 years old at Ground Up Climbing Academy. Ground Up producing some seriously strong climbers over here. She hails from Singapore, securing that last hole, getting her 25 points on women's route #1, also showing us why she qualified first in her category for the semifinals. Right now on women's route #4.
That's Renee's last run.
We have Renee's last run. Renee is a Red Bull athlete. And right now on this route, we're going to find out, does Red Bull give her wings to complete this last route?
You need more legs than wings here.
Right on M4, we have Zukram Alzam Muhammad Zamri doing his last route in the semifinals. Just getting tricked out by those donut holes. As these semis have progressed, we've seen those donuts get wider and wider and wider. More sugar coating on it, making it harder to do that dyno. Right on route #3 right now, we have Addison Ali. And on route #3 for the women's, we have Esther Lee. Is she going to campus or is she going for the toe hook? Right into the heel. Nice and secure. Shifting over, securing that zone area. Come on, Esther, show us how it's done. We've got our final 30 seconds. Zukram trying to make that last top. Unfortunately, moving on without it. We've got 6 climbers left on the wall. Right now on 3. We have Asha Fan on M3 and Ayman on M3. Asha Fan on women's 3. Ayman on men's number 3. Firdaus on men's 4. Janet Go on women's 4. On men's 2, we have Mahisa Caesar. And on women's 2, we have Ibni Balkis Larasati Wardhana. Balkis on women's 2 hails from Indonesia. She's secured her zone. She hails from Bandung, shouting out her home country. Ayman on his attempt to top for M3, not quite getting it. Ashavan trying to work out women's route number 3. Trying out a different approach over here. Ayman on.
Yeah,
oh,
come on.
is he got it? Ayman securing men's route number 4, giving him that extra edge.
That's
oh,
not
my bad.
Ayman.
Sorry. That is Mahis. Lost track. Firdaus on who just secured men's route number 4. We've got Janet on women's route number 4. Trying to get that top. Excellent finish by Janet. Back on men's route number 2. Mahesa working his way through men's route number 2. Can we go over to women's route number 3? Asha making that attempt. Come on, Asha. Ayman on the left trying to make progress up route number 3.
Pressure, come on.
Putting in some campus action here. Can he stay in control?
That's it.
Oh, slip of the foot.
So actually I have to go soon. I was supposed to leave at 7:30, but I'm saying sorry, you're in charge. Sorry.
No worries. Well, thank you so much for joining us today here, Patrick. It's been a pleasure hearing your expertise and hearing all your knowledge about these excellent climbers that we have here and these excellent holes. Any last comments for our semifinalists?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good battle and excellent route setting, I have to say. I think it's a good selection. Selective setting, I think we will have very clear results. We saw basically tops of everything. except maybe female 2. I haven't seen one, but it's still possible. And yeah, so I think yeah, kudos to the setters. That is really well done. And I saw the final routes, and I'm looking forward for tomorrow for all the finals, not only the finals of the Open, but all the other ones. And yeah, see you guys or hear you guys tomorrow. I unfortunately have to leave. I was supposed to leave 10 minutes ago, and I will be back tomorrow. And yeah, with more side notes and more talks about the routes to come. So tomorrow will be interesting because we have final routes on both sides. Not only this is called actually the Riverside Wall, and we will also have routes on the
Ooh.
Wow, nice.
Right now on number 4, Esther.
So the final of the Open will not be on this wall. The final of the Open will be on the Sunset Wall. And yeah, so it will be very interesting to see. And then here we will have finals of the Intermediate and the Masters.
Fantastic.
Yeah, so yeah, looking forward for tomorrow. Thanks for tuning in. Yeah, please comment and ask questions. We try to answer as good as possible. And yeah, have a good evening. And I hope you enjoyed the show. See you tomorrow. Very well done.
We've got another
very nicely done.
Very nicely done top from right over here from Rizky.
Thank you very much, and have a nice evening. Thanks.
Thanks, Patrick. If you are joining us now, we are looking at our final Open men and women participants going throughout semifinals. We just had another top on women's route number 3. Joelle Chia waltzing up it. Earlier we saw Esther Lee on route number 4 securing her top early on, giving her a strong finish for these semifinals. On men's route number 4, Addison Ali giving it his best attempt. Our brushers working real hard to get that dust off those 2 donuts. Addison Ali from Malaysia at 171 centimeters. Addy really trying to give as much as he can with the time that he has left. He started climbing during COVID. On route number 2, we have another top from route 2. We have another top from Rizky Shah Rafli. Addy securing that dyno, getting that heel in, moving on to the zone. Right now, we are welcoming Asha Fan back on the wall, doing her final climb for these semifinal rounds for Open Women. On the left, you have Ayman on his final climb. Right on route number 3, you have Mahesa Caesar for men's route number 3, and Balkis for women's route number 3. These are our top 4 climbers on the wall now. We're approaching the end of our semifinals. Thank you so much for tuning in. If you are interested in the live results, right in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen, you'll see a QR code from Griptonite, one of our partners here for this competition, that will give you live results for these semifinals. Swinging it forward, right out of control. Balk is giving that attempt on route number 3. At the same time, Mahesa Caesar trying his best to move up men's route number 3. Ayman making good progress on men's route number 4. Will he top it? Ooh, he secures it. Excellent work from Ayman. Good celebration, well-earned celebration from him. He's had such a strong performance in this semifinal round. We're hoping that we definitely see him in the finals. Right now on men's route number 3, Mahesa Caesar. Asha Fan still working out women's route number 4. And Balkis on women's route number 3. This is the best of the best in the Open Women's Semifinal. We're looking at Balkis campusing up to that zone. Securing, so close. Is she going to attempt again? Trying to get to that crimp. Asha Fan not having luck on route number 4. We're looking at Balkis now. Unfortunately missing that hole. Is Asha going to do one last attempt? Yes, she is. Now or never, all or nothing. Here we go, Asha. Come on. On the wall, we also have Mahesa Caesar trying to make his way up M3. Swinging around. Second last hole. Same foot slip that we have seen challenging other climbers. Balkis again on another attempt for that Gaston crimp. Pulling herself up there, she secures it, but can't make that next move. I want to welcome back Renai to our commentator box over here. Subbing in for Patrick.
Where did Patrick go?
Patrick, he just said, I have to go. You know,
he's missing the best bits.
All these old men with their mysterious, mysterious schedules.
This is the best bit. These are the top finalists of the semi-final coming out now.
Yeah. Right now, we've got our final 2 competitors on the wall.
Actually, I know where he is. I suspect he's in the crowd there.
Who could leave? Who could leave right now? You know.
To be fair, it's pretty exciting out there right now.
We've got Joelle on women's route number 3, I believe.
Women's 4. Joelle on women's 4.
Joelle on women's 4. Lena Claire on women's route number 3. Making quick work of that zone. Mantling herself up. Wow, what a strong performance from Lena. Getting that final hole. Fantastic work.
Pure power in that final few moves.
She absolutely destroyed that. Was that her first attempt? Seemed like it. At least first or second attempt. Right next to her on men's route number 3, we have Ravianto from Indonesia. Campusing nice and solid.
My goodness me.
Securing his foot and easily topping out on that final hole. Ravianto again proving to all of us why he is truly number 1.
Cruising through that with a flash.
I think we might have missed a top here from women's route number 4 and men's route number 4. These climbers are just working through it so quick. We have our top 2 climbers from the men's and women's category. Mahisa Caesar, Ibni Balkis, Joel Cha, Rizki Shah Rafli. We just saw Joel Cha top out on women's route number 4 and Rizki top out on men's route number 4. Up next, once this round is over, we will have Mahisa Caesar back on the wall, finishing off his last route for the semifinals, and Balkis finishing off her last route for the women's semifinals. Both of them have set themselves up well by getting early tops on route number 3, giving them that extra time to rest, recuperate. Every second matters.
Let's see if we can spot Patrick up in here. Here we are. The crowd for the semi-final there. Some family, some friends, some of the other climbers checking out the action. That's Utsan, that's our crew. And Ruslan there from the creative match team, making everybody look beautiful. If you're following along and you want to know the scoring and where we are in the competition, please head to that QR code from Grip Tonight in the corner there. That will head you straight to the Grip Tonight page online and the live scoring. So the leaderboard as we have it has Rizki on top. Muhammad Rizki having just secured 2 tops. His compatriot Ravianto Ramadan and Mahasa Sisa have their moments to go on men 4. While the Indonesian Balkis is making her attempt on the women's route 4.
Right next to her on men's route 4, we have Mahesa Caesar. Slow, steady, and secure. Will we get a top? Yes, we will. Mahesa finishing strong on route number 4. All within the first 40 seconds of this round. Excellent climbing, excellent powers. Balkis as well securing her final route. She's been such a strong competitor today. Absolutely cruising through these semifinals. A strong display of technique and understanding and route reading. Next up on the wall, we will have our final climbers. Ravianto Ramadan from Indonesia will be finishing us off with men's route number 4. And Lena Claire Singh from Singapore will be finishing us off with women's route number 4. It has been a tense and exciting semifinals for the open category. We've seen these climbers really perform their hearts out over here on these walls. And we are all anticipating the finishing moves from Lena and Ravianto. There's our crowd over there. Nice big wave.
All the mummies in the corner over here. Lena first started climbing in 2008, and of course she has international experience, a part of Asian K. Climbing. Just updating my group tonight to let you know where Mahesa Caesar ended the day. Let's have a look. Risky on top. Mahesa, number 4. That's his final top for the day, putting him up in 4th place. And that leaves currently only 2 Malaysians in the final. Four minutes seems like a really long time when there's nothing happening on screen.
Yeah, but when there is something happening, 4 minutes just goes by just like that for these climbers.
Lena Singh here, Singaporean.
Both Lena and Ravianto have set themselves up so well for this last couple routes. Really securing their tops in the first minute, so they have the extra 3 minutes of rest. Gives them just that advantage that they need for the next routes. Oh, easy dyno by Ravianto. On first try, campusing right up into the zone hole, getting his toe in that first donut. And why are we even here? We should have just given him the points from the start.
Ravianto, of course, part of the twins, the Ramadan twins. Raviandi and Ravianto. Ravianto here a couple of months ago, I believe, doing some route setting.
Renai, do we know if Ravianto has competed in crank before?
No, I don't think he has. I can check that. But Ravianto has...
He's got some IFSC
He has,
world champs under
he
his
set
belt.
last year. He did a round of setting in some of the...
Lena making her way up onto the zone hole. She had that interesting technique there. She did a full body swing dyno to get to that. You can really tell the height creates such a challenge, but look at her finishing off this competition strong. What a performance from our semifinalists. You can really tell the difference in skill, technique, experience from our top two male and female climbers over here, Ravianto Ramadan and Lena Claire Singh, just cruising their way through these 4 routes. We've had such excellent performances from all of our semifinalists here today at the Crank Open semifinals for men and women. We will be back tomorrow with more climbs, more people. Renai, do you want to finish this off and tell us about what to expect tomorrow?
We're going to just wait and see if we can get up the scores. If you guys have a look online, the top 8 are completely done. But yeah, this led, like you said, Zoe, to an epic, sets us up for an epic final day tomorrow. Sunday is all finals. We'll kick things off with the finals in the Youth 1 and 2 categories before we head to the Masters, Intermediate, and the finals here. It's been pretty cool.
We'll be starting at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow for the Youth 1 and 2 finals. And then moving on to the Masters finals at 2 p.m. followed by the Intermediate finals at 3:30 p.m. and the Open finals at 6:10 p.m. So a full day of exciting climbing from really the best of the best in this Crank series. Right up over here, you have our schedule. Final Youth 1, Youth 2, Masters, Intermediate, and Open. Live stream starts from 9:10 a.m.
Or you could just walk in the door at 8:30 and watch it with perfect HD quality, 3D quality, in fact. If you walk in at and join the crowds, book your place on the floor, check it out, and hopefully have a really good show. It starts at 9:20 with the Youth 1 boys and girls and the Youth 2 boys and girls with their final.
And I cannot tell you, the energy in here is absolutely palpable. Our spectators are right up against the mats. They are so close to these climbers. You can feel the chalk coming off them. You can even feel the sweat they flick off. You are right up and close. Each dyno, each campus, you get to witness it firsthand over here on our Sunset and Riverside walls.
And of course, that's followed by the Masters, the Intermediate, and also our final Open at 5:50 p.m. It's been 4 years of this competition, and we couldn't have done it without our kind and generous sponsors, including Waltopia. Here we go, guys. These guys are the ones that make it happen, supporting the Malaysian climbing community.
On our sponsor list, again, a really big thank you to Waltopia, our title sponsor. We also have AG Holes, Expression Holes, Lacuna, Secret Holes, Stacks Holes, Blue Pill Holes, Kai Holes, climbholes.com, Evolve, True Blue Technologies, A-Grips, Cheetah Holes, Respiro Air, keeping the air nice and clean and clear, Super Holes, Virgin Grips, 360 Holes, Flat Holes, Grip Tonight, our partner in our live results, Grizzly Holes, Poly Talon, Snap Holes, TSN Verticale. All of our sponsors have made this Crank Competition 2026 Boulder possible.
Isn't it crazy from you having to get donated tracksuits? We've got now sponsors that are sponsoring all the holds here.
I know.
This is a national climber here having to like sew on her own badge and stuff. I mean, I think that's pretty cool, but yeah.
We really, really have come so far, and it's just been, again, such a joy to witness how much this community has grown and how passionate the echoes of the foundations of all the people who have built this up over the years, you know, with the small Chichak clubs, all the youth teams, all of the schools.
Have you had a chat to Ayman about being a Chichak yet?
I honestly don't think he remembers me.
Who would forget Zoe?
I wouldn't be surprised. I was just one of the random people that laid him up the wall.
Through to the finals tomorrow. Just one last quick thing I want to show you just before we go. The finalists of our open category. We're really excited to announce. Here you go. This is the top finalists today. Muhammad Rizki, followed by Muhammad Firdaus, Ravianto, the 3 Indonesian powerhouses there. Mahesa Seiza, also Indonesian. Ayman Firas, just speaking about him. Malaysia, flying that flag. Zulkram Alzam, also an incredibly strong climber out there. Han Joseph Kwa and Rizki Aditya. Look at all those tops. How did we get here? 2 tops from Muhammad Rizki on 3 and 4. We saw a flash, that golden flash.
And Route 2, you can tell, was really, really tricky for a lot of men, and he got an absolute flash in it on that, securing his spot in the open finals for the men.
Let's talk about Ayman here, a top on the 2nd as well, and a top on the 4th. A number of attempts there. Ravianto's final score not showing at the moment, so let's bear that in mind. This could change. Okay, having a look at the ladies. Joelle Che leading the charge. 3 flashes. And also, I'll make a note that Lena Singh's final score is not there, so this could also have changed. But Joelle Che there. Lynette Ko, currently a Singapore national climber. We see her in action internationally. We're really honored to have her here at Crank. Ibni Balkis there, a flash from her on the 4th route. A flash from Lena on the 3rd, and definitely a top from Lena on the 4th. So that top 4 could change. Let's have a look. Jasmine To, the young Malaysian, up there with a chance for a podium tomorrow. Will it happen? Joanne Ala from the Philippines. Love catching her climbing here. And Janet Go. All right, guys. Just a reminder. Just checking for the update here. But you could also head over to Grip Tonight app and do the final scoring there. There's a little bit of time for the guys to appeal, but this is pretty much what should go down tomorrow. It's going to be a pretty good one.
While we're waiting for the update on our final competitors, just want a big shout out to our vendors who have joined us here throughout today. Aisha Crochets, Banjaran, Malaysia, Bot Tea, Chad D Kitchen, Climbing Gyms, Corzone Malaysia, Cragbound, Kraken Brush, Elatix, Mad Monkeys Climbing Gym, Meraki Coffee, Off Crux, Peak Health, Chiropractors, PhysioWorks, Pinch KL, also a coffee house, the Coffee Outlet, Very Beta, and Verticale Climbing. These vendors will be here tomorrow, fueling you through coffee, through food, through some retail therapy. There's some really cute stuff.
So good. So good. I'm going to say goodbye because I'm going to go and try and catch some of those climbers for a soundbite. Zoe's going to give you an update when it comes in and say goodbye. And we'll see you back here tomorrow at 9 o'clock. The live stream starts. And don't even watch the live stream. Come in live.
Come in live.
Yeah.
Come see us. Come
We'll
say
see
hi.
you. Come and say hi.
We're just going to stay live on here. Feel free to throw in your comments into the chat. Let us know what you thought about today's semifinals. Such a strong showing from our athletes over here. While we wait for the semifinal results, do we have any shout outs on our YouTube live? Right now, we are going to have a big shout out to our excellent world-class route setters who have made all these climbing problems possible. The amount of work that they've put into this competition, led by Muhammad Takidin, a great friend of mine who is an excellent climber. Our route setters really have been working day and night to bring us these world-class routes with these world-class holes. Panning over to this video right now, you can see the amount of work that they've put in to join us. Welcome back. If you witness our semi-finals for the open men's and women's competition, I think we have the final scores that have just come in with our final competitors, Ravianto and Lena's scores being tallied up. In first place, we have Ravianto Ramadan with 3 tops and 1 flash, putting Mohammad Rizki in second place with 1 flash and 2 tops. Firdaus in third place with 3 tops. Mahesa Caesar on fourth with 2 tops. Ayman getting bumped down to fifth with 2 tops. A strong showing from our Malaysian representative. Also Zukram Alzam from Malaysia with 1 top. Joseph Han with 1 top. And Rizki Aditya coming in 8th place with 1 top. Moving on to our female finalists with the final results in. Joelle Cha still securing that first place with 3 excellent flashes and 1 top. Just absolutely dominating that semifinals round. In second place, we have Lena Singh with 3 tops and 1 flash. Look at that difference in points, 0.1 points. difference between Joelle and Lena. Every attempt is such a cost to these climbers when you're competing at this level. Every attempt counts, and you can tell from the distinction in points. Just 0.1 difference between our first and second competitors. Coming in third, we have Lynette Ko with 1 flash and 2 tops. Balkis, fourth place with 2 tops and 1 flash as well. Again, 0.1 point difference between the third and the fourth female open women finalists. Really counting the attempts here that separates these competitors against one another. Right along in fifth place, we have Esther Lee with 2 tops. Jasmine To, 0.3 points behind with 2 tops as well. And capping off 7 and 8, we have Joanne and Janet, both with 1 top. Only 0.2 point difference between each other. What an excellent showing between these women. Such a strong round of finalists we have for tomorrow. If you are planning on joining us tomorrow, we are more than welcome to have you here. Spectators walk in for free, but you can also tune in to our live stream. I will be with you. Renai will be with you. And all of this excellent competition put together, Crank 2026 Boulder competition at Camp 5 would not be possible without our sponsors. So once again, right before we sign off, a big thank you to our title sponsor, Walltopia. They are the walls that all our climbers are climbing on right now. Excellent quality. We also want to give shout outs to the rest of our sponsors who have made this competition possible. Stick with me here. We have AG Holes, Expression Holes, Lacuna, Secret Holes, Stacks, Blue Pill Holes, Kai Holes, ClimbHoles.com, Evolve Climbing, True Blue Technologies, A Grip, Cheetah Holes, Respiro Air, Super Holes, Virgin Grips, 360 Holes, Climbing Gems, Flat Holes, Griptonite, Grizzly Holes, Polygon Volumes, Snap Holes, Thrill Seeker Holes, and Verticale Climbing. Thank you so much to all of our sponsors. Capping off for the night, my name is Zoe Lim. It's been a pleasure commentating for all of you guys. We will see you tomorrow at the Crank Boulder Competition Finals 2026 by Camp 5 Eco City. Over and out.